Hello and welcome everybody to the Mythic Dungeon International. I am Doe. We're back again, this time starting out the day with Tettles, Nagura, and Makes here in Group C. That's right, this weekend we get to find out who the last two teams to get through the groups to go to the global finals are going to be. Obviously, we've got the last chance tournament coming up next weekend, but for now, this is the final group. Tettles, how you feeling this morning?
Feeling pretty good. Got some good sleep last night. Gonna see some nice dungeons. I'm really interested to see how this first match between Donuts and Despair and RG Nordics ends up going, because I've heard some rumors that Donuts and Despair are an incredibly good team. They did take down the second seed across all of the teams for the MDI, and I'm really interested to see how they're going to be able to do today.
Well, Nagura, when you look at our lineup for this weekend, what are the names that stand up for you? Are you all about the Donuts and Despair, or do other names kind of break out for you?
It's interesting because I think this group is pretty similar to Group A, where there's a lot of would say mid-tier teams that are all really good and all have the potential to make top two. So I do think it's going to be pretty interesting to see who's going to make it this weekend, because we have Sloth, for example, who's a team that has been competing a lot in the last seasons. Then we have Donuts and Despair, which is, of course, the second seed overall, and kind of surprisingly beat Echo in one of the time trial dungeons. And then we have Ethical, which is a really veteran team, has been competing in the MDI a lot. And of course, we also have W Omega Lul, which is, Dr. J team. They're always really good as well. So I think there's a lot of teams to look out for this weekend.
Okay, question. Is it W Omega Lul or is it Wo Mega Lul?
I like Wo Mega Lul. Like in our, they do say they like the Woe relic. If you even look at their logo, it kind of looks. The logo even kind of looks like the head of the Woe relic, doesn't it? Like, Makes back me up on this, doesn't it?
Yeah. I have your back on this, Doa. It definitely is the Woe relic. And for the longest time, I actually wasn't sure. So, because in German we say Wo, but I wasn't sure how to pronounce it in English. So I wasn't sure if it was like Woo relic. Which I also kind of like.
That sounds great. The Woo relic.
Woo. Woo Mega Lul.
It's like if Vince McMahon had a relic. Yeah.
You mean Ric Flair?
Or you're right. I don't know I'm not a wrestling guy.
I'm not a wrestling guy either.
Well, you're more of a wrestling guy than me, apparently. Well, here's our affixes for this weekend. Okay. There you go. And don't forget, we have Black Rockhold. I had not played Black Rockhold for a very long time. I know it comes back with Legion Time Walking a lot, but I had not done it. I ran through the dungeon this morning again, and I had this flood of memories and terror come back to me when I was going up the stairs and there were the spiders, and then there were the boulders, and then there were the exploding guys. I can't remember the name of the mob exactly, but this dungeon is kind of a nightmare. Do you think we're going to see people do it this weekend?
I mean, I hope so.
I hope so, yeah.
Yeah. But I wonder if people are going to play it, because if you guys remember, back when Black Rockhold was part of the MDI, they had this strategy where the mages would just spell steal a mob, because they would cast Arcane Blast and then would constantly stack up, and then you could stack it up on a mage, and then you would just one-shot a pack. But it took some time to actually get used to this strategy. And I'm not sure if it's still worth it to even do that, or if it would just be faster to just go. But it probably requires a lot of practice to figure that out, that strategy, and see if it's worth it, and practice it. So I wonder if people had enough time or wanted to put so much time into Black Rockhold.
I got an immediate DM whenever the affixes got released, and after a day of practice, about Sanguine in that dungeon.
In those halls? In those halls, man?
There.
Yeah, Sanguine and Quaking.
Right. You already have so little space. There's a lot of these tiny, tiny hallways. You have to do a lot of dodging. You have to look out where you're stepping, because there's packs coming down the stairs, rolling packs. And then putting that together with Quaking and Sanguine, Quaking just adding that little bit of you have to go an extra step further or an extra step back, I think that can be really, really terrible.
I agree, but luckily for today at least, the teams don't have to worry about it. There's no Blackrock code today in any of the matches. Our 4 matches today, as you can see. But tomorrow is when it starts to kick in. And there's always that chance where if both teams think the other one is banning it, maybe it sneaks through. But here's our maps for today at least. And I just want to see more Tazavesh. Like for me, the 2 Tazavesh dungeons have been the most fun to watch. Maybe it's because they're new. Maybe it's because there's more to discover, although it's kind of becoming standardized as we go on through MDI. But I really like those dungeons, so I hope we see a couple go through.
I think we will, honestly. Streets especially, it's first of all, it's at 22, so it's not super high key level. And I think it is Sanguine, though, so I'm not sure how people feel about Sanguine and Streets. I think Streets is mostly pretty open, right? It's not like super small corridors, so I think it should be okay, but I'm not really sure.
Oh, look at this.
Technically, I think they could do it really quickly.
Oh.
Now, both teams banned Sanguine Depths, so we will be going Mist, Streets, and Spires of Ascension then. When both teams ban the same map, we just take the first 3 that are available, so that's what we've got. Interesting. All right, so our Sanguine is 22, so it's one of the lower key levels, but it is tyrannical, bolstering explosives. So it's... I don't know. It's what do you think? Why do you think we have the double ban here? I'm a little bit surprised about this one, Tuttles.
So, I mean, it's just like a volatile dungeon, and I think that whenever you're looking at it, it's like Mist, Streets. Maybe you would ban the Spires of Ascension in other scenarios, but the Mist, Streets, and DOS are kind of... They're very clear, like, how you're going to be playing the dungeons. Obviously, Mists can't be banned. With Sanguine Depths, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in that dungeon. If you mess up a lantern, you're going to be perpetually be behind for a long time. There's just like a lot of issues like we saw last weekend where teams would just like have 1 or 2 deaths on a lantern pull, and then like their pulls following that would be infinitely harder. And so the Sanguine Depths is just generally a pretty good ban. It's also bolstering, which is kind of obnoxious in there, although explosive is pretty easy to get a 10 stack on the lantern. It kind of makes sense if you're just looking at the pool and how relatively easy the other dungeons are compared to Sanguine.
Fair enough. Well, we got our first matchup of the day getting started here. It's going to be Donuts and Despair versus RG Nordics. Now, I just watched the Northmen a couple days ago, so I'm kind of rooting for the Nordics a little bit. I admit some bias there, but we're getting started here. Let's see who takes the first dungeon.
Yeah, and we're already seeing big differences in the groups, right? Donuts and Despair running that Blood Decay, while RG Nordics is on a Vengeance Demon Hunter.
Yeah, so I do think Demon Hunt has been playing Vengeance Demon Hunter also in the Time Trials, because I don't think it necessarily make... Yeah, I do think Demon Hunt is just a Demon Hunter, like Vengeance Demon Hunter main. We do have the Blood Decay nerfs that came in recently, right? So I do think we might see more Vengeance Demon Hunters in this weekend's tournament. But additionally, if you play the Havoc Demon Hunter, then I think the Vengeance Demon Hunter doesn't really necessarily provide anything extra, right? So seeing 2 Demon Hunters is not like the most efficient thing, I would say, because most of the utility just overlaps.
I mean, yes, I would agree with that. To be fair, Vengeance has like a little bit more utility when it comes to controlling packs, but we are on a tyrannical key, so I don't really see the need here to go for that Vengeance Demon Hunter. And then I do like seeing that Havoc DH coming out for both of those teams. Demon is actually struggling a lot, barely dropping to his death here, but is able to survive for just a little bit, it feels like. But really, really difficult pull for the side of RG Nordics here. But yeah, I think Havoc is pretty great right now, especially on tyrannical bosses, because you just get to have so much damage coming out of your Sinful Brand. And then if you do big pulls, like let's say you go really big before Tredova, then you just meta into one of these packs and you will do massive damage. But of course, you have to have your meta up to do that pull.
Yeah, it's similar to Guardian Druid as well, where they do a lot of damage and they're very tanky during their cooldowns, but then outside of it, they struggle with aggro, they struggle with damage and survivability, and that usually is a pretty big problem in the MDI if you just keep pulling. But Nordic's actually having some issues as their Hunter goes down on one of those AoE packs coming out from those borers, and Demon Hunt also dropping incredibly low, not having the cheat death available anymore, as Donuts and Despair are already engaging the boss.
Yeah, I mean, those bow breakers can be really, really evil. And if on top of that, you just get some of those shots from the Drosts, you can have a really bad time here. And for now, Demons should be safe, at least for a couple of seconds, as Spell Devastation has just been used. And I think they will be able to finish off those Drusts. And then also the Bowbreakers, but that was definitely a very, very scary pull for them.
Yeah, Donuts in Despair though, they still have their Bloodlust available, saved it for Ingra here. And you can see they're also cleaving the boss quite a bit. Usually on live service you would make sure to just completely single target focus down the Drome and to make sure you get that extra damage base on Ingra as fast as possible. But if you're planning on one facing the boss or maybe do as much damage as possible to Ingra, then sometimes you just end up cleaving a lot more. So now that they did pop their Bloodlust, they're gonna get the Drome into 20%, and then we'll see how low they get the boss. I don't think they can really one-face it on a 23 Tyrannical, but the boss is melting pretty quickly for them, so maybe they can.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can. I mean, they waited with everything for this PI, all of our cooldowns, everything went into this. Bloodlust is still running and Ingra is down to 17% while Droman is back. And now I think you kind of have to see, can you like continue cleaving Ingra? Will that be enough? Or do they have to play it again? But I think they should be fairly safe here and able to finish off the boss, even though Ulfarin is back already.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they can finish off the boss, and that is a huge advantage. Because if RG Nordics cannot do the same thing, and they actually have to place another Ingra phase, then that's going to be like a minute of advantage for Donuts in Despair. Let's take a look at RG Nordics now, as they also get their damage phase. You can see everything being popped for their side too, with the PI and the Warlock, and the Bloodlust being used as well. But their boss is not melting quite as much as we saw Donuts in Despair side.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe they even knew that they weren't able to execute that phase, so they just decided to go for a more stable damage for both of those phases, since they were already expecting to do that. But as you said, that puts Donuts in Despair into quite a big lead, which RG Nordics are already not in favor of due to their problems with the previous pull. So if they want to catch up, they have to do some crazy stuff in the maze that's coming up, and have to hope that Donuts in Despair are not doing the same thing. Because something we've been seeing for all of the MDIs in this season especially is people with their Warlock Fell Hunter just pulling through the walls, or even with the Hunter pets that we're seeing. So you can get bigger pulls and get some additional count. And if you go really big here, then maybe you can save a little bit of time, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to catch up to Donuts in Despair here.
Yeah, it's actually a lot harder for Group C here in Mist to do bigger pulls through the walls, because we have Inspiring as an affix. And there's a lot of mobs in the maze that need to be interrupted. Like you have heals, for example, from the tenders that need to be interrupted. So if you pull through the wall and there's going to be an inspired mob in there, and then all of a sudden you can't interrupt the mobs anymore, because it's also really difficult to see the inspired mobs that come through the wall, because they're not targetable until the mobs are actually through the wall, right? So the pets can run through, but you can't cast anything through it. So it's really difficult to just get SSC on any kind of inspired mob that comes through. And it looks like Donuts in Despair hasn't pulled too much through the walls yet, at least not in this area, but that might be a reason why. And I'm not sure if RG Nordics can handle that maybe a bit better, as you said, and maybe gain an advantage there, but they're still on Ingra. And you can see at this point it's already 2 minutes past Donuts in Despair kill time.
Yeah, and I mean, they have like 2 phases and they're going for a 3rd one right now. So that's even more time lost than we anticipated, which is just, pretty devastating for them. But I do want to point out that, as always, with the first game of a new group day, it's the highest seed playing against the lowest seed. So we're currently seeing Donuts in Despair, who are 2nd seed in the overall, playing against RG Nordics, who were the 23rd seed. So, of course, there's going to be a difference between those 2 teams, and I think they're not even expecting to, be quicker than Donuts in Despair. Maybe they're just trying out some stuff for the games after that, because I think if you're a new team coming in that seeding, then it's a lot more realistic to kind of go in and be like, okay, what can we pick up from the other teams on day 1, and how far can we actually go in the further days? And we saw this last cup where there was actually in the middle field a lot of teams that adapted crazily good from day 1 to day 2 and day 2 to day 3.
Yeah, that is very true. We do see Donuts in Despair now did pull some trash through the walls here on top of this Gorge Gullet, also having an inspired mob in there, so they have to watch out that they can still interrupt the Tender. But it might actually be the Tender that is inspired here, so that is the best target for them to have the inspired affix on, because then they can still interrupt it, and the other mobs are not too dangerous when it comes to being immune to CC. But yeah, Donuts in Despair moving really quickly, and I think a lot of teams are not necessarily too familiar with Donuts in Despair compared to other first-seeded teams like Echo, Perplexed, and Monka, because they have been a bit more veteran teams. Donuts in Despair, they actually have competed before, at least 3 of their players did. Yip, Anarchy, and Cryptics, they did play in a team called Goosey Bat in another MDI season. So maybe that name is familiar to you if you've been watching the MDI a lot. And yeah, they're really good players, of course. Each individual players are playing in really high ranked fields. And yeah, it's just impressive how they performed in the time trials, and now also in that first showing in that miss, just such a clean run. 70% trash, 0 deaths, and incredible speed as well.
Yeah, I mean, talk about just absolutely bursting Ingra in a one phase on a plus 23 tyrannical miss, right? There's not many teams that can pull that off, so definitely big respect to them. I do want to highlight that Goosey Bat, if I remember correctly, had that really cute logo of the goose with like the bonk or the honk. I'm not even sure. I think the honk. And I love that logo. So I think that's maybe a little bit of the downgrade. Maybe we can go into some conversations with them and talk about getting back the old team name and logo, because I think it was so much better. But I'm really happy with the team composition here, and I think it really shows that they put a lot of effort into practicing these keys and dishing out the damage the way that they are doing right now. It's really, really impressive, like you said.
Yeah, they're just so fast. I mean, the 75% trash, that means they barely have to play anything after this boss. They can probably do it within 2 pulls, I would say. Have to be a little bit careful with inspiring in that next area, because of course the stack horns need to be interrupted, otherwise they heal and they shield, and you just don't want to see that. So we'll see how they pull the next area. Yeah, 10 minutes into the dungeon and they're almost done with the Mistcaller. If we I guess we can't really compare it to the other teams because most of them had fortified instead of tyrannical, and Group E and Group A, so it's really hard to compare the times, but yeah, they're definitely setting a really fast time for the other teams to watch out for in this group.
I mean, to be fair, I think you can, if for any dungeon, you can maybe compare it with Mist, as it only has 3 bosses. And a lot of the trash you can't go really big on anyway, because you need to play the maze. So I think we are probably expecting a time like that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So sometimes, depending on the maze, because certain maze routes, even though, in case you guys don't know, the maze is RNG for the teams. They don't know which maze they're going to get. But both teams are getting the same maze for fairness. But that means that if, let's say, Donuts in Despair and RG Nordics play this today and they have like a 13-minute clear, 14 minutes, and then another team has a 16-minute clear, that doesn't necessarily mean that the 16 minutes was like a worse run. It could just mean that they got like an unluckier maze that took longer for them to actually get through.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I mean, we're done with the second boss for Donuts and Despair, still running 0 deaths. So I'm curious to see what they do now. We see Yip just going all in, taking that big pull at the beginning that some teams like to skip. Now, I don't think we're going to add on the right side. We're just going to keep on walking and pull everything in front of the team. And that's going to be a big, big, beautiful pull coming out of this team here. Smack dropping pretty low due to the debuff here, but should be able to survive here. Timber running that boon, making sure everything is dying. Just look at the Holy Priest damage coming out. Nearly 30k. That is insanity. Every Havoc Demon Hunter probably crying like right now. I'm with you. I can feel it. I'm very sorry, but that Holy Priest is absolutely blasting. And yeah, they finished off the Relic, I think, here. No, I think it's actually Woe. So yeah, Woe.
Oh no, they okay, so they actually had the inspired larva knocked out and deceived with a hunter trap to make sure that they don't have to deal with it. Sometimes teams will just pull the larva in because it has so little HP, so you just focus it down real quick and then do the rest. But because they had to focus down the woe relic, making sure it doesn't randomly die to AoE or get a different one, so they just CC'd the larva outside. And then at the very end, Yip actually gripped it in, and then the Staghorn started casting that heal. So that was really unfortunate there for a second. But they're all done now, and now they gathered a huge pool where they just gathered the rest of this trash here on top of Tredova. And they do have Bloodlust available, and there we go. So now everything has been popped. This is just going to be melting in a second. And the perfect relics have been killed as well. Both Vi and have been killed, which is the perfect damage combination. And to see that kind of single target focus on the relics when there's like 30 mobs and you just try to survive, that is like when a team does that, I always think, okay, they have this practice like a lot and they are really good at what they're doing, because focusing the correct relics down in pools like these, that is crazy.
Yeah, it's very impressive. And I think that's maybe also one of the reasons why you want to bring that Demon Hunter, just because it's like very good target damage, whereas Warlock and Hunter in general just like to kind of put out an AoE carpet of DPS onto everything. So if you have a Havoc Demon Hunter, just like demons fighting the right relic, then maybe that's the trick here. But yeah, they finished nearly everything here. Now they only have to deal with the boss ads that have spawned and are targeted onto Timber. We're actually getting a player cam coming in here while we finish off Tredota. 100% on trash count. We don't need anything else, and I really like this time from them. I was thinking maybe we're gonna park between like 14 and 15 minutes, so it's looking like around 15 minutes. Really cool.
Yeah, that was really speedy, and I'm still impressed by the Ingra like one phase. It wasn't like a full one phase, I still had to finish off the boss afterwards. But yeah, that was just a crazy amount of single target damage, and I'm sure they perfectly planned out everything to make sure every single player has their damage completely min-maxed to be able to do that. So that was very impressive by Donuts and Despair. Well played.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah. Donuts and Despair definitely crushing it in their first dungeon of the series. But again, like what would you expect from the number 2 seed, right? And that was fast. It wasn't Echo fast, but again, different week, different affixes, so that's going to play into it as well. But still, dominating victory.
Inspiring in different paths in the maze, definitely change up your path a lot. I actually really like the Havoc Demon Hunter pick from both of these teams. I'm interested to see how much damage it did, but we've seen a lot of Rogue this season.
A lot.
But the Havoc Demon Hunter kind of fills a similar damage profile where it's like a lot of single target damage, and they also bring Chaos Brand, and they also have a decent bit more. It's not like utility in the exact same way because Rogue has a single target. I think it's a lot better for Ingram Alloc, just
then
with how
that must be the
set
reason,
up.
right? To be able to one-phase it, that must be the reason why they bring it.
I mean,
we
on
see
a
the DPS
23
right now,
tyrannical,
right?
yeah. Oh yeah.
It's not super bad. Like, Havoc definitely has a place, but of course when you see it next to the Warlock and the Hunter, you always think like, what is this class doing, right? But like you said, Tuddles, there is this specific damage profile that you're looking for that can give us this single target damage, that can specifically target out certain relics, that kind of stuff.
I mean, it's similar. It brings like a very similar niche to Rogue with how it's dealing damage, not necessarily like because Rogue is Shuriken Storming Eviscerating on AoE to like priority down a mob. Demon Hunter's gonna be filling like a similar niche, and it's just I think it comes down to like how valuable is that Chaos Brand, how much damage is that going to really be providing for you. We didn't have too terribly much to talk about in regards to highlights for this dungeon. I just thought it was super interesting how Donuts and Despair, they left the inspired mob on this pole trapped. And so then whenever they do kill Mistcaller off, all of the mobs that are in combat with them, they'll despawn. And so we've seen teams mess this up sometimes where they'll just lose count. But on an Inspiring week, they didn't want the Inspired mob on top of Mistcaller. It was going to be hurting them more than it was going to be helping. They would have to like CC it or do other things to make sure they were able to kick the patty cake. And so I thought it made a lot of sense. Beyond that, this was kind of just like a really clean run from Donuts and Despair. They didn't have any deaths. No really noticeable mistakes that they were making. Maybe there was a little bit of healing. from the Staghorn at the end, but at the end of the day, this looked like a really solid run from a number 2 seed.
Yeah, when you see huge pulls like that at the end, Tridova, with all those mobs and like 23 Tyrannical, and it goes just fine. Like, they didn't even have a single death that I recall. So easy 1-0 for Donuts in Despair, and our next dungeon is going to be Tazavesh Streets. So and that's I think we're on a 21 this week for that, right? So it might be going very quickly.
22, I think, but still.
22? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very quick. The only thing that they're going to have to really watch out for is that Sanguine Affix that we're going to see in Streets. But as I said earlier, I do think it's a pretty open dungeon. So it should be fine to be able to deal with Sanguine. The one thing that can be dangerous is when you pull a lot of trash onto bosses, which is something we see a lot in Streets, right? We see mobs being snapped to the last boss, we see mobs being pulled on top of the male boss, mobs being pulled on top of the first boss as well. So if you have Sanguine there, then that can be very dangerous. But if you handle it really well, then it should work out. And yeah, I do think it can be really quick.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, especially with Tyrannical, it's a lot nicer to have than if this key was fortified, because if it was fortified Sanguine, I would essentially worry a little bit about the starting room and around the first boss, where there's just really, really dangerous trash and not a lot of space to deal with it, even with Sanguine despawning, but like... Yeah, so it being tyrannical, I think, is really helpful here.
So, looking at the time trials, Donut Streets was 1301, and again, the time trial dungeon version of this is going to be a little bit easier than this, so probably going to be a bit higher. But still, some of the fastest times we saw in the time trials are the number 2 seeds. So, it'll be interesting to see kind of how they decide to go through it compared to some of the other teams we've had. So, I'm trying to recall.
There's a lot of jank tech in Streets.
Yeah.
There's a lot of jank tech in Streets too. That's
it can be.
So
yeah.
not only the stuff that we've seen from the previous couple of MDI weekends, there are also apparently walls that you can blink through to start RP early. And there's a lot of other stuff as well. I'm interested to see like if Donuts in Despair is just going to do kind of similar to the standard MDI stuff that we saw from the past couple of weekends, or if they're going to be maybe even implementing some new tech, because there's a lot of weird stuff that's in this dungeon. Just because it's new and a lot of teams don't really know how to deal with it. So I think that every single weekend we're seeing the meta evolve a little bit more. It's not a ton, but I'm interested to see if Donuts in Despair have their own take on this dungeon at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that other teams have been saying is like, we don't want to show our Streets strats. And I think some are still holding some stuff back. So maybe Donuts and Despair are coming in with something new. I would love that. I'm not sure if they want to show it on day 1, if they have something. I think you probably want to play the safe and then show it in day 2 or day 3, where they would be a little bit more scared that they could lose it. I think they're pretty confident in this matchup, to be honest.
I think based on the way that first map went, they definitely should be. So we'll see if Nordics can put up a bit of a fight. They've still obviously got the lower bracket to have a second chance at things if things don't go well today. But for now, Donuts in Despair going for that 2-0.
Yeah, and if both of the teams did their homework, then they actually could have looked at Echo's strategy, because in Group A, which was Echo's group, they actually had very similar affixes in this dungeon. They had the same key level, and they also had Tyrannical. They did have Inspiring instead of Sanguine, so definitely a little bit different, but not a major difference. I would say that the Echo strategy can kind of be copy-pasted as a blueprint into their dungeon here. I think so. And it was really quick. It was a 14 minutes 34 clear, and it looks like Donuts in Despair are not copy-pasting though, as they are not doing this big pull that we saw Echo do here in this room, where they just pulled everything. They're just going with the right side. So they pulled everything on the right side, but they left the left side, and they also didn't pull that mini-boss either yet.
Yeah, so I think, again, maybe just going into it a little bit safer here. as they're not too worried about the matchup. I would say we're going to see them pull the left side here and get those extra relics. And then I think, yeah, we're just going to pull into the boss here. So nice big pulls centered around, like the mini boss centered around Sophex are doing a lot for them here. And we will probably also add the trash that's in the far left corner once the rest here has died and the boss is a little bit more down in HP.
Okay, so I lied. So they did pull the mini boss in that first pull, right? Yeah, because this is the actual boss. So they actually had engaged the mini boss on the previous pull, and they even used Bloodlust for that first trash pull, which is interesting, right? Because it is tyrannical. So committing Bloodlust for a trash pull like that is definitely interesting. Maybe they felt like they have to use Bloodlust really early in the dungeon to get it back later, but that would mean that they're incredibly fast. So we'll see about that.
Yeah, I mean, right, they're not expecting a time around 20 minutes. They would expect a time around 10 minutes then if they need to use it at the very start. Just to clarify that. But I do think a little bit is also coming back to this trash, even on Tyrannical, is not the easiest. It's plus 22. And maybe if you use it at the start, we just saw them kill Vi, that gives them the extra haste buff, so you don't necessarily need the Bloodlust before that. So just playing around it really smart, making sure you have it earlier if you have, you know, that kind of Exodia run where you get through really, really quick. So you can make use of a second Bloodlust. But on the other side of the screen, we are seeing RG Nordics, who are now fighting the mini-boss, and after that, they will also be able to start the first boss fight.
And you can see Donuts and Despair definitely are struggling a little bit to not get the boss to heal here from Sanguine, right? They've engaged this pack a while ago, and they had to drag the boss almost back to the entrance of this room because the mobs were really low HP. And you can see the boss actually, I think, got one tick there, but either way, the boss did go down. But yeah, Sanguine definitely not easy if you constantly want to pull trash on top. And you can see the Woe Relic has been killed quite a long time ago, so they still have some of the buff left. But not sure if it's going to be enough for them to actually engage the event as well. You can see Timber is going to be running forward. Yeah, exactly. So they're doing something similar we've seen Echo deal here, where the healer just runs forward, pulls the event, and then everyone else deals with this trash mech in the meantime.
Yeah, here we see Timber in the corner on the little fox, and Yip is just super stable there, healing himself, not going to be too worried about anything. Wamplet is still available, but Cryptix goes into Scithe here. I think it was either the bolt or a frontal. I couldn't see it quick enough, but went down there, actually died in the Scithe, I think, then 2 bolts.
This is really bad.
Timber now back with the group.
Yeah, because you can see there's so many ranged casters that are not gathered up with the rest of the group. They're just casting from the side. And now a bunch of Sanguine heal went off. You can see 1.26 million Sanguine healing because some of the mobs didn't get interrupted. They were just missing the damage from Cryptix, but it looks like they've recovered. So they should be fine as they use that Battle Rest to get Cryptix back up from the DK. So it looks like they're fine. While Timber is dealing... Oh, they actually have their healer deal with the trade goods here. Usually we see the Demon Hunter do this, but for them it's actually Timber, and they have their Woe Relic, right? So they're not going to be engaging the Strong Arm.
I don't think so. I do want to highlight that Timber is running that Priest Legendary Transmog on the staff there from Legion. And maybe that's a hint to Black Recall this weekend. I would love it. I'm just going to copium this theory because that's what I would like to see. But yeah, Donuts and Despair still on that pole. There's one of the wise guys in the background. One of them fully healed earlier, like you were saying, Nagura. And now Timber is back with the group, but they still need to finish it up here. They lost a bunch of time due to that death and also how long this pole took here.
Yeah, definitely lost a lot of time. I don't think they have too much to worry about because RG Nordics is still fighting the first boss on their side. And of course, this is, again, the number 1 seed of this group versus the last seed of this group. So it's kind of expected that Donuts and Despair is much quicker. But still, if you make these kind of mistakes, you can maybe get away with it this time for this matchup, right? But if you want to stay in the upper bracket, then you cannot make these kind of mistakes against other groups. So definitely have to make sure they look at what went wrong and fix it for next time. But thankfully, they did manage to recover, which is also a good sign for the team. Things didn't fall apart completely and they had to like full vibe or whatever. They managed to get the rest out, they managed to recover, and that's also a good sign. So they're now in the mail room and dealing with all of that trash in that area, constantly moving it in to make sure the Sanguine is not affecting them in this room.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Nagura, I think today is still kind of feeling out the water and seeing how we do for all of these teams, to be honest. And if they run into errors like this tomorrow, it's going to be a tough time to stay in that upper bracket. Then on the other hand, I feel like I was saying earlier, RG Nordics and the other lower seeded teams, I feel like they can pick up a lot just playing against these higher seeded teams, and maybe they can even give them a harder time in the following days. But Donuts and Despair are doing that postmaster, and as we've seen in previous cups, we are using these little haste bubbles from the Male Elemental to just get a little bit of extra haste buff, trying to stand in it here. There's also the Vi Interceptor just shooting around randomly, but we're gonna kill that now. And we have another Male Elemental here that should be dying soonish, so we never try to stack those haste buffs, just do them one by one and get a continuous haste buff throughout the fight.
Now we're gonna see all the bombs being thrown to Timber here, one after the other. Has to be really quick to make sure. Ooh! Everyone is just throwing the bombs, and Timber's like, hey guys, calm down. Yeah, I need to heal as well. As everyone's dropping quite a bit low, but did manage to recover through all of the bombs into that vent. And now, as you said, the other haste bubble has been spawned, but unfortunately, because it's Sanguine, it's actually creating the bubble, but also the Sanguine pool underneath.
Mm-hmm.
And the bubble is just barely bigger than the Sanguine pool, so that's why they're standing on the side of it. So they still get the haste buff, but they don't stand in the Sanguine. But yeah, that's a little bit of an unfortunate combo with the Affix and the bubble.
Yeah, but they managed to finish off that boss still on that one death that we saw earlier. And now RG Nordics are doing the little bazaar. RP, we see Cinnamon in the corner running around trying to start it. And we should be pulling the Postmaster soon enough from Demon Hunter. Demon Hunt XT, I'm sorry. Yeah, Demon Hunt XT, you have to remember that name, it's very creative. So yeah, it looks like Donuts and Despair are killing off another Woe Drifter. Oh no, yeah, you can see a lot of Sanguine healing going off for RG Nordics here again. Some of the maps are really hard to move, especially because you also don't play a comp that has many movement abilities compared to Donuts and Despair having the DK, right? You have the Mash Grip, you have the Single Grip, while RG Nordics with that Vengeance Demon Hunter, they really only have like the Shining Force, which is and
not always the best
grip?
ability to use. Yeah, and
maybe the Sigil
Grip,
Grip. So that would work as well, but yeah, it has a rather high cooldown compared to like the single target grip from a Blood DK. So definitely a little bit more unfortunate. And we see Yip just running around getting some additional trash count before they go down into the, what is it called? The Oasis?
Oasis? Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Oh, they actually, did they get the mini boss? And an Enforcer?
Ooh, that's a scary pull.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So they pulled the Warden, like the Gatekeeper that is standing in front of the last boss's teleporter, and they also pulled an Enforcer. Which just mean that they're gonna have a 20% damage increase, or is it 30? 20 or 30 on all of the mobs around. Yeah. So they have all of this damage increase on the mobs because the Enforcer applies that buff to everything around it. But it also applies a buff that they do 20% more damage to everyone. That's why Timber and Anarchy just dropping so low there to all that damage coming out. And now Sanguine pools are sitting everywhere. You can see 680k Sanguine healing going off for Donuts and Despair here as well. So this is definitely not easy for them to handle. But if it works out, it's going to be very efficient because of that 20% damage increase, really making sure that you deal with this boss quicker.
Yeah, not only is there Sanguine, but also the mini-boss does these kind of sparkly orbs everywhere, and it connects two players that have to run away from each other. So they are really in a little bit of spacious trouble, but they were able to finish off the Warden, and now they can just continue doing the trash of the Oasis boss. And I really, really love the strat. It's of course very dangerous to kind of put that Enforcer together with the mini boss and then the additional trash that might come. But it's super efficient if you can pull it off, and I love seeing how they did that.
Yeah, and they're up to 100% trash now. 11 minutes into the dungeon, and they only have bosses left. They have to do this boss, the Grand Menagerie, and the last boss, but it's just back-to-back-to-back bosses. They also have Bloodlust available now. I would assume they're just saving it for whichever boss they think it's the most usage on. But it's also interesting to see that they're not gonna pull that Enforcer onto the last boss anymore, right? Unless they want to go overcount. Because in my opinion, it's useful to get an Enforcer on the last boss, right? Getting the 20% damage increase. But maybe earlier when they wiped, actually Ninja pulled something.
Yeah,
maybe that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just going overcount basically, and it's just not intended.
Yeah, I would. So just from routing, I think that would be the case here. I'm also a little bit surprised that with the very early Bloodlust timing that we saw from Donuts and Despair, that they didn't decide to kind of Bloodlust the Warden at Enforcer pull that they just did. I mean, yes, it's tyrannical, and you're probably only going to get a second Bloodlust, but I feel like it would make sense here, maybe. Just knowing that you might not want to go for the Enforcer for the final boss.
They definitely should. I think it's super worth it to go for the Enforcer with the last boss, right? Especially if you have the last save for it. I think the logical kind of explanation that I came up with in my head is that they really just like ninja pulled something earlier, an accident when they had this wipe, or they didn't wipe. They just had one death, right? And
they
maybe
had a little bit of
why,
pull.
Yeah, so maybe they still are gonna pull the Enforcer on the last boss. But usually they wouldn't be at 100% here. So yeah, maybe that's what happened. But we'll see later on. As RG Nordics did struggle a little bit on the male boss, did end up having a bunch of deaths here. But I think they managed to finish it off. Yeah, there we go. So thankfully they managed to finish it off. Have no battle rests left anymore. Though as their healer went down a few times. And yeah, they're just struggling a little bit, but at least they're playing somewhat clean, right? They have the 5 deaths, which didn't cost them too much, I would say, overall. Like, it's not that they had a full team wipe or anything. So I think RG Nordics is playing safe enough and clean enough for their position in this matchup.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I think it's also very scary to kind of, be the first team to play in a cup, and then to be forced to play against the most dangerous team of said cup. So I do want to credit that to them, that maybe their nerves are already a little bit more jitterish than they would normally be due to those kind of external factors. And then I think they're doing a really good job for how they came into the tournament, being like the second to last seed. I think it's very, very strong what we're seeing right now. Of course, not as quick as Donuts and Despair, but definitely a lot more efficient and quicker than most people would be able to pull off.
I'm looking at the Demon Hunter camera and the RG Nordic side, and it's so funny how the Demon Hunter is holding the trade goods. It's just like as if he's holding it on his like neck, you know? Yeah,
he's biting into it because Demon Hunters are edgy like that.
I would not be surprised if that's what they choose to do.
I mean, I'm a Demon Hunter player. I can tell you that's how it's done.
Yeah,
just
you're
carry
it
by your teeth. Well, that comes with the class. So, Donuts and Despair are back on a boss. This time, we are in the Menagerie, we are on Acolyte, and RG Nordics are looking to kind of close the gap. They have played that roleplay, and they're also on the way to the Menagerie, but there goes a grip into the Sanguine, and the Sparkcaster is healed for a lot here. We are a little bit of scared by the HP bars right now. Danelocks especially taking so much damage, but Kavisa is able to top them off and make sure they don't go down here. But here comes 2 more Sanguine Puddles into the Peacekeeper's beautiful cage coming out from one of the Demon Hunters here to make sure that Peacekeeper stops casting and moves out of the field. But it has already healed for quite a lot, so they're just going to drag it onto the boss here.
Yes, I've been looking at Donuts in Despair a little bit because we have seen Echo had like this really cool trick in this area where they would basically leave a Woe Drifter outside, make sure that they are de-aggroed by using Shadow Melt and Feign Death from the Havoc Demon Hunter plus the Hunter. And then afterwards, while they're fighting this boss, they kind of had a pet from the Warlock just wait outside the whole time, and then the pet pulled that Woe Drifter to make sure they have that side. And I've been looking to see if I can find Cryptic's pet anywhere, to see if it's actually there, just in case they do the same strategy. And I haven't really seen it, but it's also like really hard to spot the pet because they're usually behind the boss. And I don't see a Woe Drifter come in, so it looks like they're not doing this strategy. But not sure if they just decide to not do this right now, or if they generally never planned on doing this. It's really hard to tell, right? Because
I mean, to be fair,
they can save so many strategies if they want to. Right?
Yeah, they definitely can do that. But I am seeing a Ghoul and the Hunter pet behind the boss, and I didn't see the Fell Hunter. So I'm not sure where it is, but I couldn't find it.
Oh yeah,
maybe it was just not even summoned. There was an imp, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so you use an imp to magic dispel the debuff, because there's this debuff that gets applied to 2 players, right? And the healer can mass dispel one stat, but then only has 1 dispel for the other stat. So using the imp for dispel makes sense. And it looks like they're not pulling the Enforcer.
I was gonna say, you could see Cryptix put down a demonic circle, but he was walking towards the boss here, so if they wanted to pull an Enforcer here, he would have to go down and actually pull it and port back up. But it doesn't seem like that's what they're going for. They're just gonna pull So Ask Me like this, gonna pop Bloodlust here, and they have shown what they can do in terms of like pure single target blast in the Mist Key. So I don't think the boss will give them too much trouble here. Maybe they just decided to, with the kind of trash count being at 100% already, that they don't have to go for it. They can just, play it down like this and don't need to enter any additional risks, I guess.
Yeah, but looking at the time, right, we're 18 minutes, almost 19 minutes into this dungeon. And if we compare this to Echo's time, who had very similar affixes, then it's 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes slower, actually. So I do think that Donuts in Despair either are holding back a lot because they know that RG Nordics is so far behind, and they're the last seed, so they can just, hide some of their strategies. Or it's also possible that Donuts in Despair maybe doesn't have this dungeon in their route through the dungeon that many times, right? So they just say, okay, we need to play good enough so we beat RG Nordics, but we don't necessarily need to practice it that much because maybe in the other dungeon pools throughout the upper bracket, this dungeon isn't actually there that often. But we would have to double check that with the dungeon pools. As Donuts in Despair is finishing off So Ask Me now. And yeah, what a clean run. They had this 1 death on their Warlock, but the miss earlier was 0 deaths, and really, really clean by Donuts in Despair, making sure they're winning their first series against RG Nordics.
That's right. Nothing. I don't see any despair really in Donuts and Despair. It seems more like just donuts and joy. I don't know. I was trying to think of like a positive word that started with D, but I can't think of one. Like a
donuts
happiness
and
word.
destruction.
Donuts and destruction. That's perfect. Yeah, that's right.
Keys. Boom.
They absolutely destroyed those keys. That's perfect. All right, they'll have to change their name. Donuts. Well, I was thinking about like a positive thing, like donuts. Maybe donuts and
destruction
destiny.
Can be positive. What do you mean?
Yeah, sure.
Or if you get hit by the
destruction warlock, then it's positive. Yeah.
Why not?
If you get hit by the frontal, it's donuts and deconstruction.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, there we go.
If you want to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs, and a lot of mob eggs were broken. I don't know, by Donuts in Despair. I don't know where I'm going with this. Either way, they got the 2-0 win over RG Nordics. Nordics obviously have a chance down the lower bracket, but man, Donuts in Despair looking really good in their first series here on MDI.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a couple mistakes. There was like some sanguine healing in the pull after the first boss, but realistically, Donuts in Despair looked about as expected. Their pathing was really good. RG Nordics, I thought that they showed a lot of promise and a lot of potential if they were able to kind of string together some of their runs and have a little bit more practice. They ended up looking pretty good, but Donuts in Despair is our second seed. Doing pulls like this into the first boss, not like having pretty much minimal sanguine healing on a pull like this is crazy. I didn't necessarily know that this pull was doable. Especially on Sanguine until I saw them do it. Then they had a couple of issues with some of the healing after the first boss, just with like some of the Sanguine packs, those mobs getting stuck in the Sanguine over and over again. And I thought that this was like really cool how they were dealing with these the throwing of the briefcases on Donuts in Despair side, just Timber standing there, everybody lobbing them into him, and then him stacking back up for the Postmaster. And then this was like one of the last super cool things. This was like the final trash pull that they needed in this dungeon. They snapped the mini boss. So we don't see Commanders of Far pulled basically ever, because it's really okay. So first off, not the most efficient mob. It's not that bad, but it's not super efficient. It's also really obnoxious for melee to be able to deal with, because it like drops like these circles that are on the ground as well. That pull is really sketchy, but Donuts in Despair made it look really solid. And I mean, they were able to take down the series 2-0, and they looked about as expected, is how I would describe it. So really good.
Hey, how far would you say they pulled that commander to get him there? They pulled him so far.
Oh, no,
That's right.
no.
That's right. I'll be here all weekend. I'll be here all weekend, ladies and gentlemen.
Noah.
You're welcome. Donuts in Despair.
Great. It was great. Thumbs up.
Thank you. Support is nice once in a while. RG Nordics down to the lower bracket. They will face somebody else at some point tomorrow. Meanwhile, our next match is going to be Ethical versus Alpha Brawl. But wow, Donuts in Despair looking like a shoe-in right now. We'll see if anyone's quick enough to take them down later. But I don't know. What do you think, Negro? Do you think the rest of this group is going to be a bit closer? Do you think we're going to see some kind of the cream rise to the top, as it were, for the rest of these matches today?
It's really hard to tell, honestly, because I think that Donuts in Despair, in Mist, it looked really good. I think that was a really good dungeon. But this street ski, I think this ski can be done a lot faster. Like, I'm not sure if they held back or if it was like a different reason. But like 19 minutes, I don't think that's fast for the affixes that they have in this dungeon. I think it can be done in probably like 15, 14 something. So I do think that there's like other teams can do this dungeon quicker. And as I said earlier, I think teams like Ethical, Womegalul, and Sloth, I think they all have a very huge potential to take down Donuts in Despair if this is like their normal showing. Of course, I'm not really I don't know Donuts in Despair as well as a team, because this is like their first time competing with this kind of setup with those 5 people. So I'm not sure if this was like their normal kind of speed, or if they're going to be much quicker, right? It's hard to tell from this very first series.
What do you think needs to change then?
Well, to answer that question, I think where it went wrong for them is that pull where we saw Timber walk away, and then they had so much sanguine healing, and also their Warlock, which is like the main DPS source, went down, and I think they also overpulled there. So if I had to kind of destruct that key, as we were saying, then that was definitely the breaking point where I think they lost a lot of time, and they could have finished that pull like a minute quicker at the least.
Yeah, I still think their route was not good though, right? Like,
you think their route was bad?
Yeah,
I really liked the pull with the Warden and the Enforcer into Oasis.
I didn't like it.
But I think they started the event too late. So I think they should have started the event when they started that poll. So I'm not sure if they wanted to start it, but forgot to do it. Like, you started it, right?
I don't
No,
know.
I thought you were doing that, and then nobody started it.
Well, their boss order was
things.
weird. Their boss order was weird.
It's definitely a little bit
different. They didn't pull an
yeah.
enforcer onto the last boss, which would have made a lot more sense than to pull it onto the Oasis. Right? And then they didn't have the Woe relic onto the Menagerie, which we saw Echo do, and that's obviously very quick. And they could have switched the map order as well. I don't know. I think there's a lot of things they could have done different, but it's possible that they just didn't want to show it, right?
True. Maybe they were doing the basic route, the basic route to fool the competition or something like that. I don't know.
Elite route.
Well, there you go.
The MDI specific.
I didn't want to bring it out. I didn't want to bring out the Dratnos route. Yeah, we're only getting started. That's right. But we're going to take a quick break, everybody. When we come back, our second match of the day, it's going to be Ethical versus Alpha Brawley here on MDI. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome everybody to the Mythic Dungeon International. I am Doa, and with me today to start things off are Zyronic, Nagura, and Makes. And today's a big day. Today's Saturday. Today we have 6 matches, 4 of which are elimination matches. So it's going to be a very exciting time. I think this group is going to be very competitive. Should be fun. How's everybody doing today? Zyronic, how you feeling?
Doing great. Gained some LP. Climbing towards Grandmaster. Feeling good.
Okay. All right. There it is. It's out there. Well, let's take a look at our bracket.
Asked.
Here's what we've got.
You meant Mythic score, right?
I did ask.
That's what you were talking about.
M plus grade, of course.
LP.
Well, we've got some upper bracket matches. We've got some lower bracket matches. We've got some upper bracket teams that will go down to the lower bracket. We're going to figure out who those are first with Donuts and Despair versus Ethical, and then Womegalol versus Sloth, and then down, waiting, lurking below our RG Nordics Alpha Brawl. Team Weekend Mythic Meme Dream Team. Winner of those 2 matches go on to face the losers of our upper bracket matches. And then it's all eliminations. It's Happy Elimination Day. When I say Happy Elimination Day, I feel like I'm in one of those like the Hunger Games thing, or like some post-apocalyptic, like young adult fiction thing where it's like, what is it about young adult fiction right now where they all want to create like post-apocalyptic scenarios? That's not positive, is it? Anyway, it's gonna be some good matches. Nagura, who are your picks to make it through this weekend?
I'm just really excited for today, like especially the quarterfinals, the upper quarterfinals, because even though you might be excited for the eliminations, right? Because you have some weird thing going on, liking
kind of bloodthirsty,
teams to get eliminated or whatever.
Sure.
But I'm looking forward to the upper bracket games because I do think both the matchups that we have today are going to be really, really close. And I still think we don't necessarily have like a super clear favorite in this group compared to the other groups that we had before. Like last week, for example, I do think that Perplex and Monka were pretty, like, almost obvious that they're a little bit ahead compared to all the other teams. But I think this time around, both Womegalol and Donuts and Despair, I don't think they're super far ahead towards Ethical. So I actually think it's going to be really close between those 2 teams.
Yeah.
And we might see a first seed or a second seed even fall down into the lower bracket in the first 2 games.
And check it out, Black Rookhold is in the dungeon pool today. Now, I mean, obviously, I think a lot of teams are going to ban this one, Makes, but there's always a chance we might see it, right?
I mean, to be fair, in our Green Room Discord channel, Dratnos earlier posted a screenshot of Cryptics from Donuts and Despair asking if Dratnos had any Black Rookhold roots. So I'm really excited to see them go there. I'd be very here for it, to especially in the upper bracket. I think in the lower bracket there has been some devastation when it comes to the Legion dungeon, so I would prefer it stays in the upper bracket. But yeah, I would like to see some Sanguini quaking in Black Rookhold.
It's funny. It's only a 21, but then you look at it and it's Fortified Sanguine Quaking, which is it's kind of difficult for that particular dungeon. So, Zyronic, do you think we're actually going to see it?
I mean, I hope so. It'd be a really fun one to cast. I'm just trying to think. I mean, if Cryptics needed a Black Rookhold route, I probably still have my old MDI routes. Hold on.
Well, okay.
Black Rookhold route.
Come on.
Why does production got to troll us like that? All right.
Dude.
Well, both teams banned it.
Nice things.
Both of them.
I'm so disappointed. Well, today's ruined. All right, I'm out of here. Goodbye. See you. No, I'm just kidding. I'll stick around, I guess. 24 Tazavesh Gambit is where we start things off. That's going to be a bit spicy with Bursting Storming, and then we're going to the other side and then Necrotic Wake. This will be the first Gambit that we've seen this weekend.
Yeah. I actually think this Gambit is really difficult because it is a 24, and we've seen a 24 the first weekend, and people either banned it, and if they didn't ban it, there were a lot of wives and a lot of deaths overall in the dungeon. So I wonder what's going to happen this time around.
Especially with like the entrance area with all of the murlocs, and there's like bursting and fortified involved. Very scared for these teams.
Yep.
Now, Donuts in Despair had a total of 1 death across 2 dungeons yesterday. They lost somebody in Mists, but that was it. They didn't lose anybody in... no, they lost someone in Streets, nobody in Mists. So they had a really clean run, a really clean victory over RG Nordics yesterday. So we'll see how they do there. Ethical on the other side, they got a Halls and the Theater of Pain. A little bit messier, That was the 52 death Alpha Brawl match. That was an exciting one yesterday, but hey, it happens to the best of us, right? But yeah, so we'll see. I feel like, do we lean towards Donut and Despair here? This one still seems fairly even, but maybe people disagree with me on that.
I'm always a fan of being for the underdog, to be honest. So I kind of want Ethical to take this, but I do think both of these teams are really strong going into this.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call them necessarily an underdog, because they're the lower seed, of course, but I do think Ethical is a more veteran team, right? Like, they have been competing in the MDI before, while Donuts and Despair are more of a new team, I would say, compared to them. So even though they came in with the higher seed, Ethical has more experience. So I do think they're pretty even, and from yesterday's performance, Donuts and Despair probably played better, but I think this can really go either way.
I will see. I love the Donuts and Despair logo, by the way. It's like it's like if there was a Ghoul Donuts brand or something. That's what it would look like right there, basically. Fell magic.
I do love donuts.
And fantastic frosting. There you go. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm excited to see this dungeon. I love Gambit, both playing it and watching it in MDI, because you get some really fun pulls in the opening area. But do you think, Ironic, people are going to need to play this one a little bit more conservatively because of the key level?
Yes and no. Gambit's a really interesting key where the actual trash mechanics themselves aren't necessarily too dangerous until you get to the last room of the dungeon. There's a lot of tank damage in the first 2 sections of the dungeon, but as long as you're getting specific interrupts, it's not too big of a deal. The big things to look out for are making sure you get stuns on all of the invigorating fish stick casts in the first section of the dungeon.
Yeah.
As well as pretty much making sure you're just kiting out those captains once they get their Super Saiyan buff in the second part of the dungeon. But I imagine we're going to see some pretty interesting stuff from Donuts and Despair. I'd almost guess that we're going to see a strategy very similar to what we saw from Monka last weekend, if I had to throw out what I thought would happen in this dungeon here.
Okay. Now, if I recall correctly, they were doing things like pulling the big lightning dudes, which I'll say because I can't remember the name of them. Those guys in the hallway, they were pulling some of them into the first boss room. Oh, we're restarting the key real quick, too. Seems like there was a little bit of an error getting started here, so we've got a couple more seconds to chat about it. But that does seem like what the standard is going to be, because if you can sort of separate those packs, pull 2 out in the opening area, and then pull the other 2 onto the boss, or we saw all 4 pulled onto the boss, I think, once last week. You can get it done a lot quicker, obviously, but, there is that element of danger there as well, because those do a lot of AoE damage.
I also think we saw a lot of issues the first weekend when the key was also 24 fortified with just the Goliaths, like those big giants in the first area, because they do an AoE, and the more they casted AoE, the more damage you take from it, and that was a big issue for the first group. So if one person dies to something, then you won't have enough damage to finish off the Goliath, and then all of a sudden they cast another AoE that you didn't think they're gonna cast, and then it's all of a sudden one-shotting you because you already have 2 debuffs. And especially because this group also has bursting as an affix, it can overlap with like the bursting ticks plus the AoE from the Goliath, and then that can be very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first area in this dungeon especially, maybe also the area before the Pirate Dragon boss, but especially those Murlocs are going to be where it comes down to how efficient can you deal with a lot of mobs without dying, basically. So it's going to be really, really hard for these teams to time everything right. Maybe we're going to see some great relics coming and give them that extra kind of healing, something we have been seeing yesterday from teams, where if they have the relic and they want to do it, they time it in a way where the group gets huge chunks of damage and then automatically through that buff heals back up. I think that's pretty great, but I don't really like playing, as you called them, the lightning dudes. Doa,
Yeah,
I think
lightning
if you
dudes.
play them, then you have to play them with something else, and they kind of take very long to deal with, and it's fortified, so you might just want to pick up a little bit more Murlocs.
True enough.
I do think I agree with you generally, but if you can pull them on top of the boss, I think it makes sense because the boss is immune for a while, right?
Yeah,
so if you
fair.
can hit the Guardians while the boss is immune, then it's still pretty efficient. But either way, we are in the key, and it looks like Ethical is running Windwalker versus Donuts in Despair running the Rogue. So we already have a little bit of a difference here. Also Black Decay versus Vengeance Demon Hunter. And both of them doing a really big pull as they go into this key. This is gonna be a lot of incoming damage. Also, Donuts in Despair immediately committing the Bloodlust here, while Ethical is holding on to it.
I think it's really smart just to instantly slam that Bloodlust, to be honest, because like we were saying, this is the most intense area of the dungeon. You can even see Timber slamming that Symbol of Hope, so Personals come back up and the group will survive here. They still have the Bloodlust now, which I think is less ideal, so ideally you would have wanted to use the full duration, but they now go on to the second pull, and Ethical is also following up. Keep in mind, this dungeon is really short, so most of the time you will only get 2 Bloodlusts in general, so it makes sense to commit it pretty early to have it up again around the 10-minute marker.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look out for Ethical to see what they really saved that Bloodlust for. Maybe it's a similar pull on the second boss where they just want to pull the whole room together. We're gonna have to see. But both teams doing another big pull right after that first one, just gathering up a lot of Murlocs again without a Goliath this time around. So they just, again, want to make sure they dropped all of those fish stick casts to make sure that doesn't come out. And I do think Donuts in Despair has a little bit of an easier job dealing with that because of the Rogue, right? In comparison to having the Windwalker. Because Windwalker has a lot of AoE kind of utility with the Ring of Peace and with the AoE stun, but that's not going to be as useful as the single target stuns that Rogue provides for this starting area, I would say, when it comes to the fish stick cast.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I'm just spying. Oh, Timber goes down here for Donuts and Despair. Instantly clicks away the Angel and takes the Battle Rust to be up and ready for the team again. But it looks like some of the casts are getting through on Donuts and Despair's side. Boone now also running from Timber, trying to DPS them down. They are picking up that Woe Drifter, so to me a sign that they're ready to move on after this pack. Same goes for Ethical as they finish up their pull, also picked up that Woe buff and should be moving on towards the boss area.
Yeah, it looks like both teams were doing incredibly similar pulls. Except Donuts in Despair somehow managed to gather 7% more trash percentage than Ethical did. So that means that Ethical is going to have to pull something extra, while Donuts in Despair can skip some trash. And it was the similar time as well. Donuts in Despair did lose a player, of course, with that death on their healer, so that's going to be a 5 seconds differential in favor of Ethical. And now both of the teams look like they're pulling some trash on top of the next boss as well. Some Guardians being pulled on Donuts in Despair's side, they're coming in just now, while Ethical looked like they were setting up something. So I'm not sure if more trash is going to come in for them, or if they just decided that they don't need any extra trash here.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna come down to what else can you pull in, I think, the final room, maybe together with the boss. We have seen some pretty, I would say, scary pulls coming from teams into that final boss together with some of the casters on the left and the right side. But, I mean, I prefer picking up the trash early for this boss here, just because the trash that you can pick up in the earlier stages of this dungeon is not as scary as the one in the final area. So to me, I think that would be a little bit smarter. I'm just looking to see if these teams can nuke this boss before it goes into the face a second time.
I really like Donuts in Despair's strategy here, because they did finish off the Vi Relic, but then they didn't finish off the Interceptor until the boss went into the mission phase. And then they finished off the Interceptor, getting the haste buff for the second phase. Well, Ethical finished off the Relic to get the cooldown reduction early on, and then they didn't have a buff for the second phase. So that's why the damage, you can see the HP difference between the bosses is much lower for Donuts in Despair, because they have this extra haste buff. So it really makes a lot of sense for them. I really like that decision to just delay that kill on the Interceptor.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Just using that time where you can blast, but slowly but surely, Donuts and Despair need to kill here. They have the Vault Purifiers coming in. One is trapped, one is kidneyed from what it looks like, and they are able to finish off the boss here. Now Ethical needs to catch up. They're a little bit behind on trash. They're also a little bit behind on that boss percentage. They also have dealt with the Purifiers with CCs, but the boss is running back, and it looks like it's going to go into the face for a second time. They are able to finish it off just in that very second before it goes immune again.
Oh. Wow, that was so incredibly close. I'm glad they made it anyway, because that would have been a big time loss. But yeah, I like the safe strategy by just killing off the Vi for Donuts in Despair, as they now just use the Shroud to skip past that early trash pack after the boss. And I think this is actually why they pulled more trash in the first area. So they can skip this pack. And I really like this. I think it's a good strategy. But Ethical, they are dealing with this trash pack. And I do think since they saved Bloodlust for all this time, I think they're going to be pulling everything in that next area on top of the boss, which might make them catch up to Donuts in Despair, because they are not pulling everything with the boss, they're just pulling the trash by itself.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is what you would expect them to do at this point. They won't be able to get 2 Bloodlusts anymore, like we were saying earlier. So they really need to go big for the next pull and make sure they use the full duration of that Bloodlust to catch up. I'm not sure if I really like skipping this trash pack, as there is a relic in there, and I feel like it's not super hard trash, so you could maybe drag it along while somebody already triggers the event or something. But I'm curious to see how Donuts and Despair is going to handle it here, and it looks like they're pulling the boss into the remaining trash. They did one of the groups beforehand, and the rest of it is now into Time Captain Hooktail, and that is also quite ambitious. Oh no!
This is such a big problem for them, because they pulled the whole trash of this room onto the boss immediately as they came in. They committed the Bloodlust as well, but 2 of the damage dealers died immediately. So now they did use 1 battle rest on their rogue, but that means they have no more battle rest for their other damage dealer, and now their tank is going down. And their whole route, their whole strategy was banking on this pull. They saved their last for this very moment, and 2 of their damage dealers went down as soon as they gathered at the pool, and it just all fell apart immediately. So now that's going to be an insane time loss for them. They cannot do the same pull anymore. They're going to have to go slow. They're going to have to do pack by pack. And this is just, I would say, like 2 to 3 minutes time loss for them, unfortunately. And yeah, they could have really caught up to Donuts in Despair if they would have executed this properly. But unfortunately, just not working out for Ethical.
Yeah, I mean, that's super devastating, right? If you plan everything around that huge pull where you full send everything, Bloodlust, all of your cooldowns, all of your defensives as well, you pulled all of the relics to set up for it, and then 2 of your DPS, I'm not sure if it was frontals or if they got aggroed or what happened exactly. Maybe Zyro can tell us later, but that's just so devastating. And I think at this point they know this as well. They had Chompy die here, Jack went down as well. They're just releasing, and that's another full wipe for Team Ethical. I don't think they're able to catch up at all at this point, to be honest. Donuts and Despair is finished with that second boss and will now move on to the final area of this dungeon. They still have a little bit of trash to clear and the final boss, which even still on Fortified, I think 24 final boss Gambit can be scary as well. So I'm curious if they are willing to pull something into it or if they just do it by themselves. But yeah, I'm very sorry for Ethical that it kind of went that way. Sometimes when you try to aim for something as risky and as rewarding as a pull like this, it just goes wrong, and well, that's the aftermath.
Yeah, things just continue to go wrong for Ethical. Of course, Chumpy on that Vengeance Demon Hunter just not having the cheat death available anymore. And yeah, just very unfortunate for them. But that pull on that 24-45, pulling that whole trash room into the boss is just so risky. And I know they can do it, otherwise they wouldn't have attempted it in the tournament, right? So they can definitely execute it. But it was just not working out for them. But yeah, Donuts in Despair, having to deal with this last trash room. And I do think that the message that Ethical had wiped maybe didn't go through to Donuts in Despair just yet. Because there is a delay in the broadcast, so they might have not even known yet. So that's why they are already engaging the boss. So you can see they engage the boss with the rest of the trash in this area. And there's even more trash left they might engage later on whenever the boss is in this immunity phase. So really nicely, really efficient how to deal with this trash in this last room.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. I think this is pretty big as a pull because Solia is not an easy boss even on Fortified. We are on plus 24, which is the highest the keys in the MDI go. So still a lot to look out for. There's going to be a drifting star coming through. They will be able to dodge it. And now they're finishing up on the trash here. New assassins will spawn. Here they are. And they need to deal with those as quickly as possible as well before they push the boss into the next phase. And then I think is where the boss fight actually gets really exciting. So I like that. I really like the utility of the Blood Decay here as well. Just noting that Donuts and Despair was running that Blood Decay Ethical with the Vengeance Demon Hunter. I think for those assassins and some of the other pulls as well, just having that single target grip is really, really nice.
Oh yeah, definitely. Having that extra grip makes, not only is it an interrupt, but it also helps in the first area as well when all the Murlocs, they enrage and they run away. And that can be so frustrating, especially in a 24 key, when the mobs have so much HP and they're just running around and they're running out of the Rain of Fires from the Warlock. So having mass grips and single grips to get the mobs back in is really efficient. I would say that the Vengeance Demon Hunter grip is just not as good as the Blood Decay grip. Just because it's like a shorter range and it has a setup time as well. It takes a couple of seconds to actually go off. Yeah. But either way, Donuts in Despair now engaging that last trash pack that we talked about earlier that they still need. And they are now committing the second Bloodlust that just came up again. So really efficient use of Bloodlust here. But they have to be very careful because this boss does a lot of damage to the group. And additionally, there's all of these projectiles coming in that you have to dodge that can one-shot you if you get hit by it.
Yeah, definitely. That's really, really scary to kind of go into that very moment where those stars explode and say, hey, let's just add some more nameplates, right? So really, really big plays coming out of Donuts and Despair here. They were able to pull that off very clean. Now finishing up on that trash. The last remaining bursting stacks come in. They need to use their little happy feet one more time to dodge those stars, but everything is well and they are able to do that. One more time, the arrows come in. They need to explode those little star geometrical forms. I'm actually not sure what we're calling these, but able to do that
Stars,
as well.
Relics, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. One death on the timer. That was the healer in the earlier Murloc packs, but looking really good from them. And the timer coming in around 13 minutes, I think, is very strong as well.
Yeah, this is a really fast clear with only that one single death they had earlier on that Holy Priest. So that's incredibly clean by them. 13 minutes and a couple of seconds. Yeah, Donuts in Despair really, really showing up today and showing that they are the #1 seed of this group. But I still think it's gonna really close series because if Ethical would have managed to do this pull, I think it would have been super close between them. But yeah, really well played by Donuts in Despair.
Yeah, that was incredibly fast by D&D, Donuts in Despair. I'm trying to look through to see if that was maybe our fastest Gambit yet. And again, you know, across different weeks, there's different key levels, different affixes. You can't really do like a one-to-one comparison, but it is neat to see just like how far people can push this. And for a 24, that was really fast.
Yeah, that was blazing fast, and I like to see that they're not just trying to completely net deck a route from a previous week and actually coming up with their own, which made sense for them here because you're going from a 22-20 to a 24 is a pretty significant jump, and you kind of have to come up with your own thing to do whenever that massive jump is coming out. And they played it perfectly. I mean, just the one death on one of their bigger pulls. But let's talk about that. What we saw from Monka last weekend was a 22 fortified where they only got to use one Bloodlust in an 11-minute key, but that Bloodlust enabled the second boss pull. Whereas on the 24, Donuts and Despair decided that it was more valuable for them to get 2 Bloodlusts off, one of them being used on this very first pack, and then one of them being used on the boss later on. And that enabled them to go for a pretty massive first pull. They got more count in their first trash pull, and it was a lot safer for them. Whereas over on the side of Ethical, they tried to go for this Monka pull, where they pull the entire boss room into Time Captain Hooktail, use the Bloodlust, and it just instantly goes wrong for them. These swirlies do full damage, unlike other swirlies in the dungeon that only do Mythic 0 damage. These ones will kill you, and they killed 2 people, instantly dying there at the beginning of the pull. Bloodlust can't help you when you're dead, unfortunately, and didn't happen for Donuts and Despair. They stayed alive pretty much the entire dungeon, aside from one minor angel activation, but they played it pretty clean. Pretty safe, even pulling trash in with the Bloodlust. Very, very clean dungeon from these guys, showing why they got the #1 overall time trial time in this dungeon. They really are a team to reckon with here.
Yeah, for sure. That is, they did it a couple seconds faster than our fastest 24 Solia's Gambit, which was from Baldy back in week number 1. They did a 13:15, and this one was slightly faster, just about 10 seconds or so quicker than that. So again, different affixes, but slight speed increase. Of course, week 2, we had the tyrannical one that was finished in 10 minutes, but that was only a 22. It was different, but either way, very, very quick. But the thing is I like what Ethical tried, because they knew they needed a big pull like that to catch up, so even though they died, they had that wipe, and that kind of ended the key for them. I think that was the right decision to go for that. Would you agree, Mix?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not so much that they were trying to do this pull to catch up. I think their strat for this whole dungeon was to do the pull.
Sure.
The indicator for that just being them holding back the Bloodlust. Because normally with Gambit being a dungeon that comes in between 11 and 16 minutes, you are only able to put in Bloodlust twice. Them saying, okay, we're only going to use it once, but then going to make it count, I think is a pretty risky technique. I'm not sure if I like it. I think I normally like risky rewarding attacks, but this one, there's just so much on that one single pull, and if something goes wrong, you not only need to have battle rests, but because it's such a short timer, you will only have that one battle rest, and you will have a very long walk from the spawn to where they are. So I think, yeah, maybe a little bit too risky to my liking.
Well, tried the risk, didn't pay off. We'll see if they can bring it back in our 23 The Other Side, Fortified Sanguine Grievous. It is going to be another tough dungeon, but we'll see. There's the chance, Can
we overrule Team Men's? Can we just force them to play Black?
I would love that. Could you imagine both
should
of
have
them?
a veto.
Both of them
down,
just going, nah, we're not going to play Black or Cold, and we're just giving them these keystones, going to say, yes, you are.
You know what would be funny?
I would be so here for that.
What if we made it so that if both teams banned the same dungeon, it would just be unbanned? They don't counter out each other's bans.
Ooh,
Sure.
I
love that.
Oh,
Can we make that a thing? Production?
That's all the players out there that are watching are like, no,
Dude, no. Why are
these
they doing
casters
this?
are the worst.
These casters hate us.
Both of these teams don't want to play the dungeon? Well, guess what? Now you will.
That's right. They are here to entertain us.
Hope you have a
But yeah,
triple range comp ready.
Luckily for them, it does not work that way. So Black or Cold will not be played. But we are going to The Other Side next. Yeah, it's I mean, I hope we see it. I really hope we see it.
Did you see that? It's like on
is
the
not agreeing
bottom
with
of the
us.
screen. Oh no.
You're supposed to be on our side.
Oh,
What do you mean?
it's cold. It's cold. Well, we're waiting for the other map to
you
load
should
up
be.
here.
You should
Yeah.
be sorry.
I was against it from the beginning, so I'm with the people on this one.
What do you mean with the people?
With the
Pretty
players
sure the
and the
viewers
fans.
would like to see Black or Cold, but we're gonna go into DOS instead.
I
Just as a
suppose.
reminder, this is Fortified Sanguine Grievous, so that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it will indeed. Well, fun for us.
Yes.
Again, that here for our amusement.
course.
Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah.
All
But it will be
right.
good. Oh, we're getting started already. All right, let's get into it. See if Ethical can tie things up.
All right, so it does look like we still have a difference in comp, where Ethical is running that Windwalker versus the Rogue on Donuts and Despair side. And I do think I like the Rogue more, but I'm not 100% sure because Sanguine really makes Windwalker valuable because of Ring of Peace, right? So I do think that the Ring of Peace is going to come in really handy later on in the Ardenweald area when you have Sanguine with those 20 million mobs that you pull on top of each other. But both of the teams did decide to pull this initial trash pack here, while it looks like Donuts and Despair finished it a little bit quicker, presumably because of the Rogue, because they had so much single target damage on this Warlord, while Ethical finished off all the trash really quickly, but now you have this Warlord left, and they just have to deal with that for so much longer because they're missing the focus target damage there.
Holo didn't use PI. I was just looking at the details, and it looked like Cryptix was completely annihilating that pack, whereas Shapelock, I mean, still Warlock DPS doing a lot of damage, but Holo Magic's PI didn't go on cooldown, if I saw that correctly, so just missing a little bit of extra DPS on that first pull of the dungeon, and now Donuts and Despair, as you said, is far ahead, has that Bloodlust already used. Once again, very early in the dungeon seems to be a thing they like doing. I love it personally, just completely blasting this pack here, and it's looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, Ethical also committing Bloodlust for the same pull on their side. They just reached it a bit later, and everyone else committing their offensive cooldowns as well. This is a pretty difficult pack because there's so many mobs in there that heal. You have all of these High Priests, and then you also have the Hexers as well that do cast that huge healing ability if you don't kill them or interrupt it. And eventually you just run out of interrupts, right? Because they cast it so many times. Having the Rogue probably gonna be, again, a little bit of an advantage for Donuts and Despair because they have more single target interrupts. But Ethical has more AoE damage. Look at the Windwalker damage on their side, right? They're already done with this pack and they're already moving on to a car, even though they dealt with the first pull much slower. So they caught up so much time here. But yeah, look at the Sanguine healing. Oof, 2 million for Donuts and Despair.
I mean, definitely something, right? You have the Shining Force from the Priest, you have the single target grip, and you have mass grip from the Blood Decay. And that's pretty much it. But like we said before, if, for example, the Warlock 4-piece decides to randomly stun at a very unfortunate time, especially with trash packs as big as this one, you can get very trolled by that genius DPS dealer that you're running.
Yeah, it's not RNG, right? You know when it's gonna happen, but if you don't use your Rain of Fire when the Blasphemy is gonna spawn from the 4-piece, then you're losing a lot of damage. And let's be honest, most Warlocks are not gonna hold back their stun just because they feel like, oh, it might heal with Sanguine. It's like, no, you're slamming that Rain of Fire and that Infernal is gonna spawn and stun everything, no matter if there's a Sanguine pull or not. But either way, having the Ring of Peace probably, again, helping out Ethical, right? So I think I like the Windwalker. I definitely see the Rogue being useful as well, with all of the single target damage and single target interrupts. But yeah, with Sanguine, having the Ring of Peace is really helpful.
Plus, like, keep in mind, those monks are able to do very big AoE damage, and there is still the Night Fae Wing, where I would assume teams go pretty big, even though it's fortified Sanguine. So I think we're really going to see the monk shine there.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I do think that the monk has a lot of AoE damage, has a lot of AoE control as well. And you can see, even on single target, it's not that bad. If you compare it to the rogue damage, it's not that insane of a difference. You can see Ethical did down Hakarna, they can already move on. They did not do this kind of tech, as we call it, with the relics, because they don't have the rogue. Now, this is something that we've seen Echo do initially, and then all other teams kind of adjusted to this strategy, where they go and see this High Priest, as you can see at Ethical's side, this trash bag that they're playing right now. This is something that most teams don't play, where they just blind the High Priest, then they engage the boss, and then the rogue is still in combat with the trash pack. So after the blind runs out, the relics and the High Priest will walk into the boss, and then they finish off the Woe relic, and that's exactly what Donuts and Despair are doing. You can see they have now the Woe buff, and they can skip the rest of this trash pack. Well, Ethical cannot do this strategy because they don't have the rogue on their side. So that means that Donuts and Despair is going to make up that time again, and now they're completely even. You can see both of them having the war relic, both of them running back out of this wing.
But Ethical, because they had to play that pack, have 1% more trash. So even though it is very small, right now they're just 1% in the lead. But they're gonna go down.
Even though it's such a small thing, it might actually make up a lot of time later if they have to do like one less pull or something, right?
I'm actually impressed. They're gonna go for the spirit together with everything else, whereas Donuts and Despair does not have the spirit in this big pack here. And you can see the damage on Ethical's party frame. Desperate Prayer is up. Everything is trying to stay alive at this very second as all of the damage comes in. The spirit is still alive. There's going to be a second rage cast, and now it's just flash healing for Holo, trying to keep the group just stable and around. Dark Pack now also being used by Shapelock. You know the incoming damage is serious when a Warlock presses their defensives, but they are able to finish off this pack right here, and I really like this.
I think this pull is definitely very efficient if you can pull it off. But now you can see that Donuts and Despair, because they didn't have to focus down that Enraged Spirit, they managed to be to focus down the Warlords a lot more, and therefore they're already done with the pool. They did also kill off that Woe Relic, so that means they can skip the rest of this trash in this area and move to the boss immediately, while probably also engaging this these sentient oils and then snapping them to the boss, so they have something efficient to cleave while on there. But yeah, Ethical is going to be ahead in percentage now, not only because of that extra the Son of Hakar they killed, but also because of the Enraged Spirit. So they are now 3% ahead in enemy forces.
Yeah, and you can see that Donuts and Despair have arrived at the mini-boss. Here comes the Sentient Oils. They snap to them like you said, and now Ethical is also on their way. I'm not sure if they engage the oils as well. I would assume that they would do that, but I didn't see anyone target them. So, doesn't look like they're coming.
Yeah, it is possible that they decided not to do that because it can actually be very risky. I think it was Perplexed actually that wiped to that very thing where they engaged the Sentient Oils, and then there was some mistake with the snapping. I think they snapped Wolf Disco on the Warlock to them, and then Wolf Disco died, and then they didn't manage to rest them because they had to finish off the oils, and then there was like a whole like 1 or 2 minutes time loss
chain
for them.
reaction, yeah.
So yeah, it was a really big loss. So if Ethical decided that it's too risky and they can get the percentage through some other means that is not going to be as risky as this pull, then I think it makes sense. But Donuts and Despair decided that the risk was worth it, and now they're ahead in percentages again, as you can see, 35% on the board for Donuts and Despair.
Yeah, exactly. So the idea with the Sentient Oils, just snapping them into the boss and, passive cleaving them, you don't even need to do anything in particular with them, maybe like CC or interrupt at certain points, but you can passively cleave them. So it's kind of 3% if you're able to pull it off. So I'm not sure where Ethical will pick it up, assumedly in the Night Fae area. Maybe they're going to pull another spirit somewhere where we don't expect them to. Beautiful turtle coming out from Smacked here as they have the debuff. But yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see Ethical go for the oils, to be honest.
I do understand why they don't do it.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's really risky because the oils, if you're the aggro target, and you're not in range of them, then they actually grip you to them. And that can cause some really like funky stuff when you're snapping them. And additionally, we also have Sanguine, right? So if the oils are, dropping the pools underneath Millhouse and the boss doesn't want to move and it's healing, and then you have all of the crystals that you need to be soaking while interrupting all of the oil casts, while also interrupting the boss at the same time, and then the stun comes out. Like, I do think it's a really risky thing.
I agree.
And it's big shout out to Donuts and Despair for pulling it off, honestly. Like, that looks so easy when they did it, right? It's like, that looks easy. But I do think there's a lot of risk involved. But now Ethical did actually catch up on the boss because they didn't have to deal with the oils, right? You can see they're just dealing like a few seconds later than Donuts and Despair, even though they reached the boss quite a bit later. So they dealt with the boss much faster in comparison.
Yeah, and now they're gonna play this pack here with Arf Arf, one of my favorite mod names in all of Shadowlands history, and they will pick up another Woe Relic, assumedly to move on and speed through the rest of the dungeon without getting a fight with the drilling machine. But this trash is not as easy as it might look like, I think. You have the Sanguine that will spawn in these areas here, and the Headless Clients are not very happily to be moved. Like when they're spinning, and here comes the Ring of Peace from 40, just absolutely showing the utility niceness that a monk brings to a group while they finish up on Arf Arf. And now they overtook Donuts in Despair.
I actually think they killed the wrong relic. They finished off the Vi relic. I don't think that was intended at all. Because now they're gonna have to slowly walk back while having that haste buff that does absolutely nothing, because they're not gonna be dealing with any trash here. So you can see Donuts in Despair just speeding off with their haste, with their speed buff, while Ethical has to mount up and slowly walk all the way. And now they might actually have to deal with the spirit because they don't have the stealth. No! And Chompy fell off. Oh no! The Masters is coming out from Holo, and we see the gateway already being used by Shape to speed up their movement a bit. But yeah, killing the wrong relic there is costing a lot of time, while Donuts in Despair is already on their next pull.
Yeah, I mean, I think that couldn't have been purpose, right? So most likely wrong relic, like you said, giving them a lot of extra walking time. That death there, casting the mass rest. Are they even in range for the bomb? Yeah, they are. That was very on border from Shape, but it paid off. So it hurts that they're losing time to something like this, you know? I would have liked if it was just routing, but here, you know, because of the wrong relic, losing so much walking time, which is in a dungeon like DOS so essential because it's huge and you spent so much time just running from one quarter to the next one.
Yeah, and it might be again a little bit of the comp difference, right? Having the rogue's job is going to be to kill off the correct relic, right? And you know it's going to be fine. While having a Windwalker, Survival Hunt, and Dastro Warlock, I'm sure somebody gets assigned to kill the correct relic, but all of them would rather just press their AoE buttons, right? So I do think the rogue is going to be a little bit safer in that regard, to always make sure you do get the correct one. But there we go, Donuts in Despair, they're already in that Ardent Wheel area, and it looks like they're gathering up an insane pull, Smacked using Turtle and the Misdirect to just gather up all of this trash on top of this urn.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive
Oh my
pull.
god.
It's really, really scary. They haven't even used that urn yet. It's still there and available for them to pop whenever they feel like it. But right now, Yip is just tanking all of that to the face, which is so insane on a 23 fortified. There is so much damage coming into this Blood DK, and he's just absolutely blasting it. Now Guardian Angel also on this tank running away, and if you ever played a DK, you know that they're not very fast, so these mobs just right behind him, blade beaking him in the back, but he is able to pull it off and the urn still stands.
There's no way they're gonna press this urn because the only Night Fae is the Warlock. And you know how much of a damage that is for the Warlock to actually press that urn when he can just spam Rain of Fire instead? Yeah, that's not happening. Yes. They're just pulling even more. You can see Smacked actually going down, immediately using the Battle Rest to get them back up. But yeah, there we go. They're just chain pulling because they're Sanguine, and some of those mobs actually healed in the Sanguine, and the Shadow Fury came into a Sanguine pool. As Cryptic was like, oh, I'm helping, using the Shadow Fury in a Sanguine. And then Yip was like, oh my god, got them damage dealer. So he had to mass group everything out of the Sanguine pool. Thanks for nothing, Cryptics.
Well, you know,
just press Ring of Fire instead, okay?
But Ethical is also in the Night Fae area. They're doing their best to deal with these ads, but of course, in comparison to Donut and Despair's huge pulls that they just did, what they have on their hands right now looks very small. So they're adding a little bit more of these blade beaks as Chompy moves towards the direction of the urn. This is also still available for Ethical, but I don't think they can catch up with that kind of pulling.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them, because you can see there's already a 20% enemy forces difference now, because Donuts and Despair, they're just speeding through this dungeon. And even though we do have Sanguine, and you can see it heals 3.33 million, but it didn't seem as much because they constantly just chain pulled. So the mobs that healed from Sanguine, they just moved them into the next pool. So it wasn't actually that big of a loss at all for them if they just keep moving, because it doesn't matter if the pack is a 10 mob pool or an 11 or 12 mob pool, right? It's the same kind of thing for the Warlock. So it doesn't necessarily matter as much that they had so much healing go up.
I'm just looking at Yip. I'm sorry, but they're pulling everything. Everything that's available in all of the dungeon is going to come down onto Xyexia here, and that's so much. That's such a scary pull. There's so much to dodge here. Silent AoE patches on the floor. There comes the rain. There's a Vi Interceptor shooting at them. I think there's a Woe Drifter as well. There's 2 relics and all of the trash on top of the boss's mechanics. That is an insane pull coming from Donuts and Despair. They're using Bloodlust here. I would have fell from my chair if they didn't. I don't know how you pull this off without a Bloodlust, but it's insanity what they're showing us right now.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of DPS coming out of the Warlock is just insane again. Just this whole Ardenweald area was just a cryptic show, honestly, as they just kept moving on those mobs. And Yip is the unsung hero, as you said earlier, just surviving all of this without the urn being used, and just constantly dragging these mobs along that have been healed. And thankfully, the boss did not get healed, because that's the most important thing, right? It doesn't matter if the mobs get healed a little bit, as long as the boss doesn't get healed, because that's the target that has the most HP, and when the boss dies, the pull is over. So not having the boss heal here, Yip perfectly carrying that mob around and dragging it along, making sure none of those sanguine pools are healing the boss. Just really, really nicely done by Yip. Such a good display of how you have to deal with sanguine, even though everything has been pulled and everything has been dragged along. So just crazy play by that Platike for Donuts of Despair.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight that Yip is playing Purgatory, so just as a kind of safety net, but I don't think I've seen it proc in any of the dungeons just yet, so it has the option to even, I don't know, take more damage and survive, which sounds crazy to say out loud, but they are finished with all of the trash in the Night Fae area, now moving on towards the final boss and of course the final trash pack that's going to be waiting there for them as well. Well, Ethical is on the way to Xyexia, and it looks like they're planning to do the same pull as Chompy is running towards the boss, dragging all of these mobs along. And they also have Bloodlust available to use here, which I think they're going to do. Yeah, there it comes, popping that Bloodlust. And now I'm just curious to see if they can execute it as perfectly as Donuts and Despair just did.
Yeah, this is a very difficult pull to pull off, as Ethical gathered up everything. They did finish off the relic to get that cooldown reduction. And you can see Chompy now started to kite everything, as well as the Ring of Peace coming out from 40 to be able to get some of those lower HP mobs away from the boss. While Donuts and Despair, though, they are already engaging that last boss. And you can see they did kill off the Vi Interceptor. And if they're playing it similarly to other MDI teams, they're gonna wait before they finish off the Interceptor for the intermission phase.
Yeah.
So they're just gonna let it cast there on the side for a little bit, and then before they go to their Visages, they're gonna finish it off to make sure they have that extra haste, and they're gonna be able to finish off those Visages in one go, which can be difficult for some of those classes if they don't commit all of their offensive cooldowns.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is fortified, but it's still 23. So you need to bring all of the damage onto those Visages. Make sure you can absolutely blast them. You can see now the second, combination going off from the boss. One more slam in the melee range, and Vi goes down before the team is able to move towards the portals that should be spawning now. And now it's just, can they pull it off? Is all of the damage there to nuke these mirror images of Mozilla?
Yeah, I would love to see the Warlock's POV, because usually when it comes to these kind of Visages, it depends on, are you committing your offensive cooldowns or not? Because some classes can finish off the Visages without committing their full cooldowns, but it can be really close. For example, Warlocks, if they don't commit their Infernal, then it can be incredibly close. And it looks like Cryptix is not committing it, but it could also just be an observer thing because they might be out of range and then it doesn't pick it up. But there we go. It looks like Smacked finished it off, and the healer plus tank did as well. Yeah. So let's see if everyone else managed to.
In the background, I think it looked like everybody was able to finish it, and now Infernal is getting used by Cryptix. Wow. So that is actually very impressive. Just dishing out that single target damage without your offensive cooldown. Even if you're a Warlock, wow. And Mizala, you can see it is down to 16%. They still need to do those 6% of trash, but beautiful execution coming out of Donuts and Despair here.
Yeah, if they somehow manage to finish off that Vistage without committing Infernal, that is really nicely done. Probably, with the Vi Interceptor, maybe even, because I know Timber used PI, so maybe Timber used PI in a Warlock before they went to the Vistage to make sure that they can finish it off without using Infernal. That would be such a nice min-maxy thing. Because Muzala does have a lot of HP, and you can see it's still on 12%. Even though they did one phase the Visages, it still takes a while to finish off the boss. So having the extra cooldowns while you have the haste buff from the intermission makes a lot of sense and it's very valuable. So if you can save something like Infernal, then that is so good for them. And you can see they're still missing some percentage though. It looks like they got ported to the wrong area, because you can actually manipulate which area you get ported to by moving closer to a certain platform in the Visage phase. And it looks like Donuts and Despair did that wrong. So they didn't get ported there. But it doesn't matter because they're pretty far ahead now. And maybe that was a conscious decision that they knew that they were ahead and they don't want to risk pulling the trash into the boss.
I think
that would be smart if they did it on purpose.
Yeah, so
I mean, like that. Yeah.
You can see that they're now finishing it off, and I think it doesn't take them as long as the risk would have been to play it with the boss. So just executing it here, making sure you get everything that's standing around. There's some healing on the floor, but they will be able to finish it off. And there's 100% and 22 minutes 25, says the overlay timer. I would say that's a pretty good time for a 23 fortified in DOS.
Hey, Donuts and Domination for Donuts and Despair. In the 2 over Ethical Donuts and Delight, somebody tweeted at me yesterday. That's another good one because with victory. I like that one too. So they will get the 2-0. They will move on to the semifinals tomorrow, and that will send Ethical down to the lower bracket. But no doubt Ethical will be a big threat down there for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Ethical was always a team that could easily take games off of the very top end teams like your Echoes and your Perplex if they just hiccuped a little bit, and it seems like that's very much still the same style of Ethical that we're seeing here. Even though the tank is different and they've got a new DPS in the group, there's still that team that is incredibly consistent and incredibly good. They did also only have the one death. Remember, Weird Jump did fall off the platform. They had to mass res him. But overall, their dungeon was like pretty solid, and it really was only the affixes that came out to bite them here. They had some pretty egregious sanguine healing in some parts of the dungeon, and that's pretty much the story here.
Yeah, I think it got up to over 8 million, but let's take a look at some of the moments from the dungeon.
Yeah, very first pull here, this was actually probably the only spot of the dungeon where Donuts and Despair really had bad sanguine healing. They ended up kiting this pull around for quite a while, and you can see on the healing meter on the left there, sanguine healing just barely tips over 2 mil here in a second here. And Ethical had less than 1 million healing here. Really unfortunate that happened for them, but they were able to pull it back together. One of the biggest things and one of the biggest time saves for Donuts and Despair in this dungeon is the fact that they went for that skip on this trash pack. They ended up doing the pull that we've seen pretty much everyone do, where they blind the High Priest, pull it into the boss, whereas, well, Ethical didn't have a rogue, so they didn't really have a very easy way of being able to pull this High Priest into the boss, so they just had to naturally deal with this pack on their own. And while they were dealing with this pack, Donuts and Despair was able to kill the boss off, get their Woe Drifter from that High Priest that they blinded into the boss, and just played it perfectly from then on. Of course, similar pull strategies to what we saw from even Echo back in week 1, just pretty much copying pull for pull, pulling Ascension Oils on top of the boss. But remember, you have to make differences based on the affixes of the dungeon, so Mass Crypt Ascension Oils off the boss right before they die. Hopefully, there it is, Mass Crypt. Make sure the Sangwa doesn't go on the boss. Perfect play, and little knock just for good measure to make sure the Sangwa doesn't happen there. But what it really came down to was the Ardenweald section of the dungeon. Both teams got here around roughly 10 minutes in the dungeon, and really what you're looking for is to make sure you get as little sanguine healing as possible throughout this entire section of the dungeon. Notably, neither teams ended up using the urn. Problem with the urn is it's a full 8-second stun on everything that it hits, and if something dies in the middle of that AoE, it's going to sanguine heal everything. Pretty much all the trash was pulled at this point of the dungeon for Donuts in Despair. Only 3.3 sanguine healing. Not too bad considering how much damage you do over the course of the entire Ardenweald dungeon. Let's see what that number ends up being for Ethical, though, because, over 8 million sanguine healing. That's an extra 4.5 million damage that your group has to do, which is not exactly ideal. That's probably an extra 30 to 45 seconds of dealing with trash, and at that point, Donuts in Despair was so far ahead that they were able to just cleanly deal with the last trash pack away from the boss, and pretty easy win for them.
Yep, that's right. I mean, Sanguine's just so tough. You have to have such good coordination between stuns, between kiting appropriately, right? It's a big burden on the tank to be able to, move things around at just the right speed to, not, turn too far, get hit from behind. That we don't see that in MDI very often. But, to pull, to get them off the Sanguine, to interrupt things that need interrupted because you don't want a caster sitting there casting something on the Sanguine. It's complex. It is a delicate dance that they walk on these Sanguine dungeons. So it's cool to see a team like Donuts in Despair do it so well, like they did on the lake area, or Lake Monka as we named it last week after that pull. But maybe
I forgot we did that.
I mean, we kind of need to rename it now.
Maybe that was a bigger pull. I think
pretty crazy.
That might have been a bigger pull, but last week was last week tyrannical? Might have been part of it. Let me see.
Was it?
I think it was tyrannical, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, last week was indeed. No, last week was fortified.
It was tyrannical.
23.
We have it up on screen right now.
Oh, we do. Oh,
22 tyrannical. Thank you, production.
Tyrannical, 22.
Yeah, so
Production.
okay.
doing that on a higher key level on fortified, bigger pull, it's pretty impressive. And you can't just
What are
keep
we
it all stacked up the
renaming
entire
it
time.
to? Is it
D&D.
the Lake
Oh, Miss was
D&D?
fortified last week. Yeah.
Like D&D.
Lake
There you
D&D?
I suppose we could name it that. People might get the wrong idea though.
The Donut Lake?
Perfect. Like donut.
So is the fortified lake pull from last week more impressive, or the tyrannical one more impressive?
Fortified
This one
way
is for
more
sure
impressive.
more impressive. Yeah.
Whatever, yeah.
Especially
this
with
one
Sanguine too, right?
Could be.
Yeah,
could
for
be.
sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's our bracket. We're going to Omega Wall versus Sloth for our next series, and then we're going down to the low bracket. RG Nordics versus Alpha Brawl, Team Weekend versus Mythic Meme Dream Team, and Ethical waiting there to take on the winner of Weekend versus MMDT. Should be a good one, but let's chat a little bit about the next one before we go to break here. Womegalol versus Sloth. Now, we made some predictions before the day. I don't know when we're going to show this exactly, but I'll spoil mine. I picked Sloth as a dark horse to get out of the group. We'll see if that ends up being correct or not. But I think this is going to be one of our closer series of the day. Well, here's our picks. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah. So, Mex, you picked Sloth as the team to get out, not even your dark horse. Your dark horse is Mythic Meme Dream Team. Wow.
To be honest, I did say I think winners of the group will be Sloth and Donuts and Despair. True. And then for a dark horse, I chose a group that is actually a dark horse, unlike everybody else. So I chose.
Because the logo is a horse. That's not how it works.
It's more like a purple rainbow horse, really. Yeah.
Makes.
Yeah. I mean, I specifically asked if we're using Tettle's definition of dark horse or just a real dark horse, but
it's not called dark.
That poor guy. He's not even here to defend himself. Come on. I'm still, I'm still convinced it's just like a disembodied horse head in a fishbowl thing, With
the Mythic Meme Dream Team has a form of horse in their logo, so that just makes me double right.
It's more of a purple rainbow horse than a dark horse, though. It's a different kind of horse, I think.
Oh, fair.
Either way, a lot of people picking Donuts in Despair to go through, and I mean, after this last series, how can you disagree with that? They're looking extremely good, but it does get murky beyond that. I think there's definitely a few teams that have a shot of being that second team to get that spot in the global finals. Magical Dark Horse in space. There you go. otherwise known as Echo. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm doing it too. I'm sorry, Tuttles. It's not fair. But yeah, I think that's about it. I think we're going to go to a break. And then I think when we're coming back, we're going to do the next series of the day. It's going to be Womegalul versus Sloth. Don't go anywhere. MDI will return in just a few. Hello and welcome everyone to the final day of Group C of the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doa. With me to start off the day are Tettles, Nagura, and Zyronic. And this is it. This is it, everybody. This is where we find the last two teams to come out of groups to go into the global finals. Obviously, we've got the last stand tournament down the line a little bit, but this is kind of it for groups. So, Nagura, how do you feel coming into today?
Yeah, it's weird. And a team like Sloth are really showing up with these strategies that we have never seen before, performing out of this world, but then also in other dungeons not performing that well. So I do think this group is the most interesting group when it comes to Sunday, because I really don't know who's going to make it out of this one.
Yeah,
it's definitely tighter than we had before. Yeah, Tuttles, what do you think?
So, I mean, we talked about like Cup A being the group of death, and we were wrong. It's definitely been Cup C. It's like one of those things that basically all four teams realistically could make it out towards the end of the day, and I wouldn't be super surprised with a lot of different combinations. I do really think that this is the most competitive Sunday that we've had so far.
Yeah, well, here's our bracket, how it's kind of laid out since Friday. Donuts and Despair are going to be fighting it out first in the upper bracket semifinals. Then in the lower bracket, we've got Womegalul versus Ethical. Obviously, the loser of our winner semifinal will face the winner of our lower bracket semifinal, and eventually we'll get to the grand finals. But the thing is, our first match of the day, Donuts and Despair versus Sloth, winner goes to the global final. So we're already going to crown one of our, sub-champions, if you will, in our very first series. And, obviously you want the prestige, the cash about making it out as a first team in your group, but just getting that global's final spot is, I think, what everyone's kind of really here for, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Donuts and Despair have already called their shot. We had a few of their members messaging us, wait until you see us in the finals against Echo in global finals. So it would be a little weird if they lost this match, but I think they're definitely a favorite against Sloth, unless Sloth can bring out some insane strategies like we saw in the Theater of Pain yesterday and some other dungeons, because that was awesome.
Yeah, Sloth had some really unique stuff. Sloth apparently is their guild name. They're uncertain of where it comes from, but it certainly doesn't refer to how fast they clear dungeons, because they were doing it very quickly and they were doing it very interestingly, especially like you mentioned, that Theater of Pain. So I'll have to see what dungeons we end up with for that particular one. I don't know if Blackrook Hold is in the mix for today. It's going to be banned either way, but I think we're going to see some good stuff.
Yeah, so there's actually a Blackrook Hold in that first matchup between Sloth and Donuts and Despair.
Okay.
But
Oh boy.
Donuts and Despair had already banned this dungeon previously when they played against Ethical in the quarterfinal. It's likely they'll ban it again, unless, because there's also a Theater of Pain and a Halls in this matchup, and we saw how good Sloth was in those two dungeons. So technically, it is possible that Donuts and Despair says, you know what, we cannot be as quick as they are in the Theater of Pain, so we have to ban that, and just hope that Blackrook Hold is going to go our way, possibly.
I mean, this map pool, from what we've seen from Sloth, obviously we don't know what Donuts and Despair can do potentially time-wise in these dungeons, but if you're looking at some of the maps, these are not exactly super friendly maps for Donuts and Despair. So first off, Necrotic Wake.
Well,
I think that's always going to be Sloth's Kryptonite, but the Halls of Atonement and Theater of Pain, man, those are tough dungeons to let through. That's kind of Donuts and Despair playing into Sloth's strengths a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to come down to, I think, that first dungeon, right? Because Sloth did have a very difficult time on Necrotic Wake when they faced MMDT. They ended up with 18 deaths. They still won the dungeon, but it was a messy affair, to say the least. So we'll be looking for a little bit of a cleaner run this time around. But I don't know. We'll see. That Halls is going to be spicy too, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, man. I don't know. Donuts and Despair, like they have to 2-0 this series. I feel like if this goes to a Theater of Pain, I think Sloth is pretty much going to take the series. That is a nasty thought to look at. Like with the ban for Donuts and Despair, you're pretty much choosing between banning Blackrook Hold or Theater of Pain, and you're choosing to ban either a dungeon you know your opponent's really good at, or you're choosing to ban a dungeon that you probably haven't practiced in like 4 years. That was a rough choice that they had to make, but man, This is going to be a banger series.
So what's really interesting is that the two first maps we're going to play are the two maps that Sloth 2-0'd Mythic Meme Dream Team on in the very first match on Friday for them. And Necrotic Wake, like we said, was a little bit messy, but Halls was really good for Sloth. They had 0 deaths. They got it done in 14:47. It was pretty fast. So, you know, as long as Necrotic Wake goes well, yeah, I mean, Sloth could be in a pretty good spot, but it's all like the if Necrotic Wake goes well, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, that's the... Honestly, that dungeon's kind of Sloth's kryptonite. So they've been. Yeah. This is like the third season that this squad together has been doing the MDI, and I think that there are 3 separate instances that stick out in my mind where they have just ran it down in Necrotic Wake, like 15+ death fiascos, and it's like, this is always a dungeon that they can be good at, but it feels like they're so inconsistent from time to time. Something like maybe a 30% win rate on a dungeon that they probably should not have a 30% win rate in. So it's like, they take a lot of 50-50s, and they run a lot of volatile strategies, which can work out for them. It normally doesn't pay off in Necrotic Wake, but if it does pay off, it can look pretty good. But we need to see them be consistent here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've got 2 experienced MDI squads here, at least on the Donuts and Despair side. Yips Anarchy and Cryptics played together back in BFA. Under the name Goosey Bad. So there's a lot of players with a lot of MDI experience in this series to start out the day, and so they, you know, so to that extent, it feels like they kind of know what they're in for, right? They know the pulls it's going to take, but the question is, can you do it and survive? It sounds like our map is ready to go, though, so let's get going. Donuts and Despair versus Sloth, Dungeon 1. Take it away.
All right, so this very first pull that we're going to see from Sloth is going to be incredibly important because they are pulling Blightbone on top of all of this trash. And they don't have the Goliath orbs just yet because it takes a while for that Steward to actually activate it. And it looks like Donuts and Despair also pulled Blightbone on top of their pull as well. So all eyes on both of the teams to see if they can execute this properly, because even if you only have 1 death on this pull early on, it's going to cost you so much time.
Kyrian Weapons came out very early for Donuts and Despair. They committed a spear to that pull just to make it as clean as possible. Interesting, spear being held for Sloth. You can see it on the Rogue's buff bar there on the right side of his health bar. So big difference in strategy here from Donuts and Despair and Sloth, and I think that's already a big advantage for Sloth. But remember, one of the biggest problems in this dungeon is, Phil's mentioned it right before we started the dungeon, they kind of just take 50-50s. And not using the spear there is a pretty big 50-50. It makes the pull a lot more dangerous, but check out what they're able to do with just the Kyrian orb damage. Just pumping boss damage as much as possible, and they're actually ahead of Donuts and Despair on boss damage right now, even without using the spear.
Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. Donuts and Despair did pull quite a lot more trash if you look at the percentage. So I assume that... Oh, Yip actually going down for Donuts and Despair. Smacked following immediately after as the seed pops as well, and the Angel coming out. This might be a full wipe for them if they cannot get the Yip back up really soon. And the boss is on 8%, so they would have to play the whole boss again. The Soulstone trying to be cast by Cryptics, but it doesn't work out. And this is just going to be a full wipe at 5% of Blightbone.
Wow, that's the worst case scenario. Their boss was at 10% and they full on wiped at that point. Man. Oh, geez. I mean, they have to do an entire boss again. That's just the worst case.
If they had a Soulstone on Yip preemptively, then I guess they could have recovered. It's always difficult to, like, you know, say, oh, you just cast a Soulstone in case someone goes down. But yeah, that actually would have helped. Also, not to say if you even had the time to cast it, but Javier is going down for Sloth as well there at the very end of Narsuda. I'm pretty sure it was the debuff that the mini-boss applies with all the bolstering stacks on the mini-boss. Probably just ended up one-shotting Javier there without the turtle being available.
I mean, that was just a slow-motion wipe. You knew there was nothing that could go on, right? The second Yips dies, Cryptics instantly pods, and any chance of getting a battle res off is pretty much gone outside of, like, maybe an engineering res, but the chances of that happening when your tank is dead and the trash is moving everywhere, it's just... that was just worst case scenario for them. And the Kyrian orbs were just running out as he died, too, so it was, like, full usage of everything they had available to them at the last second. Gotta keep an eye on Sloth here. This is a place in the dungeon where they've had problems before, and the last resort was already procced, so when Mallet goes down here, there's nothing stopping them from getting a cheat death off. Javier goes down again. Can they get a battle res off? Oh, they don't even have a battle res. They used it on Javier in the previous pack. Wow, that seems like a mistake, and This is just deja vu for Sloth. They have wiped to this same trash pool so many times, and it just keeps happening to them. Imkir trying to keep the poll alive, but I'm not quite sure this is worth it.
2 seconds, 1 second. Shadow Melt?
Well,
there we go.
Okay, they got the Shadow Melt off, but...
Oh, the Bone Carver is not resetting. There we go. Yeah, I think the point of MK surviving there was just to get the Shadow Melt off and then use the Mass Rest. But it looks like everyone else did already release. Simkin still... I'm not sure if he's in combat or if he still just has the debuffs on him.
I think he just has the debuffs.
Either way, this is a pretty big time loss for them as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big time loss because they have to find a way to get past all of this trash. Remember, they skipped stuff at the start, so they're going to have to finish off this trash with only 3 people. Actually, Simkins died and released at the start, so they're doing this without their healer. Okay. Well, they're able to get them down, but in the meantime, Donuts and Despair have finally chewed through all of Blightbone. Here's the thing, though. Sloth has already dealt with an Arzuda pull, so there's still, even after this massive wipe plus time loss having to kill trash, they are still 1 full trash pull ahead of Donuts and Despair. But any more mistakes from Sloth, and Donuts and Despair could be right back in this.
Yeah, and they didn't... Donuts and Despair wasted like a whole spear plus the Goliath orbs, basically. While Sloth on the wipe that they just had, I don't think they wasted too many weapons. You can see they still have those 2 spears. They still have the hammer as well on Simkins. So I do think they didn't waste too much. They still didn't activate that 3rd Goliath there on the left either. So they still have those orbs left if they choose to use them. While Donuts and Despair using that Woe Drifter buff to skip ahead through all of this area. Now let's see what kind of pull they're doing here. Because they do have the Anima orbs on them from the 2nd Goliath that they just activated.
And this is a big deal because remember, they need trash count. They've skipped Narzuda, right? So they need a lot of trash count here. You remember you need about 68% before you go to the Necropolis. And Yip's instantly going down to the rest of the trash here. Can they get a Battle Res off on him? They do have one available, but it's going to be hard to get that off when all this trash is around everywhere. This Woe Drifter's about to cast another burst soon. Cryptix has gone down before getting the Soul Stone off. This is going to be another full team wipe from Donuts and Despair. This trash pack also just taking the Wheaties this morning because they're just killing everyone. It's crazy. Sloth going for it again, though. Let's see how it goes.
I think this is so difficult for the teams to handle because, first of all, it's a 24 key and fortified, which just generally is really high for incoming boss tank damage. But then on top of that, they have bolstering, which actually can be hard to deal with when you do Necrotic Quake because of all the weapon damage, right? If you have this pulsing AoE and this spears going through, then some of the mobs die so quickly, while the others that have more HP, they stay alive. And they have all of these bolstering stacks all of a sudden, and then the tank just takes so much damage from that increased damage.
Yeah, I mean, it stacks up so quickly, right? And if you miss any single interrupts on the group, that's just extra group damage. If one of those goes on your tank and they get a healing absorb on them, that's just going to be all she wrote. We've seen it happen multiple times. Sloth alone, but now happening to Donuts and Despair as well. It's kind of crazy to see what happens when a key level goes to the highest level in the MDI and Fortified. There's just so much that can go wrong. Looks like they're going to have Anarchy come back and knife the healer here. Yep, use that engineering battle res. This is going to be their battle res, but I believe it's better than everyone running back and having to commit potions and shrouds because they're going to need those later on. And check out the little time save here from Anarchy, getting the res off, and now they're going to go start the boss RP too. A little bit of time, but we need to focus in on Sloth here as they're going for another one of their massive pulls. Trash on top of the bod. Rogue instantly goes down at the start. That is one of their spears available if they were planning on using it on this pack. They still have 4 of the Kyrian orbs available, though. Hopefully those can help them out. You can see that Dark Fate going on Simkins, using the wall to make sure he doesn't go down to it. Can they get through this pull without the Rogue, though?
Yeah, so you can see a lot of the mages are casting those Frost Pulse Volleys onto the left. They might even be able to reset a Marth if they choose to do so, but they would be wasting those Goliath orbs because they are about to run out. It looks like they're deciding to just continue without their Rogue being alive, and they should, now that all of the trash is dead, they might actually just be able to finish off this boss, and it's not tyrannical, so they might be fine, but still, just having one less damage dealer in the fight is going to cost them quite a bit again.
It's going to cost them a lot of time for sure. They have to get through 50% of this boss's HP without a Rogue, and you have to remember that's their 1 melee interrupt in the group, so any extra interrupts that the boss gets off, those Necrotic Bolts can do a ton of damage to your tank, right? Or whoever they go on, so this is going to be dangerous. They're going to be taking a lot of extra group damage. It's going to be hard for Imkir to heal through all of this, so have to keep an eye on those health bars for them. Donuts and Despair is setting up pretty soon to do their boss trash pull as well. Remember, they also don't have a battle res for another minute and a half or so. So their pull is going to be pretty dangerous too. No mistakes can happen for them at all. A fear goes off from the Skeletal Marauders though, and Gibbs is unable to pop anything to help himself live through it. There's no cheat death available either. And they weren't able to break either of the shields too because of that fear. The shields have gone up again. Remember, if you break that shields, the mobs die. Are they able to get through this though? They've got one shield. Can they get the other? If they're able to get the other, maybe they can get a battle res off at the end with something like an... Oh, they don't even have a battle res, so what are they going to do here? Oh no, this is worst case scenario.
Can summon. Yeah, this is just so bad because the problem is they can get through the shield with the Goliath orbs. You can see everyone has this pulsing AoE around them. They don't want to be in melee range because there's no tank alive. But thankfully they get through the shield.
Drop a stone.
And they can summon back the tank plus their Holy Priest because they have enough people actually alive to do that.
Gonna get Quake. Cancelled it. Alright. Well, in the meantime, Sloth has gotten through a Marth with a DPS down. This is a bloodbath of a Necrotic Wake, and I think this is kind of what we were expecting coming into it, but I don't know if... I mean, we still have easily half the dungeon left, right? This Necropolis can go so horribly wrong, but check out the Kyrian weapons across the board that Sloth have available. They still have 3 of their spears, as well as one of those anima orbs on Malik. Let's see what they plan on doing here. Hope maybe they've been, their coach has been keeping an eye on the stream. They know what's been happening to Donuts of Despair. They might go a little bit smaller here, just to make sure they get it down. But that is not going to be the case. Malik is pulling 4 packs of mobs together here, Nagura.
Yeah, he's pulling everything. The cheat death is going to be available in just a second for Malik as well, but it's still on cooldown. So if he goes down right now, he's just going to die. There we go, the weapon being used by Malik, the Goliath orb. None of the spears actually being committed just yet. You do know that they actually use a spear there at the very end of this trash pool to make sure that bolstering is not too big of a problem. Yeah, there we go. Mark here did use the spear on the rope at the very end, but this stitch work is really highly bolstered, and Malik has to make sure he can stay alive here. There we go. So they did manage to finish it off, but yeah, using the spear at the end there, because of bolstering, I think is pretty smart by Sloth.
Importantly, the Last Resort is now available for both Demon Hunter tanks once again, so they do have that tiny little cheat death to fall back on, but I think both times we've seen that cheat death proc for them, they have just instantly died right afterwards because there's just so much damage coming out on 24 Fortified. Let's see what Donuts of Despair has to offer here, though, as they are killing their Via Interceptor before they gear up for this boss pull. They only need to get about 7% trash count before they go upstairs into the Necropolis. Saw the misdirect come out. Where is the trash, though? It's just now coming in, so there we go. A much smaller pull for Donuts in Despair here. I imagine this is going to go a lot more clean for them.
Yeah, Yip also committing that Goliath orb as well, that pulsing AoE, because they don't have the Goliath orbs anymore on them, because of the wipe earlier, of course. They still have the double spear and triple hammer as well, in case they want to use something here. But I do think that the 2 spears at least have to be safe for the next 2 bosses. On a 24, not having any spears for Stitch Flash and the last boss is really dangerous. And Sloth also having those 2 spears left. But Donuts in Despair somehow managed to keep those 3 hammers, and that is definitely going to be an advantage once they reach the last boss. Unfortunately, though, they're pretty far behind, as Sloth is already fighting those 2 assistants.
Yeah, keep an eye on the boss 2 timers at the bottom there. You can see it took them an extra 3 minutes past Sloth to kill the first boss here. The boss 2 split's going to be pretty similar, but they aren't really making up any time here, so they're still easily 3 minutes behind in the dungeon, plus the death timers. There's a lot of room that they have to make up and not a whole lot of dungeon left for Sloth, so Donuts in Despair is praying for Sloth to have something go wrong on these last 2 bosses, or on these last couple trash packs as well. And remember, this is a pretty nasty scenario to be in for Donuts in Despair, because looking at the map pool ahead, we have Halls of Atonement and Theater of Pain, 2 dungeons that Sloth has excelled in already this weekend, and it looks pretty scary doing so. So Donuts in Despair need a miracle here.
Yeah, I agree. I was thinking that this series might be a 2-1 for Sloth, and Donuts in Despair wins the Necrotic Wake, right? But if Donuts in Despair already loses this first dungeon, then it's going to be looking really grim for them, unless they somehow have a better strategy than Sloth in those other 2 dungeons that we've seen them do so well in yesterday. But there we go, Donuts in Despair now in the Necropolis as well. They have to do some huge pulls here. They have to somehow make up time, because at this point Sloth is so far ahead that even if something goes wrong for Sloth, as long as it's not a complete disaster, they might still be ahead.
Well, Donuts in Despair also not going for a very big pull here, and also not committing any Kyrian weapons to it either. So I wonder what the strategy is here for them, because this is not the way to get back into the key. I mean, they're only doing one single pack together.
Yeah. Is it maybe they're missing weapons? Maybe they had to commit additional weapons to the previous pulls because of the wipes and the issues they had. They only used Yip's orb here on this pack. It looks like, at least. Yeah, as you said, they're really just not pulling much. And Yip already has a kite now with all the bolstering stacks on these creations, while Sloth is dealing with some of the last few trash packs before a Stitch Flash.
Yeah, meanwhile, Sloth has dealt with the Gorgrind pack, which means they only have the one final trash pack left to deal with, of course, Rot Spew. Once that is done, it is just the 2 final bosses left that they have to deal with. Great POV there of the Throw Cleaver being broken out by the Voidwalker.
Off-tanking it. That's really
Off-taking
cool.
the Fleshcrafter. I like that strategy. Pretty solid.
That's really nice.
It's actually really interesting, because one of the biggest problems you have when you're not running a mage specifically is being able to actually use Fleshcrafter consistently. Of course, mage is really good for polymorphing, breaking out with Frostbolt so that it doesn't have an ignite or anything on it, and then repolymorphing once the Throw Flesh goes out. And you can do that every 15 seconds perfectly. You can't really do that without a mage in your group, but Sloth is showing us how you can, using a Warlock Voidwalker. Pretty cool.
Yeah, this is actually really nice. And Sloth is really showing up this weekend with all of those like cool little tricks and ideas that they're coming in to those dungeons with. So I really, really like that. As Mark here, unfortunately, is getting hit by one of those cleavers, not being able to get it into the leftover trash there, and therefore proccing the cheap death. So they have to be a bit careful with that. And honestly, even though it is a really cool tech, I think they might just not want to risk it, honestly, because they're so far ahead. They just have to finish this dungeon without any sort of mistakes, and you don't need the Fleshcrafter damage to kill the trash, right? So I'm kind of on the idea that they should maybe not do that. There we go. They are now engaging Stitch Flash. The first hook on the boss has been used, and the spear also came out already from the hunter. Let's see how fast they can finish off this boss.
Well, should be pretty quick. I mean, the biggest problem is that their last boss is going to take quite a while to get through, right? They only have the 1 spear and 0 hammers to deal with it. That boss can get a little dangerous if you let it live for too long, but fortunately for them, they do have a Fleshcrafter to help them do a little bit of extra damage to the boss. Kind of surprised they're still using the Voidwalker here, too, on the boss to break it out. Seems a little bit difficult to do properly, and you can see this Fleshcrafter is just out and about. Hopefully they don't accidentally kill it off, because that would be pretty unfortunate for the final boss damage. They're in the second phase of Surgeon Stitch Flesh here.
Oh, wow.
That Fleshcrafter coming in, doing a nice 8% chunk to the boss, and it's going to be a very easy Surgeon Stitch Flesh kill for Sloth. And we're heading up to the final boss here, Nagura. Looking pretty good for Sloth. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, this is probably one of the cleaner Necrotic Wakes that they've had.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed by this, by the cleaver as well, just being used onto the boss there, because you have the 2 creations and the boss and then the cleaver, and you somehow manage to aim it into the boss anyway, even though there's 3 targets on a tank. That is pretty impressive. And we do see the Fleshcrafter not immediately snapping up to the group, though, hitting, I assume, the tank through the floor. There we go, the Fleshcrafter is now upstairs, and they did commit the Bloodless as well and use the spear, so now they're going to be nuking the boss as much as they can while also using those cleavers. And the gateway has been placed as well, so the first Exile cast could possibly be gatewayed and avoided, because they do have 1 Battle Rest available they can use.
Yep, there's the Gateway, Dark Exile, and the Simkins, and remember the way Gateway works is you just go to the end of it regardless of what happens to your character when you're mid-Gateway, so it prevents the Dark Exile from sending you downstairs, and he will die at the end of that Dark Exile debuff you see on his character frame in the top right of your screen. Like you mentioned, they have the Battle Res available for him. There's a good chance that they might just kill this boss before that even happens, though. Look at the boss's HP, already sub 25%. Fleshcrafter does go down a little early, but that's not too big of a deal in the grand scheme of things as long as they have the damage to finish the boss off here.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive, even though they did have some mistakes earlier and wiped to that same pool that they already wiped to yesterday. I still think that their strategy is really impressive, and they executed it pretty cleanly outside of those mistakes. So yeah, I mean, Sloth really showing up again today with. I'm mostly just impressed by all of their ideas. There we go, Simpkins going down, but using the Soul Stone immediately. And now Thor is going down. That means Sloth is gonna go up in the series 1-0 against Donuts in Despair.
Indeed, a victory for Sloth here in the first dungeon. And, you know, sometimes you get over Kryptonite, I guess. Sloth won. I mean, it wasn't clean. It wasn't the super cleanest run we've seen. But honestly, one wipe, an extra death, you know, here and there, not bad for Sloth. And I think at the end of the day, that is just a really, really, really hard dungeon.
I mean, yeah, 24 fortified. I mean, that is a very high key level and a very volatile dungeon that these teams are. Like they did it with one, like Sloth did it with one full team wipe, and it was still 18 minutes 42 seconds. Just to put it in perspective, that is still so fast. Obviously, the Kyrian weapons do a lot of heavy lifting in this dungeon, at least in regards to mitigating some of the timer. But it's one of those things that like Sloth didn't have a perfect run. I think Donuts in Despair could have capitalized on it. Donuts in Despair had problems of their own, though. It's like this wipe on Blightbound. Such as this wipe on Blightbound. Wiping on this boss at 5% HP is brutal. It's like almost impossible to come back from, because like the difference in their boss 1 split over that of Sloth was like something like 3.5 minutes difference separated the two teams, just on boss 1 alone. And that by itself is basically going to put you at just like a massive deficit. I thought that there's maybe going to be potential for Donuts in Despair to come back whenever Sloth had a pretty... This wipe was really, really bad for Sloth. So like once Malik dies here, basically the whole entire party's going to die, because like the fear's going to go off. There's like a lot of bad stuff that's happening once Malik ends up going down. And I thought that this was going to be like a potential opportunity for Donuts in Despair to jump back in, but Donuts in Despair just had more problems of their own on a similar pull. Like this pull is very dangerous, and I think that like if you don't do the MDI, it's very difficult to conceptualize just how difficult a pull like this is, especially on your tank. Because like that is a ton of mobs that they're dealing with on that Vengeance Demon Hunter as well. And yeah, Sloth actually did something that was very interesting. They soloed a Marth. I'm sure you guys were talking about it in the cast. They basically 4-manned the Marth. That was I thought that this was going to be another wipe for Sloth. Whenever Marky went down so early, he's like 80% HP on the boss. I was like, oh no, they're going to wipe again. But Sloth was able to overcome this. They didn't have too many more issues in the dungeon, and were able to take down this first map.
Oh, this part was great.
Oh, this is a good clip.
Look out, Javier. Yep. Well, there you go, Necrotic Wake Sniper. Gotta watch out. That was almost like a carefully crafted flesh cleaver to take down Javier. But hey, the dungeon was won in the end. Exactly, yeah. But it was an interesting first one. But the thing is, now Donuts in Despair may be despairing a little bit, because we're going to Halls, and that was a really good dungeon for Sloth earlier in the weekend. So this is going to need to be Donuts in Despair at their absolute peak if they want to keep the series going. And I think they definitely could. I think the series isn't over yet, but it is a situation where they kind of have to beat Sloth on their maps now. And that is going to be a little bit tricky. If only they hadn't banned Black or Cold, right? You know?
Yeah, the good thing though is that we haven't seen Donuts in Despair do any of these dungeons of this map pool at all, right? Well, we saw Sloth do Necrotic Wake, we saw them do Halls, and we saw them do Theater of Pain. So even though we think that they have a really good strategy and a really good route for those two dungeons, it's possible that Donuts in Despair just has a better one, right? They know which timer they have to beat. They know exactly, okay, Sloth clears Halls of Atonement in 14 minutes and 47 seconds, so we have to be faster than that, right? So if they somehow manage to do that, then yeah, we'll see. Because they have the potential for it, for sure.
I mean, you're totally right. In a sense, like Sloth kind of gave them a blueprint as far as like what they need to know to try to adapt and go a little bit faster. So, you know, if Sloth does the same route, then yeah, theoretically, Donuts in Despair should come into it prepared to have a route that goes a little bit quicker if they can, you know? And that's always on the bleeding edge of safety, but if you can do it, hey, you can keep the series going.
Yeah, that's the thing about Halls of Atonement, right? It's like probably the most played dungeon of this expansion, so if there's any dungeon where Donuts in Despair could pull out a faster strat than what we saw from Sloth, it's going to be this one. The problem is, you've got that Theater of Pain looming right behind, and we saw what Sloth can do in that dungeon. Like, it's kind of crazy. Still, would love to see a competitive Halls of Atonement here, and you can check out 21-minute run fastest run on live, that's pretty fast. But when you consider what we saw yesterday, 14-minute run, it's pretty crazy.
I mean, it was 14:47 for Sloth on day number 1 of the weekend. That'd be Friday. And then, yeah, we did just see another really quick one yesterday, too. We saw, who was it? I'm trying to remember. Maybe it was Friday that we saw that one. Okay, either way.
I think Ethical had a good Halls of Atonement at some point.
So 52 Death one, do you mean that one?
That
was not the one. I don't think that's the one we're thinking of right now. Yeah.
Maybe. But I think overall, like, I think Donuts in Despair has a pretty good chance of being able to take down this map if they have a clean run. Yeah, it's concerning because Sloth did put up a 14:47, but basically all MDI teams have a pretty good to pretty decent Halls of Atonement because it's such a popular dungeon. It's one of the easiest ones for these MDI teams to start up with.
Mm-hmm. Well, here we go. Sloth with a chance to 2-0 and move on to the global finals. Donuts in Despair with a chance to tie it. Let's see who does.
Ooh, so already a little bit of a difference here in the comms, as we have the Rogue for Sloth and the Havoc Demon Hunter for Donuts of Despair with the Blood Decay, while Sloth is sticking to that Vengeance Demon Hunter. Both of them committing that Bloodlust for the first pull, while Sloth is going to the right side of the dungeon, and Donuts in Despair decided to go left.
Yeah, the Shroud of Concealment from the Rogue allows you to go to the right side because you have to skip past a bunch of trash to get there, but similar size pulls coming out for both teams with the Bloodlust. Shard of Halkias already dead for Donuts in Despair, not a single raging tick of that Thrash went off on the group, and they're just now finishing up the rest of the trash. Trash much lower for Sloth already, and they've already just gotten through a ton of that trash count. That's definitely part of the, the line of sighting around the corner is going to be the thing that helps with that, but similar size first pulls for both teams, going pretty solid so far. Donuts and Despair going to head on down to that second shard of Halkias while Sloth rejoins them on the shard that Donuts just dealt with.
Yeah, Sloth going for that single shard pull there, not risking any double pulls, obviously. It also looks like maybe even both of the Warlocks are playing Venthyr potentially for the curse application whenever they use that Covenant ability. Looks like Sloth is dropping pretty low when that shard is casting the AoE, but no problem. And I guess another positive thing about Sloth's composition is that they have 2 Rage spells, right? One on the Rogue and one on the Hunter, while Donuts in Despair only has 1 on the Hunter.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing, right? I feel like if you're going to die to something from a mob, the raging is also just kind of overkill in certain scenarios, right? Like, as long as you're getting the Shard of Halkias Thrash raging dispel, you should be totally fine. As long as you're dodging out these rapid fires from the Houndmaster, you should be totally okay. But I guess it's another extra tiny safety net. And of course, the Rogue dispel is pretty long cooldown, right? So it's really only going to be used once in a pull too.
And that is definitely true. We also do see another tiny difference, of course, with the racials as well, because Demon Hunters cannot be dwarves, so that means that Yip is going to be playing dwarf on the Blood Decay, while Malek does not have that option, so has to stick to that Shadow Melt. But Donuts in Despair now moving on to the right side of the dungeon and killing off that shard that Sloth had dealt with at the very start of the pool. Let's see if they can pull it off, because that's actually a lot of trash that they're gathering up here, and immediately line of sighting around the corner, while also mind controlling that Stoneborn as well.
All right, here we go. Line of sighting around the corner. All of the trash is now funneling in. They have the Infernal available. All of the cooldowns are used. Notably, Metamorphosis not being used from Anarchy here. That is an interesting choice, or it might be off cooldown. I think we saw it. We had like a spectator reset there, but here we go. Have to make sure we get all of these interrupts off. Any curses that going off are going to be dangerous because they only have the 1 curse dispel from the Resto Shaman. Is he even going to use the dispel on himself? No, he's just going to keep healing the group and eat the damage there, chunking out for half of his HP. But most of the trash is now dead. The second Thrash coming out from the Shard of Halkias, which is still pretty healthy here. But as long as they get the Raging Dispel off before any further Thrashes, they should be fine.
Yeah, there's so many details that go into these pulls, and because both of the groups only have 1 curse dispel, they have to be very careful, because these circles that we talked about that Timber didn't dispel on themselves, if the Shaman uses the dispel for the curse, then there's no dispel left for the actual magic debuff, unless the Warlock plays the Imp to make sure that they can dispel it. Then they don't have an interrupt for the mobs, which is also a problem because there are so many casters in there that need to be interrupted. So it's really just like a kind of balance between which utility you want, because you can survive the circle debuff if you have a defensive ready. But look at Sloth. I mean, they're so fast. They're already fighting Halkias and 62% already at the board while fighting even more trash on top of the boss.
Donuts in Despair now gearing up for a boss pull of their own, but like you said, already 50% behind on the boss, and we know what Sloth's route is later on too. They pull trash on top of the second boss, and then they commit their second Bloodlust to try to one-phase Inquisitor Cigar. If they can pull off both of those two things cleanly, there's no way for Donuts in Despair to come back in this dungeon, so they need to get a huge boost of damage right now, but I'm not really sure the Demon Hunter DPS difference is going to be that big of a damage, but he is doing a lot of damage on this pull.
Yeah, definitely is doing a lot of damage there. Could be the Stoneborns as well being mind-controlled, because Anarchy is the Venthyr Demon Hunter in their group. But Sloth having one death there on Javier, that means they have no more Battle Rest left on their side. And they also proc both cheap deaths on their Vengeance Demon Hunter and their Rogue. So definitely very scary moment for them from here on out until they have a Battle Rest back up. And they did pull more trash into this corner. And this is just very risky for them to dodge that team. Yes, and their healer is going down. Javier is just sitting in Turtle, trying to survive. We do have an Ankon Rest Shaman. Not sure if they're safe to use it in their position that they died.
Well, he was able to get it off, so that's good. He's at half HP. They're still not out of the woods just yet. Everyone is incredibly low here. And there we go, people just now starting to get topping off everyone but himself first, and the boss goes down, back into safety. If anyone dies at this point, they can just release and rejoin with the group. They just now got their Woe Drifter buff as well, so they'll be able to skip to the second boss and do their trash pull, as they did last time we saw them this weekend. Donuts in Despair now going for a similar trash pull to what we just saw from Sloth, pulling the boss into the corner, trying to obtain that Woe Drifter buff for themselves as well. Looks a little bit safer, and also their boss is just dying much, much faster here as well, so much cleaner execution, and they'll be able to finish off the trash here as well. Did they get their Woe Drifter? There it is. You can see it just now coming out. There's the buff, giving them the damage reduction. They kind of caught up a lot on that boss, Nagura.
Yeah, they definitely caught up, and now we also see Sloth just having to wait a little bit because we know they pulled trash on top of this boss. But I assume because they had some issues on the boss previously, the patrol maybe was in a bad spot, and now they had to wait before Malak could actually aggro this. So they lost another couple of seconds there, in addition to the 10 seconds death penalty timer that they have on the board. Donuts in Despair though, they are moving into the boss fight. They don't need this extra trash that Sloth had pulled, and they're now already on Echelon without any deaths whatsoever. So I do think Donuts in Despair is now slightly in the lead.
This trash needs to die for Sloth. Once that meta runs out for Malak, he's going to be pretty dry, and there's no cheat death to help him out, so they need to finish off this trash incredibly quickly. The buff will keep him alive for another 10 seconds pretty easily, but this is getting pretty scary with both of those Dark Blades. Sorry, the Dark Blade and the Obliterator both getting into raging territory there. Looks like they're going to be safe. Most of it's dealt with. They got the Vi Interceptor as well. Remember, that's one of the benefits of pulling that extra trash pack. They get an extra set of relics to help them with boss damage. Question is that going to be enough to keep them in the lead against Donuts in Despair, who are right on their heels now? Remember, they pulled Halkias with the boss already at 50% for Sloth. Now they're only 15% behind on Echelon. They're catching up crazily fast.
Yeah, they definitely are. Malak is going down for Sloth. They have no Battle Rest available. That means that's going to be a full team wipe. I don't think they can finish off Echelon with 2 damage healers alive plus a healer. So there's no way they can finish this off. So that's another insane time loss for a Sloth, unfortunately. Things just falling apart there. And not sure if they can even get back to this point because they skipped so much trash earlier with their Shroud as well. You can see they just have to pull this trash now. It's all going to be over a count. They don't actually need this. As Donuts in Despair though, I mean, look at them. 0 deaths still on the board. Having such a clean run. And this is exactly what they needed. Sloth making mistakes. And Donuts in Despair, if they finish off this dungeon cleanly, they are definitely going to be winning. So they just have to make sure there's no mistakes from them here on out.
Man, that Demon Hunter was just completely tapped on resources, and when the ads on Echelon came out, that was going to be all she wrote. That is so unfortunate to see for Sloth, but Donuts in Despair now firmly in the driver's seat, gearing up for this second to last massive pull in Halls of Atonement. Now the question is, are they even going to go for it? If they're watching the stream, maybe they could have just caught the wipe there, but they're playing it safe here. They're just going to be CCing up both of the Houndsmasters and pulling all the trash on top of the third boss here. No Bloodlust is available here, and they're not even going for any early relic kills as well, so there's going to be a lot of residual splash damage from those relics just being alive. Have to keep a close eye on all the health bars. An early Spirit Link committed just to stabilize everybody and make sure everyone is safe as the burst AoE damage comes out from everyone in the group. Check the damage meters. Everyone's going to be over 100k DPS here. All of those Infernal Stuns are going to be coming out from Cryptics as well. Lots of damage on the group, though. Can Timber stabilize? This is a dangerous one.
There's just so much going on. You can see this curse is coming out on everyone. The boss needs to be interrupted. And you can see this ghost needs to be hidden into those lanterns as well. It does look like they finished off an Relic, which is going to recover them a little bit because of that extra healing. And they also finished off a Woe Relic, which is going to give them a 10% damage reduction. So they should be able to recover here, as some of those mobs are still alive and in raging range as well, though. The Gorgon's just hitting Yip. But Blood Decay, I would say slightly safer than a Vengeance Demon Hunter, possibly. So looking really good for Donuts in Despair. That was such a clean pull, considering that they didn't need to do this and still pulled it off so nicely. Really well done.
And of course, those two CC'd Houndmasters now coming in late to give them a little bit of extra cleave focus damage for the boss. Warlock is going to be getting a lot of extra shards from those. Hunter's getting a lot of extra free carves and bomb reduction from that. Kind of nice to have. A little bit of extra mobs to cleave on top of the boss. A little bit of extra efficiency as well, kind of like that. Of course, Houndsmaster in the group as well means that the Gargons aren't going to be enraging too. Pretty safe way to pull off that pull without too much extra requirement from the group. Just a couple extra early CCs. So love that adaptation from Donuts in Despair. Now the question is, do you think they go for the cigar skip like we saw from Sloth yesterday? I would imagine not. They don't need it to win this dungeon, but maybe they haven't been paying attention and they don't know that Sloth had that catastrophic wipe.
Yeah, and honestly, playing the mini-boss normally is not even that easy when you have Fortified Raging. Like, all of those tiny mobs that fixate you, they do a lot of damage, and when they're all enraging, it can be incredibly annoying. So it looks like... I don't know, maybe it would be safer to just finish up this boss. Oh. Yeah, there we go. So Bloodlust being used by Donuts in Despair. Just trying to one-phase Inquisitor Cigar here. Not even trying to save it for the last boss. So yeah, I think I like the decision.
Yeah, this room, I think, is the cause of the most deaths that I've seen in Halls of Atonement this entire season. It's so dangerous. Those manifestations of Envy do so much damage. It's like I feel like they buffed them, but we have to make sure Donuts in Despair is able to one-phase this. Actually, it wasn't even close. They still had a couple of free Wicked Bolt casts left, and Inquisitor Cigar went down easily. Now all they have to do is get through a Lord Chamberlain without any major cooldowns, and they're home free and into a game 3. I really shouldn't say home 3 because we're going to be going to Theater of Pain, which is easily Sloth's home court, but at least you give yourselves the chance to beat them in a game 3 here. So it's got to feel good for Donuts in Despair to get to this dungeon with 0 deaths.
Yeah, 100%. As actually goes down on Donuts' Despair side. They do have 2 Battle Rests available though, so it is okay as they get them back up. And the second buy buff has now been applied too. It was perfect how they killed that buy Interceptor, because their buff just ran out, their previous buy buff, and then they got a second one just as that one disappeared. So perfect uptime on that haste buff there as well. And yeah, they still have to be a little bit careful though, because those statues, they do one-shot you.
I don't think I'm ever going to learn my lesson on this boss. You can't say a team has 0 deaths when you're going into Lord Chamberlain, because the next thing that is always going to happen is a statue just coming across the screen and smacking someone in the face. Person happened to be called Smacked this time too, so it smacked with a statue. Hate to see it, but at least they have the battle res because they had 0 deaths coming into the boss statue. Don't you do it. Okay. Good to go. Into the second intermission phase. 40% left on the boss for Donuts in Despair here. Still have the battle res in their back pocket should anything go wrong, but I think they're going to be able to finish this off.
Yeah, I do think so as well. There's a second Ritual of Woe going off. Last time we saw one beam actually not being soaked for a second there and actually dropping the whole group low pretty for like 2 or 3 seconds. But everyone did survive, and we also have the SLT available as well from Timber on that Resto Shaman. So they're looking pretty solid here. Dwarf Racial also being used by Yip for good measure, as they're just cleanly finishing up Lord Chamberlain. And this is the performance we need to see from Donuts in Despair, right? They did recover from all of those mistakes they had in Aquatic Way and didn't let it affect them at all. And now performing just so well in this dungeon, beating Sloth's best time from yesterday by almost a minute.
Yeah, that was fast. Donuts in Despair, not despairing at their result in the first map, coming back and tying up this series in our fastest, like Nagura just mentioned, Halls of Atonement run we've seen this weekend. It looked solid, but there was a pretty big difference in routes between the two teams, wasn't there, Tettles?
Yeah, it's just how they were dealing with this dungeon was actually super interesting on both sides, and it's not super clear which route is necessarily better. I think that even if Sloth didn't wipe, I think that Donuts in Despair still wins, maybe by like 10 seconds, but it's not by a ton. Like a 13:59 in this dungeon is quite fast. Whenever we saw Sloth versus MMDT, they were at 14:47. They were going to probably improve on that, but that wipe was basically the end of their run for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, let's check out some moments from that.
Yeah. So this is actually the key routing differences between these two teams are like where and when they're killing the Shards of Halkias. So for those who don't watch or like understand exactly how the MDI pulls work here, the Shards of Halkias and like single target damage on those are generally going to be the biggest kind of like break points for how to progress this dungeon fast. So you saw Sloth, they did all three of their Shards of Halkias so fast. Like they did all three of them. They got Halkias' anima activated, and they were able to pull the boss somewhere in the range of like 45 seconds ahead of where Donuts in Despair were. And that gave them a pretty sizable lead. But the difference is they were down on count a little bit because Donuts in Despair was pulling a little bit more trash. Sloth had a death on this boss just because of where the boss is positioning. Dude, this positioning is... I'm not a fan, personally. This is so sketchy for their range.
Get me out of that corner.
Two people between the wall and the beam. It's like, guess I'll die.
Sorry for breathing, is the call there. They had Ankh. It wasn't the biggest deal. And it was still very competitive going into Echelon between the two teams. So Donuts in Despair ended up pulling Echelon somewhere in the range of like 25% behind where Sloth did, because Sloth needed to group up this pack. They had the Slasher, they had all of those imps as well. I don't really like that Slasher pull. It makes Echelon a lot slower and a lot more dangerous. Normally I'm not worried about like the survivability issues, but just like the survivability issues of having that Slasher come back to bite Sloth here. You do see Malik, he ends up just going down on the boss, which is like it was just a weird time, honestly, too. He didn't have the Last Resort available. And then, like, once they have the tank deaths are the most costly thing in the MDI by far. Once that happens, it's basically a full wipe. Sloths runs over. Donuts in Despair are able to kind of clinch it with making sure that Inquisitor Cigar doesn't get a heal off. They Bloodlust this pull, which makes a lot of sense on this dungeon level. It's 23 fortified. Like, this mini boss is basically one of the hardest mobs. There's also explosive too, so you're not going to kill off all of those ads on the pew. It's just not going to happen. You don't want to deal with the explosive there, so it makes sense to blow your lust plus the Stoneborn there. I think that overall, though, I did kind of prefer Donuts in Despair's route, even though the Sloth pathing with the Shards of Halkias, at least on paper, seems like it should be faster because they got a Halkias engaged sooner. I don't know. Interesting routes by both teams, though.
Well, speaking of interesting routes, we can look ahead to Theater of Pain, which is going to be our third dungeon in this series, and this is it's kind of looked like Sloth's playground at this point. They have been very fast, as their home turf, as Ironic mentioned, and I'm curious, though. Obviously, we know Sloth is good on it. It's still one of those dungeons, especially on Tyrannical, that can cause some random deaths here and there, so this series is far from over, but, you know, this is all kind of the quote-unquote plan for Donuts in Despair. You know, they just got to beat Sloth on their own maps, don't they?
The scary thing as well is that they can go a lot faster than we saw from them yesterday. They had 5 deaths in that run. They had a couple of extra trash skips that didn't quite work out for them. They could probably easily go like a minute to a minute and 30 faster if they have a clean route. But that's kind of the if there. Can they have a clean route? Not too sure. They did say that they could pull off some of those skips 10 out of 10 times in practice, and they had stage jitters when it happened. So I would love to see a clean run from them here to show us what they can actually do. But I mean, this type of routing in the MDI is the thing that makes me love the MDI so much. This is a dungeon that's been part of the dungeon pool for the past like year and a half, and they're still finding ways to just come up with new ways and exciting ways to make it go faster. It's so cool to see.
JB had a really good tweet. He was like, Sloth's Theater of Pain is why I got into the MDI. And I think that's
exactly.
like... Yeah,
that's cool.
Funnily enough, I actually do think that we talk sometimes about teams looking at top team strategies and adapting them overnight, and very infrequently does that happen because you don't normally have enough time. But I think if there was ever a time for that to happen, it's Donuts and Despair going into Theater of Pain and kind of ripping some of those strategies. And I think that implementing maybe like the Zav Wing champion skip, or the Zav Wing like champion pull into the boss, that seems like the most easily doable, at least on like a shorter time frame for Donuts and Despair. So I'm kind of interested to see how their route has maybe evolved over the past couple of hours. We haven't seen them play it, but I'm interested to see how this goes down for both of these teams.
I want to see Sloth actually pull off the platform and skip in the spooky wing. They were so close, and like I was saying earlier, they said they've done it a lot of times, but it's very intricate. It's very difficult to do correctly. But I'd like to see it happen once. I want to see Sloth at their maximum with this route. It should be sick. We don't have to wait anymore because here we go. The dungeon begins. Who wins this dungeon? Who makes it into the global finals from this series? Let's find out.
Yeah, so much on the line in this dungeon here. The winner of this Theater of Pain is going to get into the global finals, being qualified as the top 2 from Group C. Both of the teams are pulling some trash into that first boss and committing the Bloodlust as well. And we know that Sloth is actually killing this boss really quickly. Let's see if Donuts and Despair can do it even faster.
All right. Big damage coming out. Now they're running similar group comps, but the Windwalker is just blasting for Donuts and Despair. Looks like they're actually going even faster than what we're seeing from Sloth, and they're both going for a similar pull size. They both have that 7% trash count on the board. So, man, this is just raw DPS difference here. Now, notably, Sloth does have Sathel a lot lower. Donuts and Despair doing a much better job of keeping the HP bars at the same level on their side, though.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference between the Windwalkers and the Hunters, though. You can see the Hunter for Sloth just absolutely doing insane damage. While the Hunter on Donuts and Despair maybe not being as lucky with those procs, while it's the other way around for the Windwalkers, where maybe Donuts and Despair, Windwalker, Anarchy is a little bit luckier, as Sloth does finish off the boss first, actually. And we'll see a boss split in just a second. There we go, 3 choose 1 as well.
Congrats to our
Achievements
admin.
popping up. 8 seconds difference in favor of Sloth.
All right, you know what? I don't want to say that Sloth just played that boss better because they're playing 3 literal gamble AoE specs right now, right?
Yeah,
you have Bomb RNG for Hunter, you have Soul Conduit plus Reign Chaos RNG for the Warlock. You have, what is it, Dance of, is that what it is? Dance of Chi procs for the Monk, is that the right? It's been a while since I've seen a Windwalker Monk. Is that the right name? You have Spin to Win procs for the Windwalker Monk as well, so maybe they just procced a little bit more. Difference in strategies coming out right off the bat here. We know Sloth likes to go towards that Ghost Wing. We'll see how that skip works out for them later on. But Donuts and Despair heading towards Zav here. Let's see if they're going to go for those double mini-boss pulls here at all.
Yeah, that might be what their plan is. And they also might want to just control Undead on that champion as well. So they can move that champion throughout the dungeon and get that extra buff. One thing that I also just noticed as well is that both Ip and Timber are playing Night Elf, which is not something we see that often, unless there's some strategy with the Shadow Melt going on. So I wonder if they want to do something with that later on. We're going to keep an eye on that, as they are not pulling double mini-bosses, just going with the 1.
Going with the 1, interesting, okay. So one of the differences in strategy we saw from Sloth yesterday was specifically in this Zav Wing, and we got to hold on because Donuts and Despair were actually just going to the Zav Wing to get themselves a nice little Woe Drifter buff. They are also heading to the Ghost Quarter now too, skipping past every single one of these Shackled Souls. Might pull in the last few into the Portal Guardian in a bit here. Let's see how many they pull, though. It's probably just going to be these 4 on the very end, but here we go, onto the Portal Guardian. They were just there to get a mind control and pull it on, just like you said.
Yeah, and now Sloth is engaging one of their platforms. They do this so-called Vengeance Demon Hunter pull, where they pull the whole platform of the mages from the left and the right into the middle Guardian, which can be incredibly dangerous because you need perfect interrupts to make sure they all stack up. And not only that, they don't have a curse to spell. So you see that the debuff on both Marky and Simpkins, that increases the shadow damage taken by, not sure how much, but it's actually really unfortunate if the Guardian casted AoE that does shadow damage and you still have the debuff on you. So somehow they did manage to survive, through that debuff and all of those bolts as well that the Soulbinders are throwing out.
Yeah, as tanky as Warlocks are, that curse plus the Soulstorm will still kill you. So, gotta play it really safe there. Notably didn't use the wall to live through it, so that's pretty impressive in its own right, but Donuts in Despair gearing up for their big pull here. Let's see who that curse goes on. It is on the Warlock, doesn't have the wall available, so I have to keep an eye on his health whenever that Soulstorm comes out. It's going to be doing a lot of damage. Fortunately for them, it is a 21, it is tyrannical, so it's not doing max DPS possible, but still, it is going to be a lot of damage just in its own right. And Donuts in Despair very consistently just one pull behind Sloth here, as they should be, because they did go to the Zavwing and do one pull of their own, so pretty similar progression right now. Here's the skip from Sloth. Can they pull it off? Remember, last time this cost them 2 deaths.
Good.
Are they in combat? We don't... is the last person in combat? No. Perfect skip from them. So that was the skip we were talking about. They said they pulled that off 9 out of 10 times in practice, and it was just a fluke that they accidentally got in combat last time around. All right. We're through. That's one of the biggest mistakes they made last time around. Cost them a ton of time, had to get the res off, cost them 10 seconds of death timers. We are on to Koltharok for them. The Imp is out for Simkins, helping his healer with the Dispels. Here we go. One Reaver also going down for Donuts in Despair too.
Yeah, so Sloth is now going to be pulling those Shackled Souls onto the boss, which is another point that can cause deaths randomly, because the Shackled Souls, first of all, are evading when they come up, so they could be hitting random targets as they're there. And additionally, we also have Raging as well. And even though there's one Raging Dispeller on Sloth's side with the Hunter, you cannot dispel all of them at the same time. So if it's an unlucky overlap of a boss mechanic plus the Shackled Soul focusing you with one of their abilities, then it can easily one-shot you or kill you really quickly.
Yep, absolutely. Donuts in Despair now also getting into the boss as well. And the one extra trash pack they're behind has set them behind 50% on the boss, but they have a little bit of extra trash count, and they're going to be gaining a little extra trash count too as they pull Shackled Souls on top of the boss, like we just saw from Sloth as well. So good funnel damage coming out for them here. They're going to get pretty quickly blasted down once they stop doing their little evade bugging, of course, when they snap up. It can always happen whenever you snap mobs. Fire Interceptor also coming out for Donuts in Despair. So very similar strategies coming out from both of the teams here. Again, only major difference is that Sloth skipped that trash rate.
Yeah, very interesting to see that Donuts in Despair is going for that Woe Drifter buff first. And I guess it's also nice to not have to deal with this later on, because you can basically, if they get another Woe Drifter buff now, they could technically just move all the way to Xav. You don't have to deal with this arena room anymore. While Sloth, we do know they skipped this mini-boss earlier and then somehow do Xav without actually having dealt with the mini-boss, so just standing in the arena. I still don't know how they managed to not aggro that boss, that mini-boss, but we'll see later on. As Sloth now is pulling those last couple of Shackled Souls, but the boss is already pretty low, so they might actually waste some time here with the boss being dead already and the Shackled Soul still being alive, possibly? Okay, it's not looking too bad.
No, it's not too bad, and they have the Woe Drifter buff as well, so they'll finish this off here and be able to run very quickly to the next wing. Same thing happening for Donuts in Despair, going to be getting that Woe Relic and finishing it off with the boss. Is it the Woe Relic? Looks like they're going for Okay, here's the focus single target damage. Might have just been residual AoE damage on the Shackled Souls. But still, I mean, it's the same thing both ways here. Donuts in Despair just going to be one pull behind Sloth until they get back to the Zav wing. Keep an eye on the Priest here as he's running ahead with that Woe Drifter buff on the opposite side from his team. Shackled onto the Sludge Spewer, and they're going to be skipping past into Gorechop's room. This is one of the make-or-break pulls of this dungeon for Sloth. Everything on the bridge is going to be pulled into the boss here. Once everything gets situated around the corner, the cooldowns will come out and they'll pull into the boss. Can they pull this off? This is really scary.
And this is just such an insane pull. They have the gas bag, they have 2 Butchers and a Horror in this pull. And there we go, Gorechop also being engaged. This is going to be so much damage on Malek, on the tank. Let's see if they can somehow survive. As the first grip is coming in, they still had a little bit of the Woe Drifter buff on them, providing a 10% damage reduction. But Marky actually getting hit by the hook, and somehow is still being held alive by the Holy Priest. Yeah, that is something that cannot happen often, as they only have 1 Battle Rush available and running out of defensive cooldowns at this point.
Well, that's about as clean as it gets. You'll take 1 hook, because I think last time around they had several deaths here that they were able to battle res up and get back into, so you'll take that. That was very, very clean. Still 0 deaths on the board for them as well, and all of the trash is dead. The only thing left are those mobs that they crowd controlled at the very start of the pull. They'll have to deal with those separately on their own here, but the major thing is just to make sure you get the withering discharges from that sludge spear. As long as they get those, they should be totally fine. The chop from the butcher can also do a lot of damage as well. Getting eaten by the hunter there, if you're not ready for it, can do a lot of damage, but you were ready for it, it seemed there, and they're doing a very good job of keeping it safe on their end. Donuts in Despair going for a similar sized pull. A lot of the trash coming to the boss. Looks like Cryptics did get hit by some bleed there, but able to live through it just fine, beating the Unending Resolve to staying alive, and they're doing a good job as well. Only have that Butcher left, so both teams going for massive pulls and being able to pull it off cleanly.
Yeah, Donuts in Despair doing just the exact same pull there on their side. Possible that they saw Sloth do it and then adapted to it themselves, which is really cool and really impressive to see. Yeah, Sloth obviously being a bit ahead on that boss damage because they had engaged the boss quite a bit earlier. Javier didn't get hit by something.
Hooked, yeah.
Did use the Dwarf Racial to get rid of the bleed effect though. So really nicely done to be able to just get rid of that bleed and there's no more danger left. As Sloth has to do another big pull as they come out of this area though, because remember, they had used the Woe Drifter buff to skip all of this trash. So now they're gonna have to play it when they come up.
And remember, we're going to have to keep reiterating this until we get to the Zavwing. It looks like Donuts in Despair is very behind on the boss percentage here, but they did deal with the first pull in the Zavwing. So once we get to the Zavwing, we'll be able to see just how close together these two teams actually are. And it's been pretty neck and neck both ways. Even on Gorechop here, 2 hooks for both teams. For Donuts in Despair, it was both on Cryptics. For Sloth, it was one on the Monk, one on the Hunter. So just kind of evening it out across the board. You know, one of each class has been hooked at least once, so it's been pretty even.
Yeah, we do know that the last time Sloth played this dungeon, they had a 17-minute 30 clear, but they had 5 deaths on the board. So that means that they're only gonna get 1 more Bloodlust here. So they're gonna have to save it for a good moment, and I do think they use it on that Xav pull, where they just pull all of this trash into the boss. And we're gonna see it happening in just a second. They are now skipping through this area. You saw Malik did engage some of those Arbalists already, now using Control Undead on this Captain, and now they're gonna pull Wreck as well, that mini-boss, into Xav. There's gonna be a lot of incoming damage coming out of this group, and this pull needs to be executed perfectly for it to work out. And if it doesn't, it's gonna be a huge time loss and a huge disaster for them.
Eating the Erdus Mantler buff to help them with a little bit of healing here. It'll go down amidst the AoE. Everyone line of sighting around the corner, getting all this trash stacked up. Once Wreck and those Arbalists are in, they'll be pulling it into the boss. And here we go. Bloodlust is available and active. Infernal and all of the cooldowns coming out. You have to absolutely blitz this trash down. The Erdus Mantler, notably going down very early. That 10 seconds of healing will help them out tremendously on this pack with any residual damage going out. The big thing, though, is you want to make sure you deal with all of this trash before the very first duel goes out, because once those 2 DPS players goes down, with all this raging trash still left alive, it could be very dangerous, but it looks like the only thing that's going to be left alive is going to be Wreck the Hardened there. Warlock gets taken for a lot of damage, but not going to be too big of a deal. He's a Warlock, he lives through it, and notably, Warlock staying upstairs, very, very useful as well. We'll keep the Infernal rolling and be able to continue with damage on top of the boss here. But can we get a POV of the other 2 players? How did they stay out of combat with the mini-boss downstairs?
Yeah, we're gonna have to see that next time. I'm not even sure if there is gonna be a next time of this arena because Xav is already so low. I was a bit scared because the Arbalist was still alive for a long time, having a raging effect on them. So they took a lot of damage from the bleeds and from the shoots.
Donuts doing the same
Donuts
thing.
in Despair doing the exact same thing on their side as they also pulled everything on top of the boss. But because they had to do this extra pull, I think Donuts in Despair maybe don't know how they can skip this mini-boss, and Sloth somehow figured it out. Because keep in mind, they still have a mini-boss standing in this arena that the damage dealers get pulled into with the chains. And they somehow managed to not aggro it. Oh no, they did aggro it now, it's right there.
Oh, they're
just playing it.
Okay, they just play it. All right, well, that's all they do. Okay, they just play it. I just wonder how they waited so long for it to come up. Maybe it has something to do with how long it takes to snap up. That's really interesting, though. Donuts in Despair now. On their boss, on Zav, 60%, but they are just so far behind. If Donuts, I mean, I feel like this dungeon, we said it already, this is just Sloth's wheelhouse. If they're able to pull that off, how are you going to beat them in this dungeon? That's just so ridiculous. Donuts in Despair, still on to Zav the Unfallen here, but with this mini-boss kill for Sloth, that is going to put them at 100% trash count, and all they have left to do is deal with the final boss of this dungeon. We already talked about it coming in. That 1730, that was not the upper bound of how fast they could go. This could very easily be a sub 16-minute dungeon, which is just bonkers.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the last time they played this dungeon, they accidentally pulled Haruja, presumably with the mind-controlled with Captain, or with something like Braun. Let's see if that happened this time around as well, but it looks like Mordretha is being engaged, and we don't see Haruja being there just yet. Donuts and Despair having a death on their priest, though, on Timber, as they had to use the battle rest to get them back up. They're fine, but, I mean, look at the difference, just how fast Sloth had killed the boss. Like Zaf. You can see Donuts and Despair, they get a second arena time here where they get pulled into this for the duel, while Sloth didn't even get a second one. They somehow have so much single-target damage and optimize that pull so much that they just only get one arena. And yeah, Sloth's just playing out of their minds in this dungeon.
So ridiculous. I mean, it's just so beautiful. Like, this is the kind of dungeon that makes me love the MDI. I already love it on its own, but being able to watch and cast teams innovating routes 3 seasons in, after we've seen all we thought we were going to see out of the dungeon, they're like, nah, we'll do you one better. We'll use the new affix to just do something that you didn't even think of a year ago. It's so fun to see, and this is exactly what I want to see teams pull off. This is like a little sneak preview of what teams are going to be doing for Global Finals, because as we all know, the teams always pull a lot of rabbits out of the hat when it comes to Global Finals. This is just amazing to see early on.
Yeah, nothing. It's not over yet though, because we have seen a team wipe on this last boss on Mordretha. So they need to make sure that they stay alive here, because they so far have 0 deaths and they have such a clean run. But Donuts and Despair are also engaging Mordretha in just a second. So Sloth wipes here, they will not win against Donuts and Despair. So all eyes on Sloth and see if they can finish off Mordretha cleanly here. And if they do, they're gonna be qualifying for the Global Finals as the 3rd seed of this team through the upper bracket, which is insane for a team like Sloth.
Mordretha dropping below 5%, and it's going to be all she wrote as Sloth have punched their ticket to the Global Finals and also send Donuts and Despair, our top seed for this bracket, down to the lower bracket where they have to fight for that spot in the Global Finals still. Wow, what a series.
Yeah, this is Sloth's map pool, and Donuts and Despair just living in it, apparently. Sloth crushing their earlier time this week. They nailed the skip, and so they finished about a minute and a half faster on the Theater of Pain. Terrifying team to watch, but they will make it through to the Global Finals. Donuts and Despair not out yet by a long shot. They are going to be the final boss of the lower bracket now, but it's all about Sloth at the moment. Going through to the Grand Finals Group C and going through to the Global Finals a little bit later this year. That's a pretty incredible performance for a team that's been grinding at the MDI for a long time.
It's one of those things that if you told me coming into the weekend that Sloth was going to qualify for the Global Finals through the upper bracket, I would have not believed you. But yeah, like you said, they've just been grinding at it, going at it for all 3 Shadowlands seasons thus far, and they've improved a ton. Obviously, I do think this map pool was really good for them, but at the same time, they've just proven that they can really go toe-to-toe with the best.
Very cool to see. And again, that time, 16 minutes and 3.5 seconds. Their impressive time earlier this week was, I believe, it was 17:30. Yeah, so nearly a minute and a half faster. But, Nagura, we were looking at the route. The skip came through for both teams.
Yeah, so both of the teams managed to do that incredible skip. And just the way they dealt with these platforms is also just so crazy. What else do you see, Tuttle?
Yeah. So I think that these platforms are actually the biggest amount of time save overall. And so the time save comes from the fact that, for one, Sloth doesn't do backtracking coming into the Kultha Rock Wing, so they skip all those Shackled Souls and these like burn an invisibility potion where most teams are like using a Woe Drifter and they're running into it, and like it's like a cooldown optimization play for other teams, whereas for them they're just going into this Kultha Rock area. But they're able to do the bone. They're able to do that the pull with all the. They're able to do the soul pull into the Bone Reaver pull back to back, which is actually crazy. I don't understand how they do that Bone Reaver pull with all those Bone Mages without any offensive cooldowns available to them, but they're able to do that. They cut down on basically one full pull over where Donuts and Despair are. And Donuts and Despair are actually they looked really good in their Theater of Pain. They adapted their strategy. They did a lot of the similar things from what we saw from Sloth, but at the same time, Sloth just cut down one hole over where Donuts and Despair were, and then whenever you're comparing routing that is like mostly similar, no deaths happen on either side, it's really difficult to really fight for that. So Donuts and Despair were a little bit ahead of count going into Gore Chop, but they were somewhere in the range of like 35 to 45 seconds behind getting Gore Chop pulled, and then they were really just like slow to kill off the boss relative to where Sloth were, and that's where Sloth was really able to accelerate. They do this just massive pull, like they have no reason of doing a pull of this size in the MDI. I did not realize that this pull was doable coming into this weekend. I don't think that any team knew that this pull was doable going into this weekend, but Sloth showing that it is in fact doable, and honestly not even that difficult for them. This is the second time they were able to do that coming out of the 8th seed. They qualify for the global finals through the upper bracket. Whew, that is a massive congratulations to them.
Yeah, that this Zav pull is just one of the coolest things I think we've seen it all weekend, right? And they time it so well, where they get the relic up there kind of a little bit ahead of everything else, so they get the extra head start on the construct. So then they start that pull off kind of like with that buff already more or less rolling, and it kind of just goes well from there. But that's that last match, going to 3 dungeons, like getting to see the pulls we saw, like, it was one of the best MDI matches I think we've seen yet. This is the reason why we like MDI.
I have a question. Are you kicking yourself for your Donuts and Despair about the Necrotic Wake?
Yeah,
sure.
I mean,
probably a bit.
For sure, right?
You're still a big threat in the lower bracket, but yeah.
Obviously, I mean, yeah, right? But I do think that Donuts and Despair, they knew that Sloth has issues with the Necrotic Wake, historically, right? So if they would have played it clean, they would have won the whole series, right? They would have 2-0'd them. But that is something that they have to shake off, that feeling, right? They cannot be thinking about that right now. They have to get through that lower bracket to make sure that they are also going into the global final too.
Yeah, I always like to bring up what like Baby Bay, the former Overwatch League pro, always said about that kind of thing, where it's like, he said as a pro you have to have goldfish brain sometimes, where it's like you just can't think about, you have to make yourself forget about what just happened like a round ago or a map ago and just focus on what's in front of you right now, you know? And that's kind of where Donuts and Despair are at. They've got a little bit of time to think about things, to rework anything that might have been a bit of a problem, because they are in our lower bracket finals. So they've got some time, because we've got Womegalol versus Ethical coming up in our semifinal here. And anyone want to make a bold prediction about who's going through? I feel like Womegalol's been looking really good, but what do you think is ironic?
I thought, if you would ask me this at the beginning of yesterday, I would have probably said it'd be really close. But after watching what happened to Ethical in the lower bracket yesterday, they looked a little shaky in the lower bracket. They didn't look like they were comfortable at all. So I think I'm going to give the edge to Womegalol. Just a little bit more experience. I think they're a little bit more. They've looked a little bit more solid this weekend.
I think I would tend to agree. In addition to that, Womegalol, whenever they don't have deaths, they're 4-0 across the whole entire weekend. Whenever they do have deaths, they're 0-2. So it really just kind of depends on like which Womegalol we're going to see. Are they going to be the deathless, like really clean Womegalol that we've seen in their wins, or are they going to be kind of the shaky one that allowed Sloth to 2-0 them? And those are going to be like really big testing points for Womegalol, because as we know, deaths really can kill runs in the MDI, and we see it time and time again, where it's just like one death can kind of throw things out of balance and really cause some issues.
Yeah, and Womegalol's got that cool story too, where they're just kind of a group of players that like playing keys on live, and now they thought they'd see how well they can do in MDI, and guess what? They're doing pretty great so far. So we'll see if they can do great enough to make it to the lower bracket finals, or if Ethical is going to come back strong here on day 3 and do it themselves. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our second match of the day here on Championship Sunday on the Mythic Dungeon International. And we're back here on MDI. That stands for Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doe. With me on the desk now, that's right, is Adratinos, Makes, and Zyronic. That's right, check it out, write it down. We're going into our lower bracket finals. It's going to be Donuts and Despair versus Womegalol. And this one's interesting, because I think a lot of people didn't expect Donuts and Despair to be down here, but here they are. Big threat. Womegalol going to have to play out of their minds, I think, to come out ahead in this one.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be really, really interesting. Like I just said, I expect 3 games out of this. I think it's going to get pretty close. I do think, however, Donuts and Despair have a little bit of the upper hand here. I'm not sure how you guys feel about that.
Yeah, one thing, team quality aside, structurally coming from the upper bracket is such a huge advantage for this series because Womegalol were just in a brutal 3-game series fighting for their lives, whereas Donuts and Despair have just had an hour to put on the finishing touches, prep these dungeons, get in the mindset of handling these affixes and handling the most problematic pulls in the dungeons that they were intending to play. So yeah, going into this Tazavesh Streets, I do think Donuts and Despair have a moderate advantage in this series, but they have lost in the upper bracket where they've obviously been the favorite the whole way through. So if that happens again, they'll be out of here. And this series is the most important one in our bracket because the winner gets a ticket to the global finals and the loser goes home without that, which is by far the biggest swing in any of our matches in the whole bracket.
And I do think, just quickly pointing it out, that sneaky Halls of Atonement ban from Womegalol, really smart here. That was the only dungeon Donuts and Despair were able to beat Slothin with a timer of 13 minutes and 58 seconds. So taking that dungeon out of the pool is definitely the one thing you do want to do.
It's a really good point, actually, because Donuts and Despair look pretty good on everything else there. Tazavesh Streets, we've only seen them play it once, but they did a 19-32 against RG Nordics in their first match of the week. Necrotic Wake, I'm just looking through their matches here, and I don't believe we've seen them play that dungeon yet. And Mists was the very first dungeon they played, and they crushed that one with 1502, 0 deaths, again against RG Nordics. So, decent results on 2 of the 3 dungeons here already for Donuts and Despair, but whatever you can do if you're Womegalol to try to, pitch the dungeons in your favor a little bit is definitely something that's going to happen.
On that note, I'm kind of surprised at the Theater of Pain ban from Donuts and Despair, because they had a good-looking Theater of Pain run. It's just that they were playing against, the kings of Theater of Pain. I feel like they had a good route in there, and they left the Necrotic Wake open, which they had a lot of trouble in. So, I don't know, maybe they're a little bit more confident in the Necrotic Wake route, but this first Streets map is something that I think we're going to see a lot of interesting stuff in, because I remember we were notably kind of confused when we saw Donuts and Despair's run earlier this weekend. It's like they almost looked like they were holding back, like they forgot trash, and that's not something that I think a team of this caliber should be doing. It's really weird.
It's called sandbagging,
No, it was just unfortunate snapping. So sometimes it can happen that not everything of a pack comes to you when you snap it. Like there's some weird reset thing happening in Streets, and because there's so many packs that you actually snap, it can be easy to leave out some trash by accident.
That is true. Sometimes you gotta rely on the trash being a team player, and you're gonna be taking them out, so I don't think they want to do that. They can do everything they can.
To actually want to take you out, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of the opposite, I would think. But Tazavesh Streets is where we'll start things off. Donuts and Despair, trying to just take out the despair part, right? A little bit of despair in their last series, but hopefully less despair for them after this one. We'll see. But, Womegalol has been such a fun team to watch all week, too. And, I mean, hey, they love the Woe Drifter buff. I know you love the Woe Drifter buff, Dratnos, so maybe cheering a little bit for them.
All about the Woe Drifter. This is a great map for it as well. A lot of the strategies we've seen evolve in Streets of Wonder in the MDI have used that Woe Drifter to great effect. We are going to get underway, however. Both teams obviously starting off with this mandatory pull here. As soon as you kill that Gate Warden, the door opens, so a lot of damage is going to be focused into that mob, and they can kind of leave the security to mop up afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a lot of Rain of Fire is coming from Cryptics here, but I don't know. Looks like it was the Infernal. No, you know what? No. It was the Infernal committed. They committed the Infernal to this first pack, whereas Ricky has saved his Infernal. So presumably, Womegalol are going to be going for some massive pull right off the bat here. Let's see what the plan is from them.
And Tobo used Coordinated Assault, whereas Smacked didn't. So one team committed the Warlock cooldowns and saved the Hunter ones. The other team, the exact reverse. Donuts and Despair are starting off with this pull. Generally, you do think of Infernal as kind of the bigger pump in an AoE situation, but we'll see exactly how that lines up, as they do have quite a bit of trash here, including that Portal Guardian, I believe. Yeah, you can see those Rift Blasts coming out. Womegalol also doing a fairly large pull here. They have it in a slightly different spot in the room. Both teams killing that Dismantler at exactly the same time as well. Wow, this is so cool.
An almost perfect Sanguine management from Donuts and Despair. Very little Sanguine healing coming out for them, but up on the side of Womegalol, that one Overseer healed for almost 500,000 health, so that's going to be in this first pull and is going to drop a Sanguine Pool almost immediately, so they need to make sure they have some sort of knockback or kiting in place. That is not a very well-timed Chaos Nova from Dr. J, though. Look at these mobs just casting in the Sanguine healing as they've gone over the top, and it's still going as well. Actually, I think fortunately that Specialist was just outside of the Sanguine Pool, but it's not a great way to start the pull. You can see it set them very far behind right off the bat here. Already 10% on the boss of an advantage for Donuts and Despair, and all the trash is dead too.
Yeah, Donuts and Despair have done such a good job of mitigating that Sanguine Affix Yips here. Veteran of MDI, I believe going back all the way to Legion, at least a Keystone veteran back to the Legion days, so familiar with managing these sorts of affixes and doing a really good job of keeping that Sanguine healing from becoming too much of a threat.
Legend has it that the great Yips Warlock himself got so tired of playing with tanks that didn't know how to deal with positioning mobs that he said,
himself
you know what, I'll do it myself. Exactly.
Yeah. All right, so Donuts and Despair with the boss reaching around 38% health are going to move into this next pull. This is a very standard thing we see a lot in the MDI, pulling this pack towards the end of Zopex and getting a Woe Drifter to let you then run all the way to your next area of the dungeon. Womegalol doing, of course, the exact same thing. There's no Woe Drifter that Donuts and Despair will take that Womegalol won't also take. It would go against their contractual obligations. Igloo going down for Womegalol. You see Angel there, instantly canceled, and the res comes out, so they are down to battle res for the next 8 minutes.
Not a great way to start the dungeon, but if there are any teams that can get through it, it's going to be Womegalol and Donuts and Despair. Fortunately, Donuts and Despair doesn't have to worry about that because they don't haven't committed the battle res just yet. But man, things are going great for Donuts and Despair already off the bat. Boss dead, trash extremely low, already have the Woe Drifter buff ready to go. And they're going to be moving on to the next section of the dungeon here, whereas Womegalol is still kind of flailing around on this boss. Down to 15%, but still plenty to chew through here.
And a kind of annoying thing here for Womegalol is that Woe Drifter is timing on, like that is active on them, right? The Woe Cypher. You don't need too much duration on it to skip past the mobs, but it's nice to have a pretty long duration on it when you finish the fight so that you can go and start all this RP and not be running at regular speed or having to mount up to get back to various pulls. So Donuts and Despair, they had about 15 seconds of wiggle room. I think Womegalol will mostly get all the value they need out of this Woe Drifter, but they are going to be cutting it a little bit close.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of running back after starting the RP that Igloo's going to have to do without the Woe Drifter buff, so we might not be able to join the group right away. But might be just enough for him to get back nice and clean. Take a look again at the Sanguine management for Donuts and Despair. Whenever you don't have a Sanguine Icar healing meter popping up there, you're doing a pretty dang good job, and they've kept it below 200k, so I'd say that's a win for Donuts and Despair here. They've just finished off the trash pack that Womegalol have just started to engage.
Yeah, so Donuts and Despair have created in these first 4 minutes of the dungeon a 1 trash pack advantage. It's not massive, but it is still, of 2 teams that are this titanically powerful, quite a big advantage to create without there being like a wipe for the other team, right?
Dude, I love this picture we get for Donuts and Despair. Yeah. You can see Timber starting to do the RP here with the Woe Drifter buff, just running away from all of these lackeys, doing his best that he can to not get hit by anything. Now we have a strong arm in there, going to be a little scary. Those melees from the strong arms do a lot of damage, about 50% of his HP. Probably going to do this last part of the buff and then start running back towards the group as the Woe Drifter buff times out. Yep, going to go rejoin the group right now. Was that enough to get the password? I think we saw 2 of them. We might have gotten the 3rd one as well, so they might be through the RP already as Timber now rejoins the group outside of the Postmaster group.
Yeah, meanwhile, Womegalol are opting to have their Demon Hunter rather than their healer do this. This is a little bit safer because, of course, your healer is able to heal your group while doing this, but it's a little bit less damage because your damage dealer isn't there to do damage. Yeah. So a little bit of a difference in strategies there, but Womegalol are able to get the Demon Hunter back fairly quickly. It's also a little bit quicker to do the RP in terms of like the RP finishes sooner if you have a Demon Hunter who can zip around and get a couple fell rushes, vengeful retreats in that area, but all in all, 2 strategies that are pretty similar in terms of time, just slight preference difference. I do think that if you can execute it safely 100% of the time, the healer doing it is probably slightly better, but I'm not 100% sure even on that.
Check out the Elemental management from Donuts and Despair here. They had a little bit of a mishap at the very start of the pull where they had Sanguine right in the front doorway of this room, so they had a little bit of extra Sanguine healing. But remember, those Elementals give you a massive haste buff for about 15 seconds or so, so if you can save them for the boss and get those buffs chained, it'll help you get through this boss so much more quickly. You can skip some of the more dangerous phases later on in the boss. Or hopefully, the idea is that you only have to do one of these briefcase throwing phases, right, where you have to throw the mail into the mail chute. I don't know how else to describe it. But if you can skip the second one, that is fantastic. So let's see how it goes for them here. They're going through the first one pretty quickly. I like the setup here, having your priest stand very close to the chute, and then everyone just tosses your books at him, and he throws the ball in for you. What a support player Timber is.
Yeah, very well done there. And also going to soak some of this volatile liquid as well. Make sure that the part of the room doesn't get too polluted before returning to the group, sending out the Master Spell to remove that. And yeah, as you said, that male elemental you can see right next to the group here is about to die. Now, you do have to be a little bit careful. That bubble is like 10 yards across. The Sanguine puddle is like 8 yards across, so you can see they are grouped up right in that sliver of space that they are within the haste buff, but not obviously bathing in the Sanguine. And getting a bit of extra damage there, but you can see Sanguine, or Tornadoes actually, Storming Tornadoes, have something to say about that.
Meanwhile, Womegalol has gone for a Postmaster pull of their own, and they were able to pull it off and catch up pretty quickly to Donuts in Despair. Only 20% behind on the boss, have slightly less trash percentage, but making good time on their own and keeping themselves within striking distance if anything goes wrong for Donuts in Despair.
Yeah, Donuts in Despair sort of half committing here. They did some of those early briefcases, but they didn't worry too much about throwing the later ones in that phase, because those, of course, have more lenient timers because they appeared more, further into the fight. So they were able to get that done without having to do all of the briefcases. Now they're going to be starting off with a big pull in the marketplace area here. This is 4 Peacekeepers and a Spark Caster, plus a set of relics, of which they're going to select the Woe Drifter, of course. The Woe Drifter, really powerful in this whole area. It's going to be the most common relic you're going to see for the rest of this dungeon, except for on boss pulls themselves. Just moving around all around the place so much more quickly as a result. And I wonder where Donuts in Despair are going to head next.
It could be either way. Opting to go towards the Oasis. I think the more typical strategy we see for teams is to head towards the Menagerie, I believe it's called. Yeah, I remember. That took me a while to remember it. But yeah, they're heading towards the Oasis. Both teams actually heading towards the Oasis. Interestingly enough, Womegalol not opting to get the Woe Drifter buff in the middle that Donuts in Despair does. But remember, they do have a little bit extra trash count that they're going to have to get at some point, so I imagine they'll probably be going back and killing that same trash pack that we just saw Donuts in Despair dealing with, and getting a new Woe Drifter buff of themselves at that point. Oh, and
Donuts in Despair have snapped. They've snapped this. I believe this is the mini boss. We'll see in a second. Yep, this is the mini boss. So this is a huge amount of count, and they have basically all the count that they are going to need once they kill off this mini boss. I love this snap. It is such a great way to do something useful during the music RP segments of this fight, right? Like you're spinning around, you're hitting these notes. Yeah, some ads are spawning, but you're basically trapped here, right? You're basically trapped here and not able to do anything to speed up your run unless you can bring some trash into it, and that is exactly what Donuts in Despair have elected to do here. This mini-boss is quite deadly. It's quite inefficient to fight by itself out in the area because it's just like, it's hard to pull anything else onto it, but snapping it down here is such a great answer to that because it does give such a large amount of count individually. You can see they jumped from 88% to 97% count, and they only need, like if they want to snap an Enforcer onto the last boss, that's all the count they're going to need.
Yeah, so they're essentially done with their trash count at this point, where Womegalol still has a lot that they have to deal with. I mean, Donuts in Despair, this is kind of the route that we were expecting them to show off at the very start of the weekend, but I'm kind of surprised how much it seems they were sandbagging before, because this route looks so much faster than the last one we saw from them.
Yeah, but well, especially in this new exciting MDI world with a ban format, you do really want to hide your strength from teams that you're going to play later, right? So if you think you can get away with a 5-minute slower route in the first match of the Friday, it makes a lot of sense to do that, and that may be the exact mind game that Donuts in Despair have played here and have got this ace up their sleeve that they got to surprise Womegalol with in Streets of Wonder.
Yeah, I remember that route that they went up against RG Nordics with earlier this weekend. That was a 1930, whereas right now I think they're on pace for pretty easily like sort of a mid-16s key level,
yeah, there
which
are
is
3 tyrannical bosses still that stand between them and the end of the timer,
yeah.
So we may see the number going a little bit above that, but Zogron, the boss that they're about to fight here, even on tyrannical, is a very quick encounter. In fact, it's so quick that it's one of the few bosses that you can just kill the Woe Relic that spawns with the boss and actually still have that buff after the boss dies. Very few bosses are like that, but this is one of them.
Well, notably, it has less HP because it's the end of a third RP session, right? And then also you can infinitely stack that rage buff, which is a damage increase plus haste buff, every single time the boss sucks everyone into the middle. If you time your extra action button perfectly and face the right direction, you can very easily extend that buff. Let's see, does everybody in Donuts in Despair get the extend? Yep, all 5 players across the board got that extend, so they're going to keep that damage buff rolling. That's exactly how it's done.
Well, Megalol also doing a great job of extending their buffs. They are about 30% ahead on Zogron's health, but they are 17% trash count behind and 1 death. So, you know, we talked a lot about how great Donuts in Despair are looking here, but Megalol really are not that far behind, right? That is just 17% count. If they can find a quick, efficient way to do that, maybe pulling some of it into some of the bosses, I think that they can still absolutely take this, as they are now making their way towards the Menagerie. Donuts in Despair, hot on their heels, and of course don't have anywhere near as much trash that they need to do.
Yeah, exactly. Like you mentioned before, they have no trash left that they have to do. The rest of their dungeon is boss killing and travel time, and that is it. Now, the only remaining question I have for Donuts in Despair is how they plan on getting to the final boss consistently, because they don't have any need to get a second Woe Drifter buff like we saw from the Echo strategy earlier in our Shadowlands season here. I imagine they'll just probably Mind Soothe their way through the trash to get to the last boss, and of course they've already dealt with the mini-boss, so they don't have to worry about skipping past that.
Yeah, Mind Soothe is unbelievably powerful for getting through this market area. People, you look at Mind Soothe and you're still kind of scared about getting close to mobs, but I swear, it's like a 5-yard aggro range around mobs when they are Mind Soothed. So as long as you remember to Mind Soothe all of the relevant mobs, you can cut through almost anywhere without pulling stuff.
Wow. Big pull from Megalol, catching them up in the trash count, and that was during boss RP, so it's not like they lost that much time. Donuts in Despair will engage the boss a little bit earlier, but Megalol definitely doing good things to catch them back up to Donuts in Despair. They'll be pulling the boss roughly, I want to say 20 seconds after Donuts in Despair, so this is going to be a very, very close DPS race at the end here. Megalol are not far behind at all.
Yeah, again, 1 death on the board, so that is 5 extra seconds, but that is not very much in the scheme of things. Although, with how tight these two teams are playing, that may end up making the difference, actually. I could see it coming down to that, as you can see both teams working on the first of 3 bosses in here. This one is usually the least mechanically intensive, right? You see blue stuff on the floor, you walk out of it, problem solved. But this fight starts to ramp up in intensity now as we make our way into the second part, and you start having all those orbs you need to dodge all around the room.
Yeah, and of course it's going to come down to the efficiency of the damage buffs that you get on your group as well, and who it goes on. I think the #1 choice is probably going to be Demon Hunter, because they have the most consistent damage of the group. They're always doing good damage with that Sinful Roundup time, and then of course you want to pass it off to either your Hunter or your Warlock when they have a little bit of their excess resources available, maybe some red bombs, maybe the coordinated assault, but that's not going to be off cooldown for quite a while for either of the teams, so it's just going to come down, I think, to Demon Hunter damage. And honestly, what do you think about giving it to the DK? Even after the nerfs, they have pretty consistent single target damage.
The DK and the Demon Hunter just tossing it back and forth between each other makes sense. I think potentially Demon Hunter and Hunter would make even a little bit more sense to pass it between, but definitely, I hate giving it to a Warlock, because even though the Warlock, this is not just my usual I hate Warlocks thing, this is like, the Warlock, you know, they get a damage buff by eating all of those orbs, right? But they have to move to do it, right? And I believe that inefficiency is not as good, even if they technically get more DPS out of the extra damage buff. I think you do want to just pass it between your mobile melee specs. And yeah, I think Havoc and Survival are 2 great examples of that. And you can see right now, Survival is indeed going around, grabbing those, and Anarchy and Smacked are kind of standing right on top of each other, making sure that buff is going to just jump between them always.
We also saw Cryptus just completely getting out of dodge there and porting away from the buff just to make sure that he didn't accidentally get it. And yeah, as a Warlock player myself, can guarantee you, I'd much rather just sit in the middle and turret than have to worry about soaking those orbs. Let them get the damage buff. Let them get their time in the sun. I'll do my AoE damage later on.
Yeah, it's like, look what they need to mimic a fraction of my power.
Oh, Ricky got touched by one of the orbs when he didn't have the buff. That's not exactly ideal. Remember, if you don't have the buff, that's a negative buff that it gives you. Not good.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way, because I just thought, oh, you take the damage, but you still get the damage buff. But no, it's a damage decrease if you touch an orb when you don't have the consume. So definitely something you want to avoid, unlike what I was doing when I thought it was a damage buff, which was soaking it and saying, heal me.
Oh, Cryptic's hitting the residual buff right at the very end. Very, very nice. But boss goes down early for Donuts in Despair. They still have secured themselves a pretty significant lead, so let's see what the route is going to be here. Probably just hugging the left wall by mind-soothing all of the available trash mobs here. Still have to be a little bit careful, because that is kind of a tight squeeze, but they have the Imprison available
out of combat, yeah.
An auto-combat CC, and they are through.
Those are the only 2 CCs where you can like walk next to stuff and not pull them. They like, won't see. Yeah, all right. So he's going to deploy the demonic circle and jump down. And he's going to be grabbing some of the one enforcer pull and circling back up, and then running over to the group here and getting a life grip potentially even. Yep, there it is from Timber, bringing him in, and those mobs will be snapping momentarily. Here they are. That enforcer is the key. The reason you do the snap right is the enforcer does the AoE enrage. It increases damage taken as well as damage done, so it lets them just blast Zoasmi even harder here on pull.
Notably, it does that to your group as well, so this is a little bit more dangerous for the group too, but as long as you have all of your cooldowns available, the blast comes out, and look at the single target damage done on this 22 Tyrannical boss, already at 60%. Good management of the Sanguine there, keeping the boss away from it, no healing on the boss whatsoever. Have to be careful with this Enforcer, make sure it's away from the group. Is that out of the Sanguine? I believe it is, so there you go. The damage is dealt, the boss is already at 50%. They have an extra Sparkcaster that they have to deal with, which could be a little bit annoying, but as long as the Sanguine doesn't spawn on top of the boss, they'll be totally fine.
Yeah, just have to make sure that they manage that, especially as it's getting low, as it's getting about to die. I wonder if that Sparkcaster actually was just supposed to be CC'd and staying out of the pack, because they're at 100% count, so maybe they don't even need it, although you can see it has been the victim of a Havoc debuff from Cryptix for a little bit of extra damage. Cryptix not going to worry about taking that portal either, just going to jump and soul shape through the misty walls that Zoasmi creates. And this next double technique here, they let it get right next to the end of its cast before actually sending that second interrupt, just to avoid.
Close spawn. Oh, the personal portal into the dodge,
Great
instantly
move.
getting them off. What a great move from Cryptix there. Perfect execution. But they need to catch up quickly here. That was almost a death from Smacked there. They have Zoasmi down to 10%, but Womegalol is right on their heels with their boss at 25%. Donuts in Despair, you have to finish this boss off. They're committing. Look at the ring coming out from them here. Are they going to be able to finish it off?
Oh, they have to make sure they don't get
2%
Sanguine
on
healing
the
as well.
boss.
There's a mob
No Sanguine healing.
boss, but they've done it.
Oh, boss goes
Wow.
down. Donuts in Despair taking Game 1 over Womegalol. What a run from them.
0 deaths until the end there, and then a bunch of players dying or potting right after the end of the dungeon as well. That's exactly how they wanted it to look.
Wow, that was amazing. That's what you call committing, right? From Donuts in Despair, like that's when the person in Discord call says, "All right, just commit," and you're like, "Oh, I don't know, but okay." But it worked out. Donuts in Despair just getting it done, barely in time, and that was a really close first dungeon between these two teams. It just seemed like the route was just slightly more efficient for Donuts in Despair. It's tough to say though, because man, that was extremely close.
Yeah, definitely. So it is going to come down to a few differences in routing, like you said, Doa. But I also do want to speak about just the general DPS coming out of Donuts and Despair, especially in the first room and then the big pull after the first room that they did with the muscles. I felt like they were so much faster there, and then later actually slowed down just a little bit. But we're going to look at all of the things that played together to actually make this a win for Donut and Despair while we're looking at them. So this is the first room. Just look at the Portal Mancer. They're actually melting this mini boss completely. It was impressive how much damage was coming out there. Of course, Warlock and Survival Hunter topping the meters, but the Demon Hunter not far off, I do want to say. And they just so quickly moved on to the next pack, and then also to the boss as soon as it spawned. Then we had, of course, as we always do, Timber running this event, and I thought it was so funny that they were passing each other. Like when the team was like, "Oh, we just did the muscle pack, we're gonna run on towards," and Timber was like, "Yeah, I'm just carrying this." That was just a very cute moment.
Guys.
But look at this. Timber is playing these briefcases here. And that was so close, putting that Guardian Angel on themselves to be able to survive. But the team knows no mercy, just throwing more and more of these briefcases. And then in the end, Timber was able to finish them off. Then we had what to me was the biggest difference, I think, Yip bringing so far into this boss fight. I really like that. I really like having extra trash here, especially if it's that mini boss, because it gives you so many mechanics, but you can easily deal with them while doing the pre-event. And then this was the routing difference for the other team, who pulled everything onto the corridor here, waiting for the menagerie to open, which I generally like as well, because you have to wait for the menagerie anyway, and they did a fantastic job of doing this pull here. They were very quick and very efficient with their damage, dodging everything. Like with that frontal there, I was very scared for a second, but they were able to do it. And then it came down to Zoasmi, and you could actually see Cryptix committing that Night Fae blink, as to not get that debuff shortly thereafter, using the demonic portal to actually portal back and again not get that debuff. It's gonna come. Yeah, there you go. See, the demonic turtle coming back. It was just like super clutch. And then at the very end, while they were trying to push the boss, they actually just all got the debuff and committed, and we're like, we're gonna kill the boss anyway. It doesn't matter. So that was really intense.
It dies when I die.
That was the dungeon on the line at the end there for Donuts in Despair. But like that's what's gonna win like MDI matches for you, right? If you can like play super tight and then know when to take that big risk and then execute on it, that'll do it. That's what gives Donuts in Despair a 1-0 lead in this series. So, but I mean, it's far from over. I mean, this is one after the way Womegalol played in that first dungeon. You can see it going to the third one again today, and it's, you know, who knows? Donuts in Despair, you know they want to go back up to that upper bracket finals. You know they detest being down in the lower bracket like this, but I think Womegalol's going to make him work for it, no doubt. Right,
yeah,
Zyronic?
definitely.
It's your turn.
It's my turn.
So I was like, who's gonna?
Yeah,
It's your turn.
I think still, after that run, Donuts in Despair is still looking dominant, but if there's ever a map for them to lose against Womegalol, it's going to be this Necrotic Wake. Obviously, they already had troubles with it earlier this weekend, but
Yeah.
I want to point out something for Womegalol. The dungeons that they've lost this weekend have been like incredibly close losses. Like that Streets loss, they lost by maybe 20 seconds or so in that street to Donuts in Despair. They also lost a street by like 10 seconds to Sloth earlier this weekend too. Like a lot of their losses have been like right there. If they played a little bit better, they could have won a map and taken the series based off of it. So I don't want to say that it's like far and away Donuts in Despair favored series. This is like incredibly close between. Remember, these are our two top seeded teams in this bracket going off in the lower finals here, and of course they're playing for an outright berth to the global finals right now. Winner of this series is through. Loser has to go to the last stand. So there's a lot on the line here.
And actually,
Yeah, for sure.
Zaru, you were making a point earlier about that TOP ban coming out of Donuts and Despair and them having to play Necrotic Wake now, and I so agree with that, because both of these teams have played TOP before. Donuts and Despair's TOP looked really strong, whereas Womegalol's was a little bit wonky. Not terrible, but in comparison, just a little bit weaker. So it really doesn't make sense for me if you're Donuts and Despair to take out TOP out of the pool and instead go for that Necrotic Wake. But Dradmus, you seem to disagree.
Yeah. So I definitely, you know, if you just look at the timings, right, it's like, oh, they banned a good map and they were playing a bad map. But you can't really, like, Necrotic Wake is so volatile that they might be like, actually, we think we're pretty consistent in here. We happen to have a bad run, but we think we can do this, you know, reliably. We think this is a good map for us. We want to go here again. And especially if you've got that competitive spirit, right, it's like, oh, man, I want to get that one back, right? I want to do that pull right, you know, and show everybody that I can do this dungeon, right?
Okay,
and that it's something we can do. 0 deaths, 12 minutes, get in, get out, get a 2-0, get my ticket to global finals, redeem myself in Necrotic Wake, right? Because Sloth had pretty much the same thing, right? Sloth had a scuffed Necrotic Wake on Friday, come back in on Sunday and just
They
blast
still
in
won,
there,
though.
right? Yeah,
They
that's
still
true.
won.
That's true. And that's obviously nice that's how they stay in the upper bracket and Donuts and Despair end up in the lower bracket, right? It's like what the other team does when you have a bad run. But yeah.
I do want to point out also as well that both of the wipes for Donuts and Despair and Necrotic Wake were started off by Yipstein. For those of us that know Yips as a player, he's a very consistent player. Him starting off those pulls with deaths is like very out of character for him. So, you know, now that I think about it, I think that could be the case that we just happened to see the worst of them in one run in multiple different scenarios, and normally they're pretty consistent there. So I could definitely see that being the case.
Okay, fair.
Sure. Well, we're just moments away from getting into that Necrotic Wake to see, you know, who's going to end up taking it, right? Because, like you said, there's lots of things on both sides, but at the same time, every dungeon is different, right? And that every dungeon has those moments where you just have to adapt. You have to react in the heat of the moment. Some kick gets missed, some mob paths in a way you're not expecting. You need to be ready, you need to be the best, and that's what these teams need to be if they want to go to the group finals against Sloth. Get that spot in the global finals, and it's all about Donuts in Despair possibly getting that 2-0, or Womegalol tying up the series. Let's see who does it.
All right, we are underway here. Both teams heading around, setting up a nice large pull, getting that Kyrian Goliath activated are Womegalol as they are pulling right into Blightbone. So are Donuts in Despair. The Kyrian Goliath, though, still not activated for them, so they're going to save that for a little bit. You can see Timber heading over to the side there for that boss frontal and then going to activate the Goliath. So they're going to have their Goliath and the Anima Orbs a little bit later than Womegalol will.
And notably for both teams, it looks like the Kyrian Spear was used for both of them just to make this pull go that much more cleanly. Remember, it is bolstering, so if you use it at the very end of the pull to finish off the rest of the trash mobs, it makes the pull that much safer for your tank. Your tank won't go down. And check it out, both tanks still very, very safe. Meta, not used for Lamike yet, saving it maybe for the end of this pull here, or maybe when they pull it into the next pull, but Last Resort's still on the table for both of them, should they still need it. Very clean so far.
Ooh, Dr. J is going to cost cheap death there on, I think that was maybe the boss frontal combined with some other incoming damage. That's going to be a resource that may come back to haunt them later, or maybe it'll expire and come back off cooldown without any further incident. Womegalol are pulling in to this pull, but you can see their Anima exhaust buffs are just expiring now across the group. Meanwhile, Donuts in Despair still do have another 15 seconds of that, so they can pull over into the side if they want. Although now they're kind of running out of time. They'd have to do it right about now if they wanted to. Otherwise, Womegalol might be picking up a little bit more trash count here.
That Mortal Coil was seconds away from being in a very, very bad spot. If that Necromancer was pulled, I think we've seen everything that could possibly go wrong for Donut in Despair in this dungeon in the past 5 hours. But fortunately, the Mortal Coil running out just as it's about to get into social aggro range. But check out where Womegalol has gotten themselves here. They're through all of their trash pulls. Donuts in Despair, notably, though, pulls much more trash with the first boss. And from the previous runs, we know that they like to skip Narzuda with this extra trash percentage.
Right, they get a little bit of extra trash count by doing this pull that, with face value, this pull looks kind of inefficient, right? It's just pulling a fairly small pack that some teams pull with boss, but by doing it this way after boss and getting all that extra trash with boss from the other parts of the room, you do get to target the Woe Drifter here, and then potentially use that Woe buff to skip to wherever you want to go next. Oh, Ricky down for Womegalol. Are they going to commit a battle res here? Unfortunately, that's their only good battle res. Everybody else just has engineering res if they want to use one of those, and that's exactly what they're going to have to do. A lot of damage starting to come out on the group here, though. They do have the Anima Exhaust kind of helping heal them up and keep things going, but a lot of Necrotic Bolts here. Mike under so much pressure. That's going to be meta used. Not Last Resort, just regular meta button pressed, so good job pressing that just before death.
Now they have the Woe Drifter buff, gives them a little bit of extra damage reduction as well, so help them dodge things on the ground a little bit easier too. Should be a little bit safer here. They still have the Anima Exhaust Orbs, but a one-shot coming out on Tobo. Was that the Dark Fate, or was that something? Did he get hit by the ground effect? I didn't quite see what that was, but either way, that is a full-on death, and it has to be a release from Tobo. Fortunately, they have the Woe Drifter buff, so he'll be able to join the group relatively quickly, but he has to run through all of that extra trash.
Donuts of Despair now starting up a big pull in this area. You can see mobs coming from left and from right into this big Marauder pull. The Marauders are actually interesting, because in high keys, the damage they do to themselves scales with the key level when the shield expires. So once you break through that shield, they just instantly die in a high key setting, which makes it a lot less dangerous, a lot less that you have to worry about with their frontals and their fears. And Donuts in Despair are targeting another Woe relic as well, retaining that Woe buff and basically chaining it for the whole dungeon. Womegalol also working on a similarly sized pull in the same part of the dungeon. Donuts in Despair, though, do need to find themselves another 16% count before they can head up to the Necropolis.
Timber opting to go for the boss RP skip here. A little bit interesting. I guess it doesn't really matter too much if you have the Woe Drifter buff who does it. Normally, you'd like your priest to be with the group because they can just life grip whoever they want down from the boss room area, but I guess having all three of your DPS on this Necromancer is a little bit more efficient for single target damage and getting it down more quickly. And yeah, you can see they're almost all the way through that Necromancer already. Of course, when the Necromancer dies, everything else will die. The Anima Exhaust Orbs are picked up for the boss. They still have 20 seconds of that Woe Drifter buff as well, and away we go. This is going to be the massive Amarth pull for both teams coming up very soon here. Goliath Orbs being collected for Womegalol as well.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. This is one of the most scary pulls, and it's one of the ones that we didn't really see in previous MDI seasons, but this season, pulling all this trash onto Amarth itself. And you can see they've actually done a pretty cool thing there of splitting who was going behind which pillar. Donuts in Despair did. They sent Yips behind the one pillar and the rest of the group behind the other to kind of help funnel all the mobs together and help with the line of sighting, get the good grouping that they want to see here. Both teams now just trying to blast all of these mobs. AoE stuns being used to make sure that they are not able to free cast and they hopefully die before that stun DR expires. That Necromancer going down for Donuts in Despair. Tobo, though, down for Womegalol, and they don't have a battle res because they used one earlier on Narzuda.
That is incredibly unfortunate. Tobo not having a great dungeon, unfortunately. Donuts in Despair, though, they were able to deal with all of the trash before even the Necrotic Breath came out. It was a perfectly clean run for them there as well. And all they have left to deal with is 35% of a Marth with all of their players alive. Unfortunately for Womegalol, 4 of the boss health to chew through and 1 less DPS to do it with. You might even consider using one of those carrying weapons just to get the boss down a little bit more quickly at this point. Otherwise, you're just hoping for mistakes to come out from Donuts in Despair.
Yeah, I agree in principle. The carrion weapon usage when you have a dead DPS, right? It's just like, just get me out of this boss fight, get me back to when I have 5 people alive. Like, we need to save that time if we can. But on the other hand, maybe, yeah, you can see they've done exactly that. Jay does throw that spear into the boss here through some of the ads as well. That's going to help a lot. You can see carrion weapons just blasting the meters for Womegalol, but even still, they still have so much health they need to chew through on a Marth. They have a bunch of ads as well. If they're not careful, they are going to get a final harvest cast with ads still alive. You can stop them from killing you by stunning them or crowd controlling them right before the end of the cast, but you can see they managed to do that for one of them.
They mistimed the Shadow Fury at the last second to try to save it at the last second, and unfortunately, that is Igloo going down. He's going to stay in this Angel form as long as possible, not cancel it, so get your screenshots in while you can. And hopefully they'll have enough DPS to finish off the last 10% of the boss. Of course, there is ticking AoE damage that they're going to have to self-heal through, which is not too big of a problem for the Rogue and the Demon Hunter, but the Warlock is going to slowly tick down if he doesn't have any extra damage reduction cooldowns available. Fortunately, he has the Dark Pact, so that'll keep him alive for the next 20 seconds or so, and that will be enough to finish off the boss.
Donuts in Despair, meanwhile, are starting off their big pull in the Necropolis. A lot of mobs coming into this one. Bunch of casts that you need to stop. The Gore Splatter as well. Going to be pretty lethal if it goes through. Of course, not to mention the Drained Fluids. But great job on those interrupts. The Sigil of Silence is going to help so much here. One of the big upsides of the Vengeance Demon Hunter in this dungeon, those sigils, that Sigil of Silence, just helping manage these really massive pulls. And you can see not too much commitment of resources here. It looks like one of the Anima Orbs used to help, again, silence and do a bunch of AoE damage to this pull, but they're not going to throw anything like a spear into this pull. Womegalol also getting up into the Necropolis. Let's see what they decide to do in this area.
Well, Donuts in Despair notably went a lot safer. They really only pulled the 1 trash pack plus the traveling parts patrol, whereas Womegalol are going for a massive triple mob pull, and they're going to be committing pretty much everything they have available, maybe minus a Kyrian Spear. Let's see if they have Tobo commit that at the end there. We've seen a lot of teams use that spear at the last second to try to finish off the mobs right as they would start to bolster. The Anima Exhaust Orb is used on Dr. J to make sure that they get interrupts on everything, and now that everything is low, they have to really be very, very careful with the bolstering here. Lamike is going to have to start and get out tight. He doesn't have the cheat death available, so once that Metamorphosis is gone, he's going to want to get out of there quickly. And there it is. It's gone, and he jumps out instantly.
The exact same millisecond that meta. Oh my goodness! One auto attack shows Lamike his life just flashing before his eyes there. They are going to do a good job. Oh no, they're not. One last auto is going to kill that tank, and also now the healer
Igloo
taking a extra slam there. It's going to be up to 6 deaths now for Womegalol. 30 seconds of death timer, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe only 5. I thought they were at 4 before, but they are going to go up to the Necropolis. Yeah, there it is, 6 deaths. And keep on going. Meanwhile, Donuts in Despair have just about finished off all of the trash that naturally spawns in the Necropolis, and they will be starting off the Trash Gauntlet. Yeah, that Trash Gauntlet actually is what they're on, what they'll be on right after they finish off these 2 soldiers, I believe.
I mean, like we were saying, doing that pull without a Carrion Spear to equalize everything and kill everything off at the very end is so dangerous. And the fact that they were able to pull it off as cleanly as they did with a couple deaths just coming out at the very end is still pretty impressive. Again, they're in a situation, even with all the mistakes they've made, that if Donuts in Despair, for instance, misses a hook on Sunset's Flesh or has some mishaps on the final boss, Womegalol will be right there on the heels to catch up and make it a close one. But right now, Donuts in Despair are firmly in the driver's seat here, and all they have to do is cleanly execute the last 3 or 4 minutes of this dungeon, and they'll be home free into the global finals.
It looks like Donuts in Despair may have just sent a spear on this double separation assistant pull. I'm not 100% sure, but I see Kyrian Weapons looking pretty high on the damage meters here, and I see them only having 1 spear left.
I don't think they dropped combat.
Okay, yeah. So
I think that's what it is.
That makes a lot more sense, yeah. All right. So yeah, both teams are going to have 1 spear then to go into the end of the dungeon with, and I'm curious to see where they decide to use it. And yeah, Donuts in Despair, they are only 1 trash pack ahead and 30 seconds of death timer, so that's the big thing, and also 1 battle res, which may well be relevant.
Yeah, this is going to come down to be very, very close at the end, I feel. Like, Donuts in Despair, they have a little bit of wiggle room. They can use those reses. You know, they can very freely let people die to the Dark Exile debuff on the final boss, but they cannot let up here at all. Omega Lol are knocking. They are right behind, and they do not want to have to go through the Last Stand qualifier, which is where they'll be if they lose this map. So it's going to come down to the last couple of bosses here. Donuts in Despair, again, looking pretty good. Still on 0 deaths in this dungeon, which is a dungeon they had issues with earlier on this weekend, but once they got to the Necropolis, they played perfect dungeon at that point. So, man, it's looking pretty grim for Omega Lol, if I have to say so.
Yeah, look, we've got the Flesh Crafter in the picture here for Womegalol. You can see that mob actually does take a bit of a bolster, although that will fall off soon, and actually the Throw Cleaver doesn't even get its damage amplified by bolstering anymore, because we've used that a little bit at the start of this expansion. Got changed to not work like that anymore. But they're going to keep it trapped, and what they're going to do is they're going to keep, and you can see Donuts in Despair also keeping that Flesh Crafter CC'd, right? It's CC'd in the back of the room, and basically the way this mob works is whenever it's off cooldown to throw Cleaver, if you break the CC, it will just instantly start throw Cleaver. Then you can throw that Cleaver at something, and then you can CC it again. So you can see this is a very predictable way, a very controlled way of managing that throw Cleaver effect, making sure that it is hitting enemies and only enemies with its damage.
They missed their Frost Trap on it, so it was in the group for a little while. I think they knocked it back out, but I'm not sure it was in the Frost Trap. Let's see, what do they have on it right now? It is CC'd, but it's not exactly ideal to miss the Frost Trap on it. Hopefully it's just CC'd so that it doesn't get any casts off. There's a lot of available tools with the group. You can blind it with the Rogue. Your Warlock can even fear it if they choose to, so there's a lot of ways to control it.
Yeah, look, it's over there in a Sigil of Misery, it looks like. Actually, brilliant use there of that Demon Hunter utility, and again, they get another Throw Cleaver. Ideally, you want that to hit Rot Spew rather than one of the little ads, and it looks like they've done just that. You can see Rot Spew even lower on health. That's going to be Cheat Death from Anarchy, though, as that Spew Disease just does so much damage. You really often need some kind of defensive.
Why is it called Spew Disease? His name is Rot Spew, not Disease Spew.
Yeah, it should be called Spew Rot. I agree. I think this is... my immersion is in shambles right now. All right. All
the trash dead for Donuts in Despair, so they really only have 2 bosses standing between them and a berth to the global finals, and a match with Sloth in the finals also. But I think the global finals is really what they have their eyes on here.
Yeah, this is by far the biggest prize that's available in our MDI group weekends. Of course, the glory and actually the first seed out of the group rather than the second seed out of the group are both extremely important as well. But right now, Donuts in Despair just have to keep focused for another couple of minutes, and they'll be able to take this series and get that ticket to the global finals, which would be so huge for them, because both of these teams have looked so strong, but there is only the 1 ticket available.
Only the 1 ticket available, remember. So here we go. First phase. Force Surgeon and Stitch Flesh getting the boss to roughly 40% before the escape, so not too bad. Actually, it's going to be 30%.
No spear here either, so they will save the spear for last boss. They also have 3 hammers to their name. Womegalol down to just 1 spear, 1 hammer. So Donuts in Despair have even more advantage, as Pod Tender actually claimed on the side of Womegalol also. Donuts in Despair now just get that first escape, and they're going to be able to finish Surgeon Stitch Flesh long before the second escape, which is when things start to get really hairy.
Maybe, okay, the Morbid Fixation goes off. They get a chain on it, so no issue whatsoever. Stitch Flesh is dead, so there we go.
Now the Flesh Crafter CC is going to get broken here. Yip's just going to tank that Throw Cleaver as well, and now they're all going to head upstairs, put a kidney on the Flesh Crafter before heading upstairs as well. And if this is done properly, in about 10 seconds, we should see that Flesh Crafter snapping on up here, joining the pull, and then, yeah, you can see they'll be able to start throwing the cleavers on the boss itself and even further speeding up this dungeon. They are at 98% count, so that Flesh Crafter is also going to have to die before the timer stops.
Vi Interceptor is out. They wait for it to jump away from the boss before committing the Carrion Spear so that they can guaranteed hit both the Interceptor and the boss with it. And there it goes. You can see the Carrion Weapon damage is out. They use 1 hammer just for a little bit of extra boss damage. The second hammers will probably be saved just to make sure that they can break a couple later shields just for a little bit of safety. Notably, they do not get the skip on this Dark Exile, so Smacked is going to die. It is 100% on purpose. They'll get a battle res on him almost instantly here. Unfortunately, yeah, it's unfortunate they didn't get the gateway there, but you know what? You'll take it. You have the battle res to give. Just have to play clean from this point onwards. The hammers are still being used. What, actually, one extra hammer was used. Smack's still holding on to his.
Yeah, probably the next shield will be the last hammer if I had to guess, because now through the Rhinebinder is already sub 30% health. This boss is just getting melted for Donuts in Despair. Look at that damage they're deploying, and there is indeed the last hammer of the dungeon. You can see an attempt by Smacked again, but targeted by the next Dark Exile. Smacked not getting to participate a lot in this fight. Does have to get sent downstairs. Now Thor, though, already almost dead here. 12% and dropping. Smacked is going to die, and again, get teleported back up and take the res. That's their last battle res here, but again, as you mentioned, perfectly intentional. And there's the last of the fight here. That's going to be it. Donuts in Despair 2-0.
Wow. Donuts in Despair. Let's go.
They looked so good in that map right now. That was incredibly quick. And that will get them the 2-0. That will get them through to the upper bracket finals. And crucially, it will get them through to the global finals later this year. So congrats to Donuts in Despair. One more match to go for first place in the group, for the cash, for the glory. But the spot in the globals has been achieved.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would have liked to see this go to game 3. But Donuts in Despair, as we had been saying before, they had something to show, they had something to prove, and they went in it to win it, and that is what they did. 15 minutes 58 on the final timer for them. There was some tiny hiccups throughout that dungeon, but all in all, they did a pretty fantastic job.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be able to break that down a little bit more in a second here, but look at how fast that was. 15:58. I don't have the numbers in front of me right at the moment. I think that's got to be one of our fastest times, or close to it.
Yeah, Sloth in comparison had 18:42, and they beat Donuts in Despair earlier today with that time. So here is the first pack that they did, not having activated that Goliath just yet, but they did get 2 Herb relics, and they actually killed both of them at nearly the exact same time, which I don't think was super intentional, as they don't really stack, they just refresh, so that wasn't really beneficial. I would have liked them to go for 1 Vi instead, but here was a pretty great pull that they did. They got all of this together, and the sheer speed in which they dealt with everything that was in here was fantastic. It was just all died right in front of our eyes with supersonic speed. It seemed like there was one scream that they interrupted, and then just the shuffling corpses. Here was one of the turning points for Womegalol. Turbo going down here in this huge pack, which then led to the team, because they didn't have a battle res, just finishing all of a Marth with 4 players. We saw this earlier for Sloth, who were able to take the dungeon, but it just threw them back so much, not having that DPS on the whole boss fight. And then here at the very end, you could see the team finishing up on Nalthor, having that Flashcrafter up there. It was 1 death, nothing too serious, and that is it. 2-0 they did.
Yep, that's right. 2-0 victory for them. They're going to move on, like we said, to the finals, the upper bracket. Well, just the group grand finals. And, you know, are we surprised? I mean, obviously, Woe, was great. But Womegalol was a great team to watch throughout the group, but just a little bit too short. But still, I mean, you talk about, I feel like we're saying this a lot, but this Last Stand tournament is going to be so stacked. There's going to be so many great teams in there, because you'd imagine a team like that is going to make it through the time trials. Not too concerned about that. And maybe, just maybe, could be the final team out of that LST to get into the global finals. Now, we do have Echo and Baldy from Group A, Monka and Perplex from Group B, and now Sloth and Donuts in Despair from Group C going to the global finals. Now, China does have a team going as well, and there will be a rebroadcast of that next weekend. So you want to check that out, because definitely a lot of fun stuff to watch there too. But we're almost done. I mean, really, we only have one more team to be determined from that Last Stand tournament to go through to global.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see who comes out of that. But this weekend has been absolutely insane. And I think that, honestly, either Ethical or Womegalol are teams that could easily be at the very top of the Last Stand tournament if they choose to compete in that. I mean, we were definitely understating that this was the group of death when they came into the weekend tier. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that this is the only cup of this entire season where our top 2 seeds aren't the seeds that make it out. Sloth upsetting Womegalol in this bracket, and just taking taking the global finals berth from them. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't wait for the last series. Like, Sloth versus Donuts and Despair is coming up next, and that is going to be great. I mean, we already saw it today, and it was a 2-1. You know, we know these teams play very closely, so now the question is, you know, is it going to go 2-1 the other way? Is one team going to put on a more dominant performance? We're going to find out soon, because after this short break, we're going to come back with the final match of Group C. It is Sloth versus Donuts and Despair to decide who will be champions of the final group here at MDI Shadowlands Season 3. Do not go anywhere. MDI returns in just a bit. Welcome back once again to the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Noah, here, along with Ironic, Dratnos, and Tettles here as we get ready for our final series of Group C. It's going to be Sloth taking on Donuts and Despair, and both teams ecstatic, obviously, to be going to the global finals, but we still need to crown a champion in the group, get the cash, get the pride, get a little bit more momentum maybe going into globals a little bit later. But there's a lot to look forward to. This is going to be a great series. It's a repeat, obviously, of a series we've seen already today. What did I say earlier? I said Ironic, Dratnos, and Tettles, didn't I?
Yeah, but well, we were supposed
it was mixed up.
Which side we called into, but we didn't tell production, and then we
it wasn't me for once. Okay, good. All right, that was a relief. I was like, what?
I would never do
what a
something as
do
malicious
now.
as that.
Well, speaking of something that's quite happy, obviously Sloth ecstatic about doing it. We did it. We're one of the best 8 teams in the world. We are going to the global finals. The emotion we feel right now is incredible. Thank you very much to the entire community that's supporting us on this path. That's great to see. It's great to see teams working so hard like we know Sloth has to get to the global finals. Shout out to the Spanish language broadcast out there, which is the channel name is apparently Bloodlustio, which is the greatest. It's what I'm going to shout whenever I pop Bloodlust from now on in Discord.
Yeah, it's like
so that's pretty awesome too.
Right? Is it, or
is
am I
it
mistaken? I thought it was, but maybe that.
Oh, it's Bloodlust.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
dude, Healing Stat totally trolled me then, because in his message he sent me, he was like, he just writes out Bloodlustio. He didn't put the dot in there.
IO, right? You write it, but you don't put the dot in. But yeah, that's
you need the dot. You need the dot. Oh, I'm still gonna yell Bloodlustio whenever I
Bloodlustio.
Bloodlust in my M+ from now on. But there you go. There's a bracket in case you're curious how it all broke down this weekend. And it was a tight one, wasn't it? It was a bit of some upsets, a very difficult group. Let's reflect on this a moment. Ironic, what memories come to mind when you look across this bracket?
Oh man, looking across this bracket, I see a very confident Donuts and Despair team letting their hubris overtake them in the upper semifinals and letting Sloth take a very close series. But I mean, the big story in this cup is obviously Sloth, right? They were not one of our top 2 seeded teams coming in. We didn't really know too much about them. Obviously, they competed under Reload Esports in last MDIs, but they weren't one of the top teams that between then and now, they've turned into a powerhouse. These guys look insane. They've come up with innovations for dungeons that we've seen in the MDI already over the past year and a half, and they made it look like a new dungeon. I mean, these guys have been playing insane this week.
I mean, they were even close in the last stand tournament. So for those who don't remember, I'm pretty sure they came in 3rd in the last stand tournament. They were only like a couple minutes off Ambition last season. I mean, that team is incredibly good if they are practiced on their dungeons. It's sometimes they have like a super high risk, high reward strategy, which there are times that it comes back to bite them, especially in super volatile dungeons like Sanguine Depths or Necrotic Wake. However, whenever they run their dungeons clean, they do look like a world-class team.
Well, here are our maps for the next series. We're going to start things off in Gambit. The bans from Don't and Despair, they banned Streets, and Sloth banned the other side. So that means Mist and Plaguefall will be our 2 other dungeons.
I have a bold claim from Donuts and Despair. They're calling it 2-0, and then they say revenge time. So they believe that they're about to 2-0.
Oh my goodness gracious.
They are not happy.
I was kind of thinking these first 2 maps are Sloth favored ones. I was thinking if it gets to game 3, I like Donuts and Despair because the volatility, the Plaguefall, I feel like is something that might get Sloth's number in the same way Necrotic Wake does about half the time they're in that dungeon.
Donuts and Despair was sick in Mists, though, is the thing. So
true.
I don't know. I think that one has to almost be Donuts and Despair favored for me. The Gambit, I mean, dude, 24 fortified Gambit, I think that's a dungeon that could go either way, and you could wipe to Murlocs pretty easily.
Exactly, yeah. It seems like no matter what the team is, there's always that potential, right, to have a random fish stick, just throw everything into disarray, or just get stomped by a giant, too, which on 24 Gambit, that's going to happen from time to time.
Yeah, well, you have to remember as well is the Gambit, I think, is a little more Donuts and Despair favored because, even though it's a 24, and Time Trials is a 21, they were still like insanely fast in their Gambit and time trials, so they know what they have to do in that heat to take a dub there. And I could totally see the 2-0 going in the way of Donuts of Despair here. You know what? I'm a fan. I'm going to predict that myself too. 2-0 Donuts in Despair.
All right. Fair enough.
I'm going to say 2-1 Donuts in Despair. I think it's the Revenge Tour. I believe in it, but I don't believe in the 2-0. I think Sloth will get at least one of these first two maps, and I do think there's a chance Sloth could get the first two. But I really like Donuts in Despair and Plaguefall, which is as you mentioned, kind of weird because definitely there's reasons to think Donuts in Despair are heavily favored in the first two as well. I don't know.
There was a reason to think that Donuts in Despair was favored in the upper finals as well, but they ended up losing. At the same time, though, those maps I felt like were super heavily Sloth favored, whereas these maps they're a little bit more neutral, and so I think that at least in my mind, I still give it to the higher seeded team, and so I think that at least for me, that's kind of why I lean towards Donuts in Despair 2-0 here, because in the MDI too, you can like look at a series and it'll say 2-0 and it could still be a really incredibly close 2-0. Just because you're predicting 2-0 doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't close.
I mean, the thing is though, Sloth has that sort of, they're rested now, right?
True.
You could say Donuts in Despair is warmed up. You could also say Sloth is rested. They've had a chance to maybe make a couple pulls here and there, even better on some routes. So it could go either way. I think this is one of the hardest to call ones we've had.
You'd certainly rather be rested than warmed up in an MDI setting.
I would lean that way. I would lean that way too, but people always try to make the argument that they're like, yeah, exactly.
You can still be warmed up,
like Zyronic is about to. Yeah.
See, I don't know. Rested XP runs out pretty quickly in the World of Warcraft, so I don't know.
Okay, but rested in an MDI situation means that you're allowed to actually go and practice your fish stick pull at the beginning of Gambit. Cryptic's tweeting this out yesterday, so I think that this means that they have some Gambit practice under their belt since Cryptic's was out here tweeting about fish sticks.
Or is that maybe the a cry of agony over what Fish Sticks has done to his mental over the course of the practice,
Local Warlock versus Fish Stick.
The tweet comes from 11 a.m. Maybe that's just lunch yesterday.
That's true.
This is not a WoW-related tweet at all.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
that's for sure.
Maybe it's misdirection.
They don't have fish sticks they don't have fish sticks in Canada.
Oh,
well known fact.
They don't? No.
They haven't got the technology there yet. No. They haven't got the
sticks.
That makes sense. They're still drinking their milk out of a bag, so.
Exactly.
Hey, I grew up in north central Wisconsin. Bag milk was really popular there too. It kind of bleeded down.
Does this classify as story time, by the way, guys?
It does.
Yeah.
We would go to the grocery store, or the Quick Trip, actually, more accurately. We go to the Quick Trip after a run to the grocery store, pick up some bag milk, and you know what? That milk stacked well in the refrigerator. A carton of milk, you need a lot of room for cartons, right? Especially in a family.
Where are we going with this?
Mine was. But the bag milk you could stack, and it sort of forms into a little, pyramid that creates extra room. And so when it was time to drink the milk, you could just put it in the pre-bag. They had little containers they give you that would fit the bag perfectly. You cut off the end of it, you got a little clip, a special clip for your bag milk. It worked quite well. Advanced technology.
Yeah, so
the Canadians.
Anyways, dungeons.
Well done.
Dungeons? Dude. Did someone say dungeons? I love dungeons.
I had to wake up.
No, we're not here.
Say enhancement shaman?
Oh, hey, there's mine right now. No, it's over there. There it is. Wow, we're going into Tazavesh Gambit. That's right. Also, if you looked at my background, you saw Mother poking in on the side to remind you it's all Mother's Day today. So definitely take some time to spend with your mom or call your mom. And watch MDI. Get that done first. But then
I'll call my mom on broadcast.
You will? I'm up for this. Do it. Double dog dare you.
After the Gambit. Agree.
Saved by the map.
Agreed.
All right, here we go. We are into the very first pull of the dungeon. It's going to be a Bloodlust from Sloth and holding it for Donut. Nope, they're not. They're pressing it as well. Both teams using the Bloodlust, so nobody's interested in taking it onto the second boss instead. A lot of trash already in this first pull. Wow.
These Goliaths are actually quite dangerous. I'm not surprised that neither of these teams are electing to pull double Goliath here. These things have been equated to Void emissaries, if you remember those.
Yeah.
Ooh, and Sloth having a death on the Holy Priest. Dude. They're having a bursting catastrophe, Dratnos. They didn't get the MD off because their healer ended up going down right as they hit a 7 stack of bursting. Oh, and Simkin. Oh, no. This is a catastrophe for Sloth.
Yeah, 3 deaths for Sloth. Now, To be fair, these 3 deaths aren't going to cost them that much more than the 15 seconds of death timer, right? They were still able to get that pull done. Probably 15 seconds plus another 15 of logistics mishap, but they did almost all their damage effectively somehow, despite that going so wrong. Donuts in Despair have just started this pull, but yeah, Sloth, again, really not that far behind. It's 30 seconds tops from that first pull, which they should be pretty happy about because that went quite wrong.
They're also down 4% enemy forces count, so it looked like Donuts in Despair maybe pulled a few extra mobs in that initial pull. These packs, it's really kind of hard to tell like which packs these groups are gathering up. All right, so Donuts in Despair are doing a great job in their second pull. That was a nice mass dispel that you saw from Timber to get all of the bursting off of this group as they dipped super low.
We did have another death coming out from Sloth as well. Javier going down. Man. Does end up releasing, but that's going to mean that this pack is going to live for even longer than it already was expected to, and there's no binding shot to help manage these mobs, although now Javier has returned to the pull, and you can see a great binding shot is going to stop almost all of them from fleeing, but Malik actually going down as well, so now we have no tank near the pull here, and this threat is going to be a huge problem. You're going to see people starting to go down really quick here. Whoever has threat, Simkin's next. Healer down as well. It's just one rogue in combat, but the Death Knight has gotten back in time to keep this pull alive. Still, however, for Sloth, this is now many disasters for them, all in the first 2 pulls of the dungeon.
People are going to look back on this and call this the Mother's Day Murloc incident for Sloth, as they are getting run down, corpse camped by the Murlocs. They're all so big right now, fully enraged. Malik going down again. They're up to 10 deaths now, maybe even more. The death counter is not even able to keep up with Sloth as they're getting camped by these. The Murlocs just dancing on their corpse.
Are they going to have more deaths than the Murlocs did in this poll is my question. It's going to be very, very close as Sloth. Yeah, okay. This is the level of disaster where you're now just, you're going to try and execute the rest of your route. You're going to try and keep things going. But ultimately, Donuts in Despair have such a huge lead already as they are already at 58% count and activating the boss RP. I mean, they don't really need to do much to win this dungeon now. They just need to keep their foot on the gas and avoid having any big catastrophes on their end.
All right, so now Sloth, I mean, okay, so as bad as that was, it is still recoverable. Okay.
You gotta.
Anyway, so Donuts in Despair here.
Oh, there's a fish stick as well for Sloth as well out in this pull. That is going to be a huge problem as well, entirely topping all of these Murlocs, making all that work they put into this pull effectively worthless.
I mean, the Warlock is such a big DPS dealer to those fish sticks. They're able to just kind of kill them off. They'll like focus Chaos Bolt them potentially. If the fish stick gets caught in a rain of fire, it's just it'll also just kind of die off. So the Warlock, Simkins does provide an insane amount of damage and pressure to those fish sticks, but like you said, it just healed the pack up to full, and Donuts in Despair is not waiting around here. They are on to the first boss. They're at 60% on his health. He has engaged that first intermission phase. They have the Vi Interceptor still off to the side. And what were you going to say?
They have the Vi, and they still have a Stormforged Guardian as well that they're keeping here. So that's really nice because it gives them something effective to DPS during this time while the boss is immune.
Ooh,
and
okay.
Now the hope for them is to just damage the boss and kill it before the next sanitizing cycle. But again, keeping these adds and keeping that Vi Interceptor for something to put damage globals in during the boss immune phase is really, really efficient.
How close are teams on like a 24 fortified to being able to push this before the second sanitizing cycle? So they don't have Lust. They did have a decent amount of offensive CDs, but it should be tight.
It shouldn't be that tight. Their teams are usually able to make this if they don't have too much difficulty on the fortified level. You can see the boss energy at the bottom, where once that reaches 100, the boss will run to the middle of the room and go immune. But what teams will start to do if it's getting close is actually pull Hillbrand to the edge of the room, so it has some running time as well before it gets to the middle. And yeah, you can see they're at 10%, and they still have something like 30% of the boss's energy left.
So they're chilling.
They're doing okay. Yeah, they should be all right here.
We've seen it in previous weekends on different affix sets, like tyrannical ones mostly, where it's like Hillbrand is they're really running up against the timer on the second sanitizing cycle, which is it's really cool to see this team's like pulling the boss away and like able to skip it or just maybe get the second sanitizing cycle by 1 second. But Donuts in Despair have down the first boss. They're up 65 seconds on the death timer as well.
60% count as well to Sloth's 51. Now Sloth still have a Stormforged Guardian they're going to kill on this boss. But yeah, I'm actually surprised Sloth are on the same boss that Donuts in Despair were just on. It seemed like that first area was much more disastrous for them than that, but they've done a good job of keeping this thing close.
Yes.
Okay, so now Donuts in Despair. I'm interested to see like how much trash they're gonna pull here.
Yeah,
right.
Looks like they're just interested in the 2 packs for now. The 3rd pack is, of course, neutral for a while, so maybe they're just gonna do this and wait for it to become available, and then go pull into boss with that next pack. Or maybe they'll just finish this entirely before doing that kind of big, aggressive pull. Given that they've used cooldowns like that Resonating Arrow over in this area, probably indicates they're not gonna try and chain pull here.
Okay, so this is more likely than not they're going to pull the remaining trash pull into Hooktail with that Vi Interceptor buff. Oh, this seems fairly reasonable. Timber going down. He does immediately cancel that Angel form. Okay, so they're electing to Soulstone him. This kind of makes sense. It's not a great Soulstone, but at the same time, Timber would have a large problem getting back to the group because he was shrouded in here. But Sloth is having even more problems. Are they going to full wipe to this boss, Stratos? Oh my god.
So they have a Battle Res available here. They can cast that Battle Res. Unfortunately, the Sanitizing Cycle is going to be coming soon, so they're going to use the Battle Res on the Warlock. Now, they do need to... Oh, no. Oh, that laser. Nearly claiming some more lives here. Everybody is doing an okay job of staying alive, but that Vi Interceptor is still alive.
The Purifiers
getting to the 2nd Sanitizing Cycle, and there's still a Vi Interceptor and a bunch of Purifiers that are going to close all of these vaults. They need to kill these Purifiers and then go deposit these orbs. That is a lot of damage, and they don't have a lot of damage dealers alive.
Yeah, they have to get those Purifiers to open back up the vents. They have to hop in. All right, and on the right side of your screen, we do see Donuts in Despair, 75% on Captain Hooktail. They are dealing with the trash pull at the same time. There's some bursting coming in, but overall, Donuts in Despair looked relatively healthy. They have a decent amount of CDs. You do see Yips. He's able to maintain his HP really well. They are moving this boss in a fairly standard position. It's kind of something that you see similar to Live, where he's tanking it, he's moving it across the room, making sure to aim those threats at the brutes, getting those caught in the crossfire to make sure that they get killed off, and then they just need to dodge that artillery barrage. The artillery barrage, even on like a 24 fortified, it will one-shot you, so you need to be very cautious about not getting knocked into that.
Yeah, this Keystone level, this boss is so many lethal mechanics, right? You've got the, the grip. Like, look at the size of that dot tick on Smacked here for Donuts in Despair. Every single time that bleed or that harpoon lands on him, right? It hit him down to 50% health. I guess it doesn't have a dot component, so it's just that initial hit.
It's just
any of the void zones on the ground, any of the cannons hitting you, if that tank frontal hits you. If the ads get to free hit you with double time up, like any of those mechanics will either one-shot you or get you very low, and any 2 of them will definitely kill you. Yeah, it's a very lethal combination of mechanics there. Meanwhile, Sloth hoping to finish off Hilbrand here. They've done a really good job of stabilizing and still killing this boss, even with just 2. Oh no!
Dratos, what are you saying?
Okay, so they have to kill Hilbrand before the Sanitizing Cycle cast. He's
no, please! No, he's purified, bro!
Oh, wow!
Oh, wait, okay.
Wow, they've done it. Just before he would have gone immune there. He had a damage reduction, but not that big immunity in the middle of the room. And wow, Sloth have got to be delighted that they were able to get that kill. That would have been so demoralizing to have a 1% wipe on Hilbrand.
Can you explain to me how you would classify this as delighted? Just run this one by me real quick.
The alternative that they were 0.5 seconds away from was the exact same spot in the dungeon, except that boss still being alive.
Okay, I see. I don't know if I would classify myself as delighted for that incident, but I see what you're saying. All right, so now Donuts in Despair are on to the last couple of trash pulls that they need to do before they are going to get that 100% enemy forces. I'm also interested to see how much they're going to pull into Solea. Teams have had different answers for how much they do want to pull into this boss, but generally they're going to be looking to pull maybe like 1 to 2 packs on top of the boss. It just kind of depends on offensive CDs. Are you going to late pull a trash pull into it as well? There's a lot of different answers for how to optimize just the very end of this dungeon. And it looks like Donuts in Despair are happy with this 89% enemy forces. I think that they're going to pull... Okay, so they're actually just pulling 1 of these Starseers, making sure to get that Wandering Pulsar killed off, and then they're going to be pulling Solea in just a moment.
Yeah, this looks like the idea here for Donuts in Despair. Are they going to go and grab Solea, or are they... At this point, there's a chance as well that they have looked over at Sloth's side of the board and they've seen that there are 400 deaths on the other side, right? And that's when you maybe decide, actually, let's pull this room 1 pull at a time, because the only way we wipe is by doing something aggressive, right?
This would be a weird route. Okay, so it's a 24 fortified. Let's not get it twisted. It's a very high key. It's very difficult. At the same time, I don't know if it's 1 Starseer difficult on with this level of practice and precision that these teams have shown across the weekend.
Yeah, I think it may indeed be a case of just calling. Let's slow it down.
Don't wipe. Yeah.
All right, so Donuts and Despair. They're going to fight the second Stars here, and then I think they're going to be at or close to 100% count. I don't know if they're actually going to need the other pack over the side. I guess they probably will need some of the mobs, so maybe they'll get it during the Solia encounter. Not sure. They got all the way up to 60% count earlier, but I guess they skipped the first pirate pull towards Time Cap and Hooktail. So yeah, they will need those 3, I believe.
Well, Megalol did a pretty substantial trash pull into the boss earlier today whenever they were in this dungeon. I mean, it is dangerous to be pulling that. Donuts and Despair, 95% enemy forces, not pulling it immediately off the rip. They do have a lot of offensive CDs here. They're dropping the Infernal, but they don't have... I wonder when they're going to grab their 5%.
The time that I like most to grab that 5% that I think is so clever, it's sort of similar to Hillbrand, where it's like, hey, boss is immune for some time, let's DPS something else during that time. So I think during the push to 40%, the boss isn't actually killing you, right? It's not doing anything super lethal. You can pull that trash pack, and then you can pop Lust and burn everything at the start of that phase as well. And you get to be setting up and doing efficient damage during a time where teams that are just fighting the boss by itself are doing nothing useful with their damage globals.
The alternative is... doing it on pull because you have all of your CDs there, and the cooldown coverage will... Okay, so sometimes you would rather just do it on pull, and while the mechanics and dealing with all the mechanics together is a little bit harder, the amount of offensive CDs you have available to you makes the pull easier, or at least doable. In some instances, it's not even doable without just like a massive amount of CDs. But Donuts and Despair clearly have decided that it's not going to be that big of a deal. They'll get the 5% either, maybe even after the boss. Sloth having a few more problems. Marquee going down on Hooktail. It looks like Sloth is going to be able to deal with Hooktail, but it's just another couple of issues that are slowing them down even more. More than that 19 seconds of deaths that they have, or 19 deaths, 95 seconds death differential that they have incurred has cost them.
Yeah, Sloth, this has been a rough dungeon for them. The saving grace here is...
Look at this.
Oh yeah, so exactly. So Leah is gonna heal up and then get pulled over to the side here. And this is actually kind of nice because you also get the benefit of fighting over in the side with your Lust and not having the relics shooting at you from all directions, right? They're shooting at you just from one side of your character, so a little bit easier to dodge there. There is a collapsing star that is far away. Looks like Timbermon might be going over there and dealing with that. Yeah, exactly. He's going to do that as soon as this Hyperlight Nova finishes, grabbing those ticks and making sure that all 4 don't explode at once. We actually saw last week Team Monka just taking all 4 at the same time and using immunities and AMZ and defensives for it, which was a pretty cool little trick. Donuts and Despair, not interested in something like that. They'd rather just handle it the old-fashioned way. Yeah. Whoa.
Timber was dangerously close to that star. I actually really like how they're tanking this boss off to the side. We've seen some teams just tank it in the middle of the room, and okay, so tanking in the middle of the room for these MDI teams is kind of fine. If you're doing this on live, please don't do it if you're in my group. I would like you to tank it off to the side so it's a lot easier to dodge, because dodging multiple stars at once is incredibly dangerous if they're like almost on top of you.
Aren't you just allowed to move during your Starfall? Move and cast during your Starfall anyway?
No, you don't talent that.
Ah, okay, well, all right. Moonkin things. Anyways.
You asked a bad question.
I realize that I did. I have many regrets. But somebody who doesn't have any regrets is going to be Donuts and Despair, who are taking a 1-0 lead in this series over Sloth. Now, Sloth have already pulled Solia, so somehow Sloth with 19 deaths, they're way behind on count, but they did really try and catch this one up towards the end. Their route has a lot of speed in it for sure. It's just a lot that went wrong for them.
Donuts and Despair were definitely going slow at the very end,
yeah,
please.
That's true. But okay, so here's the other nice thing for Sloth, right, is you lost this game, right? But it doesn't matter by how much you lose the game, right? There are some teams like Womegalol who lose 4 games by 20 seconds. Losing 1 game by 4 minutes is much better than losing 4 games by 20 seconds, right?
Okay,
that's basic math. Yeah.
I just got a DM. They said live route. Okay.
Well, hey, you know, it works, right? Donuts and Despair getting it done, 14 minutes, 16 seconds. Slower than their fastest time they've shown us in Gambit this weekend, but still fast enough to get the win over Sloth, at least here in Dungeon number 1. So strong lead to the series for them. But like you said, Dradnos, I mean, Sloth was able to catch up pretty well despite the numerous amount of deaths. It was a brutal one for Sloth. No, you're not.
All right, kicking back.
Is Zyro muted?
Zyro is muted.
Uh-oh.
Is that our first mute of the season? Okay.
I think
Zyronic.
Oh my gosh.
Don't mind it. With
know
the-
what?
It's better to have one mute at the end
Happens
at
to all
the
of
last
us.
match than 4 mutes over the weekend.
Zyro, quick, you gotta
trust me.
catch up. What's all the
catch
stuff
up.
that's been on
Oh,
stream?
no, they did at the start a little bit, and then they got to the boss, and then they did on the boss a little bit, and now we're caught up. Okay. Yeah, honestly, this was just probably the worst that Sloth has played all weekend. And honestly, you know what? I think if you're this team, you're okay with that. You've already qualified for globals. You're not out of the woods just yet, right? You got a couple more dungeons to try to come back in. And I don't want to, I don't want to go too in depth on the mistakes they made because they were just, typical mistakes that can happen during a dungeon. It's happened to every team this weekend.
Sure
happened
enough.
to Donuts and Despair and Necrotic Wake. Happens to everyone. So if they can get it back together, get back to these next 2 dungeons, and play clean, they still have a shot at taking the #1 seed. But Donuts and Despair looks great in this key. I don't think we should take anything away from them because they probably would have beaten a clean run from Sloth as well because they just played really, really well this game.
I mean, they had a 13-04 earlier in the weekend in the Gambit, and then then this most recent run they were like 14-20 or whatever, 14-30. Clearly, they
went
saw,
fast enough,
they look over, they're like, oh, 17 deaths while Sloth is on Hillebrand. You're like, okay, so what if we just like pull 2 packs at a time for the remainder?
Yeah,
Just take it a
go
little
slow.
bit slower.
Don't mind if I do.
Exactly. I mean, on the slot side of things, you never know too. Like when you're just gonna get overwhelmed by fish sticks, it happens to everybody. It can happen like at any time. It's like Whoa!
Oh, wow.
What is wrong
We
with
lost
our host?
Doa, so let's. What do we do now? Oh no, he's.
So,
my gosh! Somebody DPS my fish sticks, quick! I need to get back to be able to host MDI. Thanks, Dratnos.
Leave those. Leave
Help.
them.
The DPS my fish.
Leave him.
Oh,
right,
Dratnos just his DPS was high enough. He was able to do it. Well done.
That's
Well
a
done.
Your host
That
pedals,
was-
tank player.
and we're
that was
going
close,
into
man.
That's a shame. I would have taken over the host role.
Well, you lost your chance. Dratnos too quick on the. He hit the cooldowns too quickly.
Drynos just ruining everything for Tettles once again. Unbelievable.
Dude, so messed up.
There you go. So where are we going next? We're going to Miss, right? Yep, Miss of Tirna side is going to be our second dungeon of the series, and we'll see. We'll see if Sloth can catch up because, like you said, this is to a certain extent kind of a victory lap for both teams. They made it to the global finals, but you still want the prestige. You still want the cash,
Yeah, and one of the things I want to focus on is we were talking a lot about how Sloth was going to come in, practice, and rested. Let's be honest, like the rest thing is not too huge of a factor. The big thing is that they got to practice for this exact series, right? Donuts and Despair has been playing the entire time too, so they're feeling pretty warmed up and feeling good. But so is Sloth. It's just I think we sometimes we highlight that aspect of it that they've been able to practice a little bit too much because sometimes this happens, right? Sometimes your practice team just doesn't quite show up like you'd expect them to.
True.
I mean, it was a Murloc incident in a 24 Gambit. I think that we've all been corpse camped by the Murlocs. Yes,
They'll be okay.
It's one of those things that this happens on live, like where you just mess up the first pull on accident, and you're just like, well, what do we do now? And it's like, well, I guess we zone out and go 23.
Yeah, that happens in my 24s sometimes too. When I'm running all those 24 keys.
That's quite charitable of people to invite an enhancement shaman to a 24.
There are literally dozens of us. We're great.
So moving into this Mist of Tirna Scythe dungeon that we have up next, it is
Good
indeed
call.
on that 23 keystone level, which was just mentioned. Yeah, it's tyrannical, inspiring, quaking though, and again, Donuts and Despair actually have a really good Mist that we've seen out of them as well. But I feel like this is the kind of dungeon where it doesn't have these sorts of big aggressive pulls that Sloth can get themselves in trouble on. It also doesn't have the big aggressive pulls that Sloth can make up 5 minutes randomly by doing super well. So I'm curious to hear your guys' opinions about who has the edge in this map.
I still think it's Donuts, but because they're, like you said, their consistency, just pull in and pull out is better. Whenever I feel like Sloth is winning a map, it's due to their like routing decisions being either unorthodox or just strong in a way that we haven't seen from other teams, and so they're kind of going out of the way sometimes to do weird routing decisions, like notably that Theater of Pain. I felt like was really good routed. With Mists, like you said, it's not always that difficult to route Mists. You have to be like super consistent every single pull and just optimizing for DPS, and I think that's a little bit where Donuts and Despair have the edge for me.
Well, they did finish a very fast miss in their first match of the weekend. They got a 15-02 with 0 deaths against RG Nordics. So We'll see if they can recreate that kind of success here, or if Sloth will tie things up a little bit. I wouldn't mind seeing this go to a third dungeon. I know it's looking like Donuts in Despair at the moment, but Sloth has played great all weekend. Wouldn't be bad to see another game.
Yeah, I agree. No, I'd love to see a game 3 out of these teams. I feel like with how close they've played each other all weekend, I think it's in the cards. But here we go into the mists of Tirna Scithe. Can Donuts in Despair finish it off, or is it going to be Sloth forcing a game 3?
And right off the bat, we're going into this big old double villager pull for both teams. This is a lot of count, but it's also a lot of danger. Both teams are on the Alliance lifestyle. Nobody opting for the Horde,
dude.
Arcane Torrents as well.
Their double villager, it's on Inspiring. There are harvesters that they're not able to kick here. You do see Sloth has done something interesting, and their harvesters are kind of separate from the Inspiring mobs. And they actually prio down the Inspiring mob in this pack on the left side of your screen for Sloth, so they were able to get more kicks and CCs onto those harvesters before DPSing down the villagers. Donuts in Despair are going blow for blow on the right-hand side of your screen as well.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job there. And actually, that meta, I think that the Sinful Brand cast speed reduction will pierce through the Inspiring, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
So that may be something that actually means fewer casts go off if you're playing on the side with that Demon Hunter with Sinful Brand. I could be mistaken about whether that effect actually works through Inspiring, though. As you can see, Yips running ahead, grabbing those bow breakers, and then coming back to the back.
How do you feel about the Demon Hunter versus the Rogue here? So they kind of do very similar stuff. Just overall, they're like a single target priority damage focused class. I think that overall, the Demon Hunter a little bit better for AoE situations. The Rogue a little bit better on Ingram Malok.
It's interesting because the Demon Hunter does have quite a bit of burst, right? Like if the Sinful Brand is ticking, that is a really high percentage of their damage during that time. So I think it's probably about the same on Ingram Malok, especially when you factor in that the Chaos Brand is affecting the huge burst that's coming out of your Warlock during that phase as well. So we'll kind of just have to see. On 23 Tyrannical, it is unbelievably important and difficult to kill Ingram Malok without having to DPS down Droman twice. It's almost unheard of to kill Ingram Malok without having to at least do a lot of damage to Ingram Malok after the first burn phase, but killing it without having to target Droman a second time is, I think, the goal that both teams are going to go for.
How have you felt about Rogue this season, by the way? Because I think that it's kind of weird because historically, you almost always see rogues in every single key. In this season, they've, at least to me, kind of felt a little bit lackluster, but they're still brought because of things like Shroud, their single target CC lockdown, and just their priority damage on that subtlety specialization. Are they really that good, or do you think that more teams are going to start adopting this Demon Hunter lifestyle, this Havoc BH?
Yeah, I think I like the place that third DPS spot is in right now in the metagame where, Rogue is really good, but so is Havoc, so is Windwalker as well, right? You've got all these different kind of niches that are filled by these different options in that spot. There's also, we've seen groups running stuff like Warrior, Shaman, as the case may call for in certain dungeons. So I do think the Rogue is always one of these specs where it's like, it's better than the damage meters look, right? Like, it's adding quite a bit of extra value in other places, but we are getting into that first boss encounter here.
Look at this for Sloth. Okay, so look at the difference between Sloth and Donuts in Despair and Ingram Malok HP. So the Embrace Darkness has gone off for both of the sides. And so basically the boss is 80% damage reduction. So the HP on this boss isn't going to move too much more. The Sloth was prioritizing Ingram Malok damage a decent bit more than how much Donuts and Despair were putting into the boss, and that's going to help them be able to push this boss just a little bit faster, or even potentially one-phase it during that damage amp. We haven't seen a team be able to one-phase it during a damage amp. Most of the time, people have come out at like 15 to 20%, but Sloth at 85% before that burn is quite low on the boss.
Yeah, now we enter that burn phase for both teams. Ingram Malok dropping so fast. Look at the damage coming out from all the players. Tanks and healers included as well from both teams. Only a couple seconds left of that channel, and it's going to be 20% for Sloth. Also for Donuts and Despair, they are both low enough to not have to kill the tree again. So that is the big check that they were hoping to meet here.
So this is super interesting. So Anarchy did less damage than Marky on the Rogue, but it's kind of the Yips gap is what it looked like for a little bit between.
And also 5% more magic damage. Let's not forget that should be on Anarchy's meter as well. It's unfair that it doesn't get counted there.
So messed up.
Yips and Malok both running very similar builds as well. They're both running Bone Storm. They're both on pretty full aggression builds with their trinkets and stuff. So yeah, I'm definitely just things going really well there. Yip's just pumping.
Okay, so now that we're out of the first boss area, who do you think has the obviously both of the teams kill the boss within 1 second of one another. Do you think that one composition has a distinct advantage over the other one? Because I think that the maze is, at least in my mind, a little bit Demon Hunter favored, but it is also inspiring.
I kind of prefer the rogue in the maze.
Really?
I mean, you get these spots where like vanish, drop combat, open the next door when you're fighting the mobs that came from the previous side. Now you do have a shadow meld for Anarchy to potentially try and do the same thing, but I still think that if that ever happens, I like the rogue in here. There are also a few packs with some of the guardians that have like 20% more health, 30% more health than the other mobs. It can be nice to dump a couple of eviscerates into those. Although, rogues actually, they're not even doing chaos bolts into those mobs is often a better way of adding some fire damage to them with the current season.
Yeah. All right. So Sloth actually taking a little bit of a lead through the first just little bit of this maze. You do see Cryptix on the right-hand side of your screen sending his Fell Hunter across that wall to pull some more packs. Sloth has a Matriarch.
That's the dragon that we talked about.
Okay, they both have the Matriarch. Okay, so this is the path that they have. There's no way that this is just an extracurricular dragon.
Right, so I think the dragon may have been pulled through the wall, but it may have been pulled through the wall of where they were going next anyways, right?
Yes,
Is that what we're expecting here? Yeah. So there's a difference between that and then something that happened in one of our earlier matches, which was a dragon being pulled that wasn't along the beaten path, that didn't need to get pulled. And if that happens, that is something that we were not a fan of, because the dragon tends to be the most annoying, lethal, and inefficient of the 3 mini-bosses. So pulling an extra one into your dungeon if you didn't have to was something that we questioned, although there were some upsides to even it out a little bit, getting to drag it forward through multiple packs. But yeah, this one we think is in fact a required dragon for both teams.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that it's actually not that bad. Okay, so one of the reasons that it's like less efficient than other of those mini bosses is generally because it drops those pools. And it heals up the dragon. Sloth is actually kind of getting owned by this Vi Interceptor.
They used the Vanish, but then it looked like they were still the Vanish the timing didn't quite work out or something, and there was still combat, so they actually had to finish that Vi Interceptor before they could go into their next room. Meanwhile, Donuts and Despair chugging along here. Both teams at 49% count, but it's actually Donuts and Despair who are a little bit ahead now in terms of their damage allocation.
I mean,
the big
Sloth lost something like 20 seconds on that dragon pull. And so I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to claw back that time. They are doing a double pull here. They're not actually progressing through the maze at all. They pulled 2 packs through the wall and decided to just fight it on top of this room where the dragon once spawned. And for Donuts and Despair, they're just progressing through the maze, taking a little bit different of a route. It's so interesting to see how these teams have decided to path through this maze and just like where they are pulling these additional packs and just where they're going to be grabbing them and fighting them.
We expect that means that Sloth are going to need less from the Gorm area, right? Like they should be able to get out of this maze with a little bit more count from doing this, but I wonder how that's actually going to affect things. As you can see, both teams doing some really good work against these inspiring defenders and guardians. Donuts and Despair actually had a play about 20 seconds ago that was really nice, which was binding shotting it just outside of inspiring range so they could still cleave it down, but not have it protect the casts. And Donuts and Despair are now onto the Mistcaller room. They're going to head over to the left, and there's this really good pack that you can always grab when you're coming from this side, which is that one from that room just over to the side there you can see coming in.
So the Stinger is actually inspired in this pack, and they're going to end up like CCing it. They're going to so they caged it here. It's important to note that like you would be worried about the inspiring on the boss itself because the boss does the patty cake cast. In addition to that, that mob despawns whenever Mistcaller dies. And so basically these teams are just going to leave that inspired mob permanently CC'd off to the side. It will just despawn whenever Mistcaller dies. No harm, no foul. You just have to make sure that it remains CC'd. Overall, it would be super dangerous to play it with the boss, and that's why you see the teams leaving it there.
Yeah, it's a mob that's dangerous to kill before the boss, it's dangerous to kill with that trash pack, and it's dangerous to kill with the boss, and you despawn it for free. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
When Mistcaller dies, all of the maze, all of the mist-related things in this dungeon, they all dissipate, so it does make it so much easier to deal with than if that didn't happen.
You would be down to kill it while you're waiting for the RP to activate.
Yeah.
but it despawns, so like there's not really much you could do. You're not going to fight it during the boss or anything. So, but Sloth on the left side of your screen here, going really slow through the maze even. It looks like they are finally making their way into the boss room after something in the order of a minute behind Donuts in Despair, but I hate this exchange. A way more count is 6%. I don't know.
Well, but they also have this pack that Donuts in Despair have already killed, right? So that they will be getting even more count when this pack dies. But yeah, it's I do wonder what Donuts in Despair are going to be able to pull towards the end of the dungeon, right? That's going to be the big thing, is if they can get a lot more count, if they can get their count there quickly, they have the advantage right now for sure.
And the Gorham area is generally one of the most efficient parts of any dungeon. Oh my goodness, that stinger got...
Yeah, that stinger is CC'd very close to this boss room for Sloth, which is a little bit dangerous because sometimes you do get those clones spawning right next to where that thing is CC'd. But Shining Force may be available to then bounce it away if that happens.
All right, so on the right side of your screen, you see Donuts in Despair here.
Shining Force did get used, but that thing is somehow free and ended up having to take a fear. So danger for Sloth for sure on that mob CC.
They're probably gonna have another freezing trap up in just a moment. I'm so confused as to how it got broken out of the CC initially. It's so weird.
It's getting havocked.
Are they fighting?
They're chaos bolting it. I think. Oh no, okay, that's the Vine Interceptor. Okay.
That would have been really awkward. All right, so Donuts in Despair on their first guessing game phase, or Sloth on their first guessing game phase, while Donuts in Despair are on their final guessing game phase. So I would say something in the order of like a minute ahead in terms of boss HP, but something like 13% enemy forces down. I think I prefer Donuts in Despair's position here. I think that there's something like 30 seconds ahead if you have to factor in that 13% enemy forces count, because like we were talking about earlier, that Gorham area, very efficient for these pulls. You do see teams do just absolutely massive pulls with all those staghorns and whatnot, because those are generally the mobs that are going to limit the pull efficiency in that area.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly how Donuts in Despair are going to attack that area, because 30% is a lot. If it was like 20%, 15%, we would think, okay, just grab that and take it onto the boss, right? At 30% count that they need, I don't know what exactly they're going to do, but they are going to need to find a way to quickly get that count, because Sloth are hot on their heels here. Sloth at 38% on Mistcaller. They are on the penultimate guessing game. And then, yeah, it'll be dangerous here. Donuts in Despair, let's see what they decide to do with this first trash pull. Looks like just run into it and get the woe? Yeah, that's the play.
It's
bringing it forward.
We've seen teams like play that pack by itself, but it is like turbo inefficient for MDI style teams to just do that one staghorn. So they're doubling it up, which is kind of dangerous because there is inspiring the active affix, but they do want that woe drifter like you were pointing out. And so they grab those relics, they proc that woe drifter. They need to make sure that they're getting enough kicks on both of the staghorn casts and that drifter's burst. I think at this point you would just let the drifter burst go off and you would kind of just say, heal me, Timber. I need one heal here. But okay, the Woe Drifter goes down. Now they just need to make sure that they're continuing to get kicks on these staghorns, and things are looking really good for Donuts in Despair. Sloth, 15% left on Mistcaller. They still have one final guessing game to deal with. This is feeling like they're falling further behind.
During a cast here or something. No, it's just going to be a guessing game. Yeah, so Donuts in Despair now 81% count. Cage comes out on the Inspiring Mob as Yips is grabbing all of this trash with the woe buffs. That means the rest of the team is interested in going directly to the boss. I wonder if this is all the way up to 100% for them as well. It's going to be a lot of count for sure.
19% enemy forces from this pull seems like a pretty tall order. I think that they're going to have a couple of mobs that they're going to have to deal. That is a lot of mobs, and Bloodlust has been committed here to make sure that these mobs don't die. Sloth has it. There are 4 people in an ice block.
Oh no! Actually, there's 4 people in a Brawn and a Hunter Pet. Oh,
okay.
No.
3 people, a Brawn and a Hunter Pet. There was a lot of people. There was a lot of blocks there. That's the moment where you just kind of awkwardly laugh whenever your group is all sitting there just looking at one another like, who hit the fox?
All right, so Donuts in Despair now with 70% on the boss. They get all the way up to 96% count, and there actually are still a few mobs still alive. They've gone with the Woe Drifter on this fight, which I do love. And there is an inspiring mob that is caged that will be joining the poll here soon as well. So that at 98% count, I think they're good. I think once that inspiring mob walks down from where they were coming earlier, they should be able to get all the way up there. You can see just out of vision, just behind Tradova now.
Here he comes.
There's a waddling Gorm coming to join the poll.
Lord, it's coming.
100% from, just womp, 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 walking on down. Ooh, yeah, is it dead over there? Okay,
where'd it go? It's casting. It's casting on people. Get in here.
Yeah, bring that thing in. Where is it? Yeah.
Wait, it's freezing trapped.
Okay. All right.
Unfreeze that. Yo, heat that up. Get it in
here. Maybe they get it later. Maybe they get it after an interrupt because it does inspire the boss, right?
Kind of true.
Do need to kick the boss's parasite.
That would be awkward. At this point, do you think the larva? I think maybe.
Yeah, maybe you just go get the larva after the boss. That's a good play too. Wow, look what Sloth are doing as well. They are going with all this onto boss too. And they are popping a huge lust. So Donuts in Despair, they are ahead. But if they have any deaths or a wipe here, this could go the other way at the end.
It does feel a little bit too little too late. Tradova down to 15% HP. Like you said, they would have to have a catastrophe. They would have to have multiple people die. They do have 2 battle reses. At this point, like, barring a tank death, I think Donuts in Despair are going to be able to down Tradova here. They're going to be pulling into that other trash pack. They need to get 2% enemy forces. I think that the larva off to the side should be enough to be able to finish off their count, and it's just a matter of moments here before Donuts in Despair are able to 2-0 Sloth, reversing their fortunes, saying that what happened in the upper finals was not how this series was supposed to go, that Donuts in Despair are going to be able to take it down 2-0.
Wow, just incredible performance from this team. The resilience, fighting it out through the lower bracket all of today has been so impressive out of them, but that is it, 100% count. Donuts in Despair 2-0. Wow, well played.
Donuts and Despair dismantle Sloth 2-0 in the series. Redemption for the earlier battle that we saw in that upper bracket semifinals here. Sloth performing well today, performing very admirably, and no more admirably than to get to the global finals. That's huge. But Donuts and Despair end up the top team in Group C. It was a lot of close series, but man, that one looked very Donuts and Despair, didn't it? Yeah.
Would you describe this as all donuts and no despair?
All donuts, no despair. Exactly. Good point, Pedals. Yeah, I mean, Dino's put it perfectly. This team just completely crushed this series, making sure that people know that the Necrotic Wake was just a hiccup.
Were you muted again?
Yeah, he
merely
was.
a setback.
Oh, no. Well, that's really awkward. Twice in one series. That's a party foul.
I've never heard such incredible wordsmithing that we've heard from Zyronic just now. Trust me, it was great.
I've heard infinitely better wordsmithing. He should be happy that he was muted there.
I'm just trying to be nice.
Well, you're just saying that because I was saying nice things about Dranos, right?
Yeah, that's so messed up, Tettles.
Oh, how'd you know?
Unbelievable, Tettles. Yeah, no, I mean...
All right, let's watch this Velbin.
Honestly, the clips are just kind of there. There wasn't anything super insane crazy that happened this series except for this. You could say that Donuts in Despair put them on ice here.
Don't talk to me or my ice-blocked children ever again.
Real voice.
Man, yeah, Donuts in Despair played out of their minds this series. This is great. They really wanted to make sure that people knew that Necrotic Wake was not all that team had to offer. Like, they really blew it out of the water this series. But the takeaway is from this entire tournament, I think, is that don't judge a team by their seeding. Like, Sloth played out of their mind, and I'm really interested to see what they can come up with between now and the global finals. I mean, both of these teams are great.
Yeah, absolutely. This huge pull to finish it off. I think this pull was one of the most fun ones to watch all weekend. Whenever we saw a lot of teams bring in like the world to Tradova's home here.
I mean, Donuts in Despair ended up looking like a second seed across the whole entire weekend. Yeah, sure, they got knocked down in the upper finals of this bracket, but it wasn't due to like...
You mean second, like Echo, or second in this group?
Second overall seed, like against Echo. They ended up looking... Echo. Exactly. This echo from the VMix call is really killing my vibe right now. Hold on, I gotta get that. Sorry about that.
Well, I'm not getting it yet, but...
Yeah, it's fine. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, they ended up looking like the second seed. Yeah, they got knocked down out of the upper finals, but that was because Sloth was insane on those dungeons that they were running. And from the dungeons, whenever Donuts and Despair, they look really consistent across a lot of their runs, and they're able to put together a lot of unique strategies. And so I expect a lot of good things coming out of them for the Global Finals tournament.
It should be very cool. And so, with that, I mean, I guess we knew 1 series ago already, but we know what teams are going to the Global Finals. Almost all of the teams. We have 6 coming in from our groups, of course, 1 from China, and then 1 from that Last Stand tournament. So, as we look ahead here, I'm curious. I want to get some early, bold predictions. Who do you think is going to make it through the Last Stand tournament? We'll go to you first, Stratnos.
That's good, because I had an answer prepared, and I'm not going to have to stall for time while I consider the possibilities and some of the names of some of the teams that will be in that tournament to decide which one I would like to select. I think I will go with Evolved from Group A. I really liked the look of that team. I think that there was a lot of brilliance out of them, and so yeah, if they choose to play in the Last Stand tournament, that's my pick for getting through.
I am gonna go Womegalol or
Good choice
Ethical.
as well.
I think I will go with Ethical.
Okay, thank God, because I was going to say Womegalol, and I didn't want to pick the same thing as you, so I'll go with Womegalol.
I think leaning Womegalol sounds pretty good to me. That's where I'll put my imaginary bets, I suppose. But we do have 6 teams going through already for sure. It's going to be Echo, Baldy from Group A, Monka and Perplex from Group B, Donuts and Despair and Sloth from Group C, a team from China as well, and that final team from the Last Stand tournament. And don't forget, next weekend, WoW Esports will be broadcasting the Chinese qualifier. So if you want to check out the matches from that one, it's already determined. But if you want to see it casted and enjoy it, that'll be next weekend. Should be pretty fun.
It's going to be us, me and you, Dratnos. It'll be fun.
Yeah, we'll be kicking back, vibing out, watching some Chinese MDI. Should be a good time. See who made that one spot to the Global Finals from that region as well. There's been some really powerful Chinese M+ teams as well over the past couple of years, particularly like in the Great Push. That region is so strong, and really cool to see some of the stuff they've come up with as well, like the Sentient Oil snap onto the Mana Storms and DOS. That started in that region, and that thing is so good to do that.
In addition to that, they won the most recent TGP. They were second in the last MDI, so there's a lot of really good stuff coming out of that region. I'm excited to see what we have in store for us next weekend.
Yeah, me too. That's going to be pretty sick. But guess what? We have none other than Yips from Donuts and Despair with us on the call right now. Yips, congratulations. Wonderful tanking. Is it maybe time to take the Despair out of Donuts and Despair? Is it maybe time to put something else in there? Donuts and Delight, Donuts and Destruction? What do you think? By the way, that shirt's amazing, but I digress.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I have my Diddy Kong Racing shirt on today for the races. It's definitely kind of fun. But no, I mean, our team name, honestly, we asked Cryptix to make it, so as you can expect, that guy is, he's not the smartest man, but we figured it out, and it's all good. Yeah, I think we might keep it. Maybe we'll go back to Goosey Vat or something. I don't know.
Dude, I heard that Goosey was talking about the team name earlier.
He was kind of upset, honestly. He felt a little offended that we ditched him, but I mean, I don't know. Better results without it, I guess, obviously, so.
Oh, I mean, I guess so, but that sounds like something. Maybe Donuts and Goosey or something like that. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, maybe something like that. We'll have to see going forward.
Goosey and Despair.
Yeah.
So how did it feel getting sent down to the lower bracket today, and then playing back through and having to take down Sloth in that revenge series at the end? How was that, like, mentally losing at the first match of the day?
Mentally it wasn't too bad. I felt like, personally, I bounced back pretty quick. Obviously, we were upset about losing the Wake. Like, our time in Wake is very good, and we're generally pretty consistent at it, and we just had some unfortunate bolstering. Even our second run in the lower bracket wasn't, we didn't consider that a particularly good run, but we were able to finish it out. I think as a team, like, our mental was pretty good going into the matches, and we knew that particular matchup against Sloth, that was our worst map pool. That we could have had going up against them, and we had a really good map pool for the finals, so we were really looking forward to the finals. Like, Plaguefall is a good map for us, all of these were good for us, and I think it showed.
How'd you feel about the Black or Cold? Did you guys step into that dungeon at all, or were you just like, we're going to proto ban this? We are not doing this.
We did not look at Blackrock. I
have a DM from
give a single thought into it. Yeah.
I have a DM from Cryptix. There's 2 wave emojis, and then, yo, you got a Blackrock vote. Asking for a friend.
Yeah, like, That dungeon, I mean, it's such a wild card because it's been so long since you've done it. And I mean, Quarter Stars and Ivashara, I mean, like, I feel like that dungeon was pretty well known back in Legion, but like Blackrook, there's a lot of things that you could maybe do with it that some people know. It's just something that we didn't want to really deal with when we felt like, you know, we were better players, we can get through the content that we know how to do, and it was just a better pick for us.
Fair enough. All right, well, we'll go in just a moment. Before we do, any shout outs?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone that supported us on Discord. It's getting lots of messages in all of our guilds and stuff, and then I look forward to beating Echo because I'm going to be honest, they didn't have to do like a single fortified dungeon, and then 24 fortified dungeons are not fun, so, you know, maybe they're not as hot as they look. I'm going to be honest, like, True. Fortified mists, I don't know, bud, like, that's pretty easy, so we'll have to see.
Wow, all right. Some
obviously, you know, they've won a few times, but,
I like it.
We'll see what happens.
I like it. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, we will see what happens. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing you and the rest of the team play at the Global Finals. Thanks for stopping by, and good luck with the practice until then.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Goodbye, Yips.
Bye-bye.
Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love the confidence. You gotta love the fire, right?
Oh, yeah. That's we love the Echo smack talk as well. That's the kind of thing that's going to create some good storylines going into Global Finals.
I mean, that is a team that they really can put their money where their mouth is in regards to, like, just they've showed everything this weekend. They were able to even adapt to like a theater of pain strategy that nobody had seen before this weekend, and they implemented like Hearts of Sloss TOP basically on the fly into their route, and that is a sign of a team that is crazy good and able to prepare at like a top tier level. And I'm going to expect them to do really well in the Global Finals tournament.
Yeah, it should be great. From ironic. But what do you think? Like, at the start of this thing, at the start of MDI, everyone's kind of saying, "Oh, it's Echo and everybody else," right? Who is up there with Echo right now besides Donuts and Despair? Would you put anyone else up on that sort of like same level? Is Donuts and Despair even up there on that level, in your opinion?
Well,
they gotta be close.
I've been watching and casting the MDI for the past 4 years, and the only time that Echo has ever lost a championship is when they played the worst matches of their lives against a team that played the best match of their lives. They went down 0-3. That was in Sydney, Australia, 3.5 years ago. So, yeah, it's Echo's still head and shoulders above everyone else, but I love the confidence. Hey, I mean, you know, take a shot at the champ, but listen, you can't lose a series and then be like, yeah, we're going to beat Echo. Come on. I love you, Yips, but you're my Warlock brother, but come on, man. I got to see more from you guys. I'm looking forward to it, though. I think it'll be cool to watch.
Well, a lot to prove for all these teams, except for maybe Echo. Although Echo, you know, when you're on top, sometimes it's kind of tough to stay there, right? Like it hasn't been tough for them yet, but maybe it will become that way at some point, because all the teams below you, all the players below you in that situation, in a sports sense, have something to aspire to, right? They have a direction they know to go. When you're on top, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to sort of figure out how to kind of improve from there, right? So obviously Echo doesn't seem to have that problem yet, but it's always something that's looming over the champion in any sport, really. So something to keep in mind. But I think we're in for a great Global Finals. We've got so many good teams through already.
Yeah, we gotta see who's gonna come out of the Last Stand tournament as well. Ambition out of the Last Stand tournament ended up getting third last Global Finals, and like there are some really good teams that are gonna be able to battle through that Last Stand tournament. And if they put enough time and practice, and like they really can give all of these teams a run for their money.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? It's time for the weekend to end, but before we go, one last chance for everybody to tell us what you learned. Final thoughts. We'll start with you, Zyronic. Final thoughts on the weekend on Group C.
We'll see a little more content on this later, but I'm just giddy with excitement over the fact that we're a year and a half into this expansion, and teams are still coming up with new and exciting ways to do the dungeons faster. It's so fun. And then of course, we don't even have like the incubator yet. Like these teams go into an insane practice period before Global Finals, where they'll go in, they'll figure out little nuances to every pull and do even crazier things. Like that Theater of Pain route, as cool as it was, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more of that once we get to those Global Finals.
Exactly. How about you, Tettles? What do you got? Final thoughts on the weekend and on groups too, for that matter.
I mean, on the weekend, I think that this weekend proved that all of the 6 teams that have qualified for Global Finals can upset one another if given either a preferential map pool or just really good practice on specific dungeons, or if you just make any mistake. And so this just means that the consistency and the level of play has continued to improve season in and season out, and the teams need to really be prepared for Global Finals, because like last Global Finals, we had Perplex get knocked out in the 7th, 8th position on a team that nobody expected to get knocked out, and it just continues to improve, and these teams look crazy good.
True enough. And finally, to you, Dratnos, what do you got?
There's a short list of teams that have this ability to innovate and come up with these incredible new strategies based off of kind of just their own inspiration, their own ideas in dungeons, not seeing somebody else do something and then expanding further on it or taking it somewhere else. And to me, this weekend, the big thing I learned is Sloth is one of the teams on that short list. And that is something I didn't know coming into this weekend. It's been so impressive to see out of them. Yeah, they lost in that last series, but I am so excited to see what they can pull out in the global finals.
It's been very cool. A lot to look forward to, including that global finals, of course. But for now, you can look forward to the China finals next week, Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific time. That's going to be fun to watch as well. It's already been determined. It's going to be a bit of a recast. But again, like if you didn't see it the first time, it's a great chance to get a read on how powerful these Chinese teams are going to be and who's going to be going to the global finals. And then, of course, last stand tournament coming up after that, kind of the Thunderdome. A bunch of great teams go in. One team comes out, goes to the global finals. It's going to be great, but that's going to do it for us here at the Mythic Dungeon International. From Doze, Ironic, Dratnos, Tettles, Makes, Nagura, and did I forget anyone else? I think that's everybody. Production. Well, I was going to mention them too. That was a separate shout out.
Shout out to
production for putting this on. It is Mother's Day. That's right. That's right. Don't forget to call your mother. That's not my mother, but it is a mother from World of Warcraft, so it's applicable. I'm not Titan Forged. Not yet. Anyway, that's going to do it for us. Thanks for watching, MDI, everybody. We'll see you next time. Take care.